Here we are. Good evening, everybody. It is the day January 2nd, 2 days before America's 250th birthday. I felt like I had to get one in before the weekend because everybody was gonna be busy. Um, man, there's lots of good stuff going on, or not good. There's lots of stuff going on at the moment. Like last show, for those that watched last show, it's going to be kind of difficult for me to do. Like, one of these topics has to do with I don't know if you guys have heard, but there was just an arrest made with 16 children. Alfonso, there's my brother. What's up, brother? 16 children were found in Ohio, in just horrific conditions. Um, Four adults arrested. I'm not gonna really get into it too deep, right? Get into it later on, but I know once I hit that topic, everything else is just gonna piss me off. So I might leave that for last. So if you're watching, tune into maybe to the last segment because I have something that has to do with Antifa. That has to do with the America State Fair. I got some news, but this one topic is gonna smack hard. I feel so. We'll have to find that one out. What's up, Alfonso? Man, how you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well, brother. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. So, how do I get this started? All right. So, I'm going to start as easy as I possibly can and I will work my way up. So, first topic I have is all right. Science, or let me pull it up. Hold on. Here we go. Scientists. So forever, you guys have heard me talk about cloud seeding, chemtrails, man-made weather, weather manipulation, weather warfare, all these type of different things that you could call it. You remember back when we had the hurricanes, you guys have known me, that I always talked about how they manufacture these hurricanes and steer them in the directions they want. And forever and a day, you know, people would say you're a conspiracy. That's not true. That's just like some crazy, conspiracy. Well, here, I found this in the USA Today. Here you go. You can see it was in the USA Today. Here it is, USA Today. Now, you guys tell me this. Scientists mull controversial plan to steer hurricanes. Yeah, that's right. They're mauling it. They're thinking about their controversial plan to steer hurricanes like it's never been done before. A new study, which it's not new. Again, we've been talking about this for a decade, but we'll play go along get along game for this, just for this, non-believers. A new study appearing in the peer-reviewed Science Journal PLOS Water on June suggests that cloud seeding could eventually allow humans to disrupt or steer natural disasters like hurricanes. So not only are they admitting to cloud seeding, but now they're saying they can steer natural disasters like hurricanes, like they've been doing, like they did in Florida, like they did in Texas. If that sounds like far-fetched science fiction, some scientists would agree with you. But study authors say current strategies to help tame weather disasters may not be suitable. The growing impact of weather extremes on society highlights the traditional approaches such as dams, levees, and insurance alone. That's what I was going to get at. Is in Florida, they steered if you go back and look, they steered days prior, they took away natural disaster insurance, and then in that area, they just smacked it. That's what they do. The growing impact of weather extremes on society highlights the traditional approaches such as dams, levees, and insurance alone may not be sufficient to address the widespread consequences of these hazards. So it goes on to talk about Superstorm Sandy is which I was referring to, and then the Texas one right here in 2021, and how they basically made it 18 degrees colder to reduce the amount of precipitation, which, that sounds so great, but that causes what right here causes flooding in other places, a butterfly effect, which is probably where we had those huge mudslides in California. But, you know, critics say it's a far-fetched idea with little proof. Well, there's plenty and plenty of proof. So go do your research on it. I'm not, I can keep going forever. And at the end of the day, the World Economic Forum told us that, look, there's the Tesla Tower, HARP. They told us that they would control the weather by 2025. Well, we're in 2026, and I think they've got that under control. I mean, like, absolutely do. I don't know if you go out and look up at your sky every so often, but we have we have chemtrails. They be hitting us with. Oh, Alfonso knows damn well what I'm talking about. He's in California. I saw a video of him just the other day, and his skies were lit up, brother, lit up. Tim, but how are they doing it? Have you ever seen the machine? Well, yeah, they have these machines where what they do is they have these they go out into the middle of the ocean where it's really hot, where it's brewing, and they brew it up, and they gather steam, and then they'll come, like, remember when Puerto Rico got hit? They went out, they would hit Puerto Rico, they would go back out into the ocean, gather up more steam, do exactly what they said, get more precipitation, either add heat or subtract it, get the funnel going. They come back, they hit the damn, come back, steer it in again, steer it back out, come back in, steer it again. I mean, I would have to show you an actual video to be able to describe it. I just gave it to you in like a point blank, explanation. But I could do that on another day. It's just kind of not where I was going. I kind of wanted y'all to see the mainstream reporting it and go look it up for your guys' self, because I can only say so much. Oh, there's more fireworks. Let's go. So I can only say so much. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a lineup of stuff for me to get into that topic in particular. Take a little bit longer, I think. Smash the like if you guys haven't smashed the like. Next topic. These are just little ones to get me through, and then I got good ones for the middle. But man, I can't start off with them. I can't start off with some of these topics because it is a lot harder to for YouTube and on your mood. All right, so now we got data centers might need backup power as Ohio grid preps for record usage. And the reason I put this up is because it's the constant conversation of why and what are they going to do with all this energy and power, and why do they need so much, first off, and then it goes to, well, they're going to need so much power. Well, what about, and that was, my electric went out yesterday and the day before just because of the heat. So what are they going to do when they have all, because we have said there's more data centers in Columbus, Ohio than there is in any city in the country other than I think somewhere in Texas. Anyway, so here we go with the data centers. Data centers might need backup power as Ohio grid preps for record usage. And all I'm saying is that here we go. Let's see what these people have to say. Of course, they're gonna give me an ad.
You think you know someone until they
the same path that has left other communities. A standard moratorium or incremental tightening of rules is not enough if it follows the same path that has left other communities struggling. Our health, clean water, peaceful nights, breathable air must come first. I urge you to lead with bold, protective actions that go beyond what others have tried.
And if council and, the mayor and everybody don't want to do things to foster a better future for Sunbury, then there's something simple. Simply recall the most recent.
I'm sorry to report, but it's too late, guys. They had passed it. There's $1 billion data center going up where you guys were urging to not have it. And the reason I'm mentioning it is, they're putting them up, and the local we the people should have the say, and we don't. It's a third party, and everybody should be looking into what's going on in your city with these data centers in particular. Oh, shut up, Flintwater, Michigan. What's good with you, homie? How you doing, man? Happy 250th, bro. None of y'all are gonna hit the like, for real? Both my homies pop in and none of y'all hitting the like. Dang, I see how it goes. See how you guys are doing it. I see how you guys are doing it. Smash that. All right, so good, man. Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. So my next one I'm getting into, and then I'm gonna go ahead and play this. That's my dog. Thank you, brother. So I was, I haven't really been paying too much attention to this. I watched some live streams from people that were there. I heard some conspiracy theories that, something might possibly go down at this event. After the UFC 250, there had been threats on this event in particular. Here we go. And that's the America State Fair. Apparently, everything's going wrong here at the American State Fair. According to whatever liberal news this is, everything is just going wrong. Everything. So the Great American State Fair is a 16-day event happening right now at on the National Mall Freedom 250. The White House affiliated organization planning many of the events marking the nation's 250th birthday, described it as a world-class exposition and modern-day world fair celebrating the people, traditions, innovations, and spirit that makes America the greatest nation on earth. So that's what it is. They were saying there's a bunch of stuff that's really going on. This is just really I'm going to say a knock on Trump, but I'm going to have to do more, I'm going to have to do more research into it, I guess. They're saying that it was just a complete disaster. I haven't heard that personally. Do you think people, and this is what Trump tweeted out, do you think people appreciate what a fantastic job we did in building and operating the Great American State Fair, the national park, with happy people and everybody loving it? I personally saw videos of people that were there enjoying themselves hardcore. So I don't know. Do you think Obama or Sleepy Joe Biden could have done it? The answer is no. That's what Trump had to say. So instead of, here, let's see what the visitors had to say. Whoa. Really? You're going to have to give me an ad right in the middle? That looks like it's probably first ring. I don't know what is supposed to be so bad about this. You could tell the sun's just coming up. The sun's just coming up. This is just straight haters. This is straight hater stuff, in my opinion. I don't know. It looks like some hater stuff to me. He's channeling bro. I would believe he's a wizard, bro. I definitely could believe that. Oh hell no! Sleepy Obama was and forever will be a joke. I know this is all a joke, and it looks definitely beautiful, just like the UFC event that they trashed. You know, it was an amazing event, yet they somehow made it out to be this horrible event, and that's just not really what it was. So whatever. Now let's get into how bad his speech was. Let's see what he had to say. Hit the like, share stuff. You guys listen.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This is an honor. We love you, and you've been so nice to me with those votes. We set every record in the book. But today we come to the heartland of America to pay tribute to a man who embodied the heart and soul and fight and spirit of our country as much as anyone who ever lived. And he's a very special man, and that's why I'm here, President Theodore Roosevelt. And he loved your community. He loved your state. And he was quite something. He was really quite something. And here, beneath the wide open sky of the Badlands, I call it the Badlands. I said, what's that all about? It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool name, I have to tell you. On the steps of the burning hills, we dedicate a living monument to a legend, a statesman, a soldier, frontiersman, and a true American hero. This is a very exciting thing for me. And number one, I have to tell you, because this was an inaugural flight of a certain airplane called Air Force One after 37 years. And it's a great plane, and we had a lot of fun with Doug and everybody coming over. But we talked about Theodore Roosevelt a lot because he was something that was really very special. And number two, because I'm honoring Theodore Roosevelt, and that's the man who I have long admired. He's one of the few. I don't admire too many people, I have to tell you. There's not a lot of people out there. And number three, I'm back in North Dakota because I won this state with the most votes in the history of the presidency. Thank you. Thank you very much. And number four, I have two teleprompters. But TR once observed that I would not have been president about himself had he not been, and had it not been for the experience in North Dakota. He had a great experience here. It really shaped him so much. So there could be no better place for this new national treasure than the Rough Rider state. I met some of the Rough Riders. They are Rough Riders. They're good riders, too. They were very impressive. Today, 107 years after he passed into eternity, Theodore Roosevelt's Presidential Library opens its doors, and the small town, but very great town, and today it's a very famous town because that's all they're talking about, of Medora opens its arms to the entire world. The entire world is watching. It's not a big town, but it's a very powerful town because of what was left behind. I want to thank the thousands of people who worked so hard to make this project a reality, and you really did. You made it a beautiful reality. Very few places will top it. And starting with the man who put the library in its first funding, think of it, did so much. He raised so much money. He did so many different things. He really did. He had a very complete life when you think. He was a real man of many forms of genius, and without whom it would never have been possible. Secretary of the Interior. And I'll tell you what, I thought he was an oil man, and he wasn't. I saw him on a debate because this guy was actually going against me. Can you believe it? But I thought he was very impressive. I thought his wife, Catherine, was even more impressive, to be honest with you. And so impressive that I said, he's a good man. That guy's all right. But he's been fantastic. He's been a tremendous Secretary of the Interior and the best ever. There's never been a Secretary of the Interior like Doug Burgum. Thank you very much. Thank you. Never been. And, you know, Doug called me. He said, would you do me a favor? He's really fantastic because I did not know the gentleman too well. But he said, Kelly Armstrong is fantastic. Would you endorse him for governor? And I did, and he won easily. Kelly Armstrong. Great job you're doing. Great job. And two of my very good friends, two warrior senators, tough cookies, tough. Oh, I wish they could get their way. We could get a couple of little things passed, like voter identification, like proof of citizenship. It's called Save America. You know, that's pretty good. Save America. Can you imagine? We have 100% of the Democrats against it and 4 or 5 Republicans, if you can believe that. What are they all about? But these two people are with us all the way. John Hoeven and Kevin Cramer, senators. They're great. Two great guys. And a congresswoman who fights and gets what she wants, and she's very respected. Julie Fedorchak. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. Very, very respected. And we have our ambassador, Monica. Where's Monica? Monica Crowley. Fantastic. Acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Kao. And we're building a lot of
Did he just say hung cow? I'm just wondering, did he just say hung cow? This speech better pick it up, or I'm gonna go ahead and agree with everybody else that I'm about to walk out like the rest of the people. And I'm sorry, Mr. President, but bro, I'm really bored watching this. I don't know what to tell you. Let's go.
ships, building a lot of ships. North Dakota House Speaker, Robin Wise. Thank you. Thank you. Doing a great job. State House Majority Leader, Mike LaFleur. Mike. Thank you, Mike. State Senate Majority Leader, David Hogue. Thank you, David. And all of the members of the North Dakota legislature, I hear every single one. I'm not going to introduce you. You have no chance of that. I'll be here all day, but you're all here. We love you, and you've been with us from day one. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the CEO, who's done a fantastic job, he took me around. I thought it would be maybe 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I've been doing this for 2 hours. Thank goodness I love the subject, or I would not have put up with it. Doug said you could come in. You know, I'm prosecuting a war, which we're winning very easily, by the way. I said, Doug, let's fly in. We'll do 10, love it, and then I'll get out. Oh, absolutely, sir. So then time comes, he got me making speeches. I was over there 2 hours. I know more about that museum than the people that built it. But that's okay, because they did a very good job. I can report that they did a really good job. The CEO of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, who really did give me a tremendous amount of knowledge, I mean, about things that I never would have thought could have been possible about how great this man was, Ed O'Keefe. Ed, thank you very much. And two of my sons are here, Eric and Don. And Bettina, thank you very much. Don just got married. Bettina, thank you. It's going to be great. Thank you very much. But the members of the Roosevelt family and countless foundation staff, donors, and supporters, everyone's here. And I understand that one local construction worker delayed his retirement by 4 years just to be involved with the building. And they heard I was going to come. I was coming even when I wasn't president. I had agreed to come. And they said, well, when we do it, you're going to be president. So that was during that ridiculous time, that ridiculous 4-year period of time. They asked me to come. I said, I'd love to come. And I said, I may or I may not be president of this. We don't care. We want you to be there. And I always remember that. But they said, you're going to win. You know that. If you run, you're going to win. It turned out we did quite easily, actually. And today I can tell you, amazing. They've done an amazing job, beautiful job. And you know, they've done it from love. Jobs that are done from love are always better than jobs where you sort of have to follow a plan. They made lots of changes, and every one of them was good. And I think I know about every one of them. After 2.5 hours, I learned every single one of them. But I want to really thank everyone who greeted me at the train station, because that was so famous. That was such a famous train. The last one was President Dwight Eisenhower, and he was actually a very good president. People don't realize he was a general, good general. And he built the interstate highway system. I'd say that alone is pretty good. He was a good, and he was the last one. He was on the back of the exact same train. So the head of the railroad, he was fabulous. And they were explaining all about the train. And they said, wow, that's really some history in the crowd. We had thousands of people over there. It was fantastic. But I have the picture of President Eisenhower in the back of the train, the same exact train. I checked it out because I said, you know, we don't want to make any mistakes because the fake news is watching and they'll say it wasn't the same train. It wasn't the same train. No, they've been pretty nice to me lately. Look, when you do as well as we're doing, they have to be nice, I guess. They've been pretty nice. And I want to give a very special thanks to the Patriots who gave us such an incredible escort from town. We had more law enforcement. You know, I love law enforcement. Now, according to the people that are running on the other side, in many places, they want to defund the police. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We see them all the time. They said they're social democrats. Doesn't it sound pretty? They're actually communists, but we'll get into that a little bit later. They're not going to win. They're not going to win anything. They got some very unattractive candidates, I have to say. During my first term, it was a privilege to sign the bill that helped get this incredible project underway and transferring 90 acres. We took it right out of the federal government. We ripped it away from the federal government. They don't know it's missing. They still haven't figured out what the hell happened. And today, the artistry and scholarship, technical skill on display right here and in that museum in particular is just fantastic. It's really great. Things that they actually gave me. You know, we're going to build our museum in Miami. They got me a lot of ideas, Doug. You gave me a lot of ideas, Doug. but they really did it well. Incredible. I even had a conversation with Theodore Roosevelt. Said, what did you think about the Panama Canal? Do you consider that your greatest achievement? How do you feel about the fact that the Democrats gave the Panama Canal away to Panama for $1? You know, he built the Panama Canal, preceded really by a man who was he was the tariff king, William McKinley. He was the president, and they took his name off Mount McKinley, and I put it back on because it deserved it. Put it back on. But McKinley actually, he was assassinated, but he made tremendous amounts of money, made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt, as the vice president, got in, and he did some incredible things. But one of them, I think one of the most amazing, maybe a lot of people would say the parks. You could say a lot of different elements of his success, so incredible. But he built the Panama Canal. It was the most expensive project to this date, if you bring the dollars forward, ever built in history.
Okay, because that was interesting. Because he did say I was talking to Teddy Roosevelt, and when you said that he channeled Teddy Roosevelt, that was the very first thing that came to my mind when he said that. Like, what does he mean by that? And I could see Keith, who's a little more esoteric, right? You're a little more esoteric, Prometheus, and that's what he was doing. You think he was channeling him? Because you said it before the speech even happened, so you're definitely aware. Cool, bro. Good luck.
38,000 people died. They died 95% from mosquitoes, malaria, 95%. You expected almost to die. They paid workers from the United States. Mostly they came in, and mostly, I must say, men. It was a little different time. Today would have men and women, but they had all men. Them massive amounts of money, more than they were making as workers in the United States. It's such a fascinating thing, the Panama Canal. I've studied it long and hard, and when they gave it away, $1. But they died from the mosquito and they died from the snake. They have a viper, a snake, that if you get bit, you're in trouble. If you get bit, you were dead. You were dead, and that wiped out about 5%. We lost 38,000 people building the Panama Canal, our people. 38,000 people died building the Panama Canal. It opened, and from day one, it was very successful. And we gave it away. We gave it away. It was the most expensive thing we ever built, and it was also the most profitable thing we ever built. That's a nice combination. A little bit like Venezuela. We did a good job in Venezuela. And we're actually doing equally as well with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Maybe you've heard of it, but think of it, the Panama Canal. So we gave it away. The first thing they did, you know what they did? They raised the prices for the ships by 4 times, and they didn't lose one ship. And then they raised it again twice, and they didn't lose one ship. All they did is make tremendous amounts of money for years and years. How stupid was that? And now China is trying to take over the Panama Canal, and we're not going to let that happen, okay? And that was not part of the script, because I don't really have a script, because this thing doesn't work. It's appropriate. The one on my right is slightly better than the one on my left. The one on my left is a waste of time. It's a little like politics. The one on my right is a little bit. It's not great. I'd give it about a 2 on the scale of 10. And this afternoon, I'm pleased to announce that through the National Endowment for the Humanities, we will be awarding the library $750,000 to support the opening exhibits during the first year. So they're getting a nice check. Getting a nice check. And as you know, this week, Americans all across our nation are filled with joy and excitement and anticipation as we prepare for one of the proudest moments in our history. 250 years, think about that. 3 days from now, we will celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Signing of the Declaration of Independence. What a document that was. And this week, we look back on 250 years of glorious freedom, and we took so much time and so much effort. And by the way, on July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107. But you know what? They also predicted the fight that we had 3 weeks ago was unbelievable at the White House. They said a week before, 6 days, 5 days, 4 days, 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. They said it was going to rain. It's going to be horrible. You're going to have to cancel the fight. Sure, we're going to have to cancel. This was a big event. This was one of the highest rated fights in history. It was on CBS National on a Sunday night, not a Saturday night. Saturday nights are called Death Valley for television. I know a lot about ratings. But Sunday night's very good, and it was broadcast on CBS, a network, and it got among the highest ratings any fight has ever gotten. But they said it was going to rain, and I talked to Dana White. I said, Dana, I don't know, this is bad. Sir, 100% chance of rain. I said, you sure, like maybe 90? No, 100%, sir. So it was 7 o'clock, and it wasn't raining. Then it started at 8 o'clock, and we were going to delay it till 12 o'clock midnight. I said, that's not good. But it wasn't raining at 8 o'clock. And it wasn't raining at 8:30. And we had the fight on time. And it never rained. Never rained. So you never know about weather forecasting, do you? With all the money we spend all that money. It's happened before. We had a big march in Washington. You remember that? That was going to be rained out, sir. We're going to have to change it. Rained out, never rained. But this is a time to rediscover the indomitable spirit that built our country and all that will ensure America always remains the most exceptional nation on the face of the earth. We're not going to let communists get in our way. We're not going to let anyone get in our way. Not the communists. It's a very unattractive lot. They're not going to do it. They're not doing anything. Those people, what they're doing, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. There could be no better place to begin this rediscovery than with the life, times, and passions of Theodore Roosevelt. He had great passion. The Colonel, they called him, was an American man. He was really a great he-man. He was an American man through and through. His chest swelled with American optimism, confidence, enthusiasm, pride. His heart beat with an unyielding sense of America's destiny and pride, and that pride was bigger. The biggest word for him, I think, was pride. He was a proud man. But I'm a proud man. I'm proud of our country. I'm proud that 2 years ago we had a country that was a laughing stock all over the world, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, the most respected country anywhere in the world. But as a young boy, I saw that he loved Lincoln, and Lincoln's casket would pass through a nation torn apart by civil war. I don't know if you know that. I think Teddy Roosevelt, is probably his biggest. I was trying to get that today, and I think it came pretty loud and clear. Abraham Lincoln was the person that he most respected, most admired, most looked up to. He has one of his very important rooms where he lived, and it's at the library. By the end of the 60 years, TR had transformed his country by the reach of his vision. He had a great vision, and by the force of his will, into one of the greatest places, one of the greatest empires, one of the most incredible countries, ready to take its rightful place as the strongest and most respected nation anywhere in the world. They didn't have people that they had no idea where they were. They didn't have people that couldn't walk up the steps. See those steps? They didn't have people that had no idea where the hell they were. They didn't have people that said, let's have open borders so millions and millions of people can pour into our country from prisons all over the world. They didn't have those people. They had strong, smart people. America is stronger and more respected right now. I'll tell you, the king of Saudi Arabia, I was with him a year ago, smart guy, good guy. He said to me, sir, you know, it's amazing. And this was as we were just started to really, and we've made a lot of progress since then. You see the numbers, factories being built all over the country at a level that we've never had before. But he said, you know, 1 year ago, during the Biden, Sleepy Joe, during the Biden administration, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. We gave up on your country. They were looking at China. They were looking at others to protect them. They were looking at other countries. And now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that, and it's true. Now it's even more so than it was then. Hottest country anywhere in the world. So Theodore Roosevelt and his presidency fell exactly at the halfway mark between the founding in 1776 and the place we are today in 2026. And here are 5 lessons, and I wanted to write these because you can learn from some people, not from too many. From a lot of them, you don't want to learn much.
I wouldn't even give Obama the credit for Osama. I can't even give him credit for Osama, dude. How? Did we see Osama? You guys think about it, dude. They went in, they unalived supposedly the most wanted terrorist ever in the world, just for them to dump his body off in the sea for nobody to see at all. We're just supposed to believe them, right? Yeah, I believe that. Hillary and fucking Obama just sat there and we watched them all. Just you gotta be stupid when people say that stupid shit. Are you kidding me? Come on. It ain't like he went in and snatched up like in 2 seconds like we did Maduro.
But you can learn from him, and here are 5 lessons that are really extraordinary. Life offers to all Americans on the threshold of our 250th year. First of all, the life of Theodore Roosevelt reminds us that Americans never give up. We don't give up. You know, if you really look back 2 years ago, I can see people wanting to give up. I can see them wanting to give up. He never stopped, never quit, never surrendered.
Definitely not a Republican, but take your fucking dipshit ass out of here. Nobody cares, bro. I don't care if you're fucking here or not, dude. You clearly sound like a fucking dummy, so leave. The truth hurts you? Damn. If the truth hurts you so much, then get the fuck out of here. Previously Frozen Studio 77. I was just trying to be nice to Kenneth. I think Kenneth is being alright, bro. Look, you don't have to like this guy. No, nobody does. I'm getting really bored with this and ready to move on, but I kind of want to hear what the ridicule was. Trump's economy is the worst it's been in over 20 years. Is it though? Because right now gas is $3.59, and I know when Biden left office, it was over $4 or $5. So I wouldn't go that far, dude. I wouldn't go that far as to say that every single freezer and shelf is empty like it was from 2020 to 2023. Yeah, okay, bro. Y'all are living in retard world. I get it. Okay.
In pursuit of his dreams, he had a dream, a very complex dream he did because of the way he traveled, the way he moved, the fact that he ended up here and turned out to be one of the most impactful things he ever did, ending up right here where we are. But his pursuit of the American dream never, ever stopped. It was really amazing. He was plagued by asthma, very, very bad, very serious. He was having a hard time breathing for much of his life. But he went out and he was told by his doctor that he'd have to live very quietly. He'd have to, this is as a young.
Really, dude? You want, really, bro? Where are you from, dude? Where are you from? Where are you from, homie? Here, how about this? I don't even care where you're from. What was the national average gas price in 2024? Hey, dick shit. Here you go. So here's another lie from your dumbass little liberal ass kikes. That's why we don't like you guys. Nobody really cares. But when you say stupid stuff, you're gonna get checked. Oh, it was never $2 his whole presidency, dummy. Dummy. Stupid. Here you go. Now you're gonna retract it, or are you just gonna stand on your stupidity? Go for it. Go. That's on you. Go. You just said it was so cheap, but that was the national average. Where are you from, bro? I bet you it was even more. Because I guarantee you in California, New York, all these other states, they were like $7, $8, $9. Please enlighten me. I would enjoy an enlightenment. Please enlighten me. I know you can't argue with stupid, dude, but you know what it is. Stupid is, bro. Ah. I think it's hilarious, to be honest. So what do you got to say, bro? Because I'm moving on. I'm putting this back on, but you sound dumb. I'm just, there you go.
Very quiet life. You have to be nice and easy. And he did just the opposite. He had a freaking wild life, right? He was wild. He actually wanted to be great, and that's what he turned out to be. Young Theodore replied, "Doctor, I'm going to do all the things that you tell me not to do, and I've got to live the sort of life that you've described. I don't care how short it is. I just want to live my life the way I want to live my life." It was great. I mean, who would say that? The next year, he sailed the Atlantic and he summited the Matterhorn just to prove that he could do these things, just to prove his doctor wrong. He knew his doctor. He wanted to prove him wrong. Maybe it wasn't smart, but it worked out okay. But again and again, he summoned the will to transcend tragedy and triumph and defeat heartbreak with hard work. He worked hard, and I found that out. I mean, if you love what you do, it's not work. That's one thing I will tell you. People say I work hard, but it's not work, because if you love it, I love making America great again. I mean, I'm having a good time. So it's not work. We call it work, but it's not. In his library, we find his diary open to the page from 1884, when his mother and his wife died on the very same day in the very same house. Totally unrelated. Just a tragic moment, but unrelated. It wasn't an accident where both of them were killed. They just died. Then he came back home and he said, "What happened? They're both dead." Different parts of the house, had nothing to do. It's just an amazing. Wife was very young. Mother was older, but she was getting by. "The light has gone out from my life," he wrote. But Theodore Roosevelt did not surrender to fate. He came here to Medora and made himself fate's master. I said, "I want to be fate's master." He wanted to turn the tables, and he really showed that that's what Americans can do. That's what people can do beyond Americans. That's what people can do if they really believe and they set their mind to it, and if they're competent. I mean, you have to be competent. You have to be smart. It's nice to say anybody can do it. Not anybody can do it. They'd like to say, "Oh, anybody can do it." No. But he was a special person. He arrived at this town, narrow-chested, 140 pounds. He looked pretty bad to the people here, because they're pretty tough people around here. Never changed. He was sick. He was shattered from the death of these two people that he loved the most. And His body and his spirit were pretty much broken. Not broken enough, but pretty much broken. If they were broken all the way, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did. He left here 2 years later. He weighed 40 pounds more, and he was strong as an ox. They say it was 40 pounds of muscle. I don't know how the hell that happened. They didn't have modern-day drugs. Of course, the modern-day drugs don't do that either, do they? In fact, they actually take away the muscle. That's not good. How are we doing, doctor? Well, you lost a lot of muscle. That's not good. But we didn't have any of that. He was 40 pounds of steel, the vital man of vigor, who would become president of the United States not that long after he left.
Kenneth, I don't ignore anything. Do you want me to pull up your state, dude? You said you're in Missouri? Okay, let me look it up, bro. How much was the gas in Missouri in 2024? Bro, you're acting like, bro, we are in the middle of a war, dude. This was just happening before. It was $3.30, dude. $3.67 if you want to talk about late April. Man, you tripping. See, that's why I don't trust your chat. The chat be on that lies, like real lies. You be on for real lies, like you really lie. Here you go, Kenneth. Let me help you out, buddy. Again, let me help you out. Because I know you like, people like to go ahead and misconstrue things. I don't want to get anything misconstrued here. What does this say? I wish you were up here so I could make you read this out loud to everybody. It never went under $3, bro. Ever. I'm looking at Missouri right now, homie. Please explain. Go. I'm waiting. It's exactly what it was then, and we're in the middle of a war right now, bro. What do you mean? You just said it was 2 something. I'm gonna go back and read your message. Hold on. Let me read your lie. It got to $2.57 a gallon. The highest it got in my area was $2.57, homie. Liar. Where does it say that on here? $2.50. Where does it even get to $2, bro? Where? Nowhere. It says right here, West Coast. That's why I brought up California. Northeast. That's why I brought up New York. I'm in the Midwest, dude. What do you want me to say? You're wrong? Yeah, I will. You're wrong, bro. It's that simple. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong, bro. It's funny how people forget the truth so fast. So fast. So fucking fast, bro. Let's see how much Kenneth. I don't even care how much Kenneth's shit is, to be honest, bro. I really don't care because Kenneth's full of shit. Sorry, Kenneth, but you're full of shit. Next. I'm not going to lie. If I was a critic today with this topic right here and watching this fair, I'm bored as shit with it, dude. I definitely understand averages, little Kenneth. I do. I definitely do, bro. Definitely understand averages. The fact that you don't and that you just said two something. How about here? Let me please you one last time because this is going to make you look dumber. What's the lowest gas price in 2024 in Missouri? 2024. There you go. Let's get your answer for you, dude. See, I don't give a shit. I'll screen share it because, Damn. Let's see. He might not be lying. He might not be freaking lying. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm going to go ahead and call it wrong, but I'm going to read it out loud and we'll see. But you might be right because I do see twos in here for the first time. Maybe that was at the very beginning. Let's see. While Trump was just leaving the White House, I'm assuming. Let's see. No. Missouri had the lowest statewide average gas in the United States with $2.64 per gallon for regular unleaded. A statewide average $2.64, lowest $2.55, highest $2.77, national average $3.10. That doesn't even reflect anything of what I just showed you. So either A, they're lying, or B, there's multiple sources here. Let's see what you got to say, because I'm showing you what I see. So clearly you're not lying, right? But you had to Google that. I guarantee it. You probably Googled the lowest gas price in America. That's where I'm from. Guarantee it. Guaranteed it. Then you would know it wasn't lower in some areas. Yeah, it was definitely lower in some areas. I'll give you that. Yeah, it was lower in some areas. Definitely. And when you go into your cities, it's going to be higher. Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. The fact that you're in the one state with the lowest gas prices of 2024, so they say, whatever you were. You were. But again, we're in the middle of a war right now, or whatever conflict, and the gas has already gone down. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I'm gonna give you your bread. I'm gonna give you your credit, dog. I'll have to do I'll have to do more research into it. But as of now, Kenneth Caldwell. Good for you, bro. You proved me wrong, dog. I'm good with it. Aiden says in 2024 in Illinois, the gas price in Chicago Naperville area was $3.64 a gallon versus now $4.19. This is statewide average. This is my state, so I know more. Understandable. Again, gas has gone down where I live like $1 in the last month. I'm in Ohio. But yeah, gas has gone down about $1 where I live. It's only going to go down eventually. It always does. I did a story about this back in 2000. This happened, bro. This happened in 2000. When I first got my license, it was 97. No. Before I got my license, it was 97 cents for gas. Bill Clinton was president. The day I got my license, that same week, we some sort of incident happened. I don't remember what it was, to be honest. Gas jumped up to $1.99 instantly. Instantly jumped up to $1.99. It was almost humorous. It was almost humorous. Higher cost of living. States always have higher gas prices. Yeah. I mean, dude, the cost of living in certain, states is crazy. Again, that's why you got to mention the West Coast and the East Coast. And the West Coast, their taxes are super high. So you're going to have higher expenses. Same with the East Coast. Now, Kenneth, if you're from the Midwest, like me, like Promethean in the chat, we get to see a little bit better gas prices. Yet our rent is high, but it's still not as high as a lot of other countries. Yeah, I get it. Eventually, Biden did ramp up drilling of oil, so it's likely not going to get back that low during his administration. Well, he stopped the pipeline, bro. Remember? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Aiden. Eventually, from what who knows? It's the world stage. But they tell you, like, look, bro, once we get control of this, the Hormuz, our gas should be way cheaper. Now, if it isn't, listen, bro, I'm not taking any politicians, I'm not taking their word for nothing. That's just what, Where did you live under Clinton? Because Bush era gas was extremely high back then. I was in Ohio. I was in Cleveland, Ohio, bro. I was in Cleveland, Ohio, and I used to work at a place called True Green Chemlon, right? So they paid for your gas. And I'll never forget, they used to give you like $25 a week for gas, and then it doubled. So like they gave us $50 a week for gas, and that was a lot. Think about it, $50 a week, and you were like, "I'm balling, bro. I'm keeping like 30 of this, putting 20 in the tank, bro. I'm not even lying." He did stop the pipeline, but he ramped up overall field drilling to an all-time high. I mean, you're talking about the fracking and stuff, or what? Because he stopped a lot of that stuff, which stopped the oil flow, which, when we went in there and got all that stuff from Venezuela, I would imagine and hope that would benefit us at some point. Can we all agree on that? I mean, if we... I don't think that all that just happened, right? And look, if they don't, right, if the gas just goes down or goes up and this all gets ramped up, everything is done, we should be revolting, right? There's no reason we shouldn't have some cheap-ass gas right now. Honestly, there's no reason we shouldn't have cheap gas at all. And as far as, the thing that we all should be worrying about more than anything is the food. Bro, what about all the GMOs, all the Bill Gates owned farms? The weather's being manipulated. They're killing off our animals. They're killing off all of our farms. Like, gas is a big deal, but so is all of our food, dude. Gas jumped up 10 cents when Biden shut down the pipeline, then jumped up another 65 cents due to the Russian-Ukraine war. Biden tapped the reserves, bringing them back down. There you go, Kenneth. So we were both lightweight right, dude. You were right about the prices, but the way he did it, he basically drained our oil and stopped the flow that Trump had going from 2016 to 2020. That's a fact. The Keystone Pipeline was a huge factor in our gas prices. We need to open it back up. We need to open it back up and see if we can't get our gas prices better. But I still think that if they get control of the Hormuz, which I don't know if that's even, if that's real or not, gas should go down. You got me to stop on my bike for all that we should, all revolt, but we can't because we can't all. That's the problem. Prometheus, we should be revolting. The fact that they're putting up all this stuff, the fact that we're arguing over a dollar, like $1 or $2, when we're all being fucked, all of us. It doesn't matter who was president. I just went all the way back to Clinton. I didn't blame Obama. I didn't blame Trump. I went all the way back to Clinton. Every single politician that has been under us has been shit. Trump was riding high off Obama's economy. Then the economy collapsed under the pandemic, Dude, we were killed. Dude, our country was at a halt. Dude, in 2019, before the pandemic hit, our country was doing the best it ever was. Straight up. We were doing good. I know I was doing real well. I still am doing well. That's why I don't understand everybody. I'm still doing decent. It was worse a few years ago during the pandemic. It was way worse, guys. Really? It was way worse during the pandemic. Like, way worse. I don't really want to watch Trump anymore. I'm gonna keep it 100. I really don't want to watch Trump no more. Oh, I want to use this topic, but I want somebody up here with me to do it. Which one do I go with, you guys? Do I go with the Antifa one, or do I do there was about the children that got found in Ohio? What's the next topic you guys want? I'm skipping this damn Trump, the rest of the Trump thing. It's just too boring. It's too hot and humid in here for me to watch that right now. What do you guys want? E&E new right now, as I look for official source field production did increase. However, external factors, gas prices overall did go up. I just read a bunch of nada. What is in the new Antifa claims? All right, let's go to Antifa, and then I'll do the children thing, dude. Because, when I do this children thing, is my camera on? Let me turn it on for you guys while I'm just BSing with you guys. When I do this children stuff, and I talk about these kids that were trapped in a house, and I got a story about a father who left his son in a bathtub for 2 freaking months. It just gets me so pissed that it's like the last topic I got to do if I'm going to talk about it, because it just, I get too passionate on those topics. I get pretty angry. So, I didn't even add this. I didn't even throw this up. I don't know what this is. I'm not trying to go back, but you were right, bro. This is what it is. I don't know if I showed this or not, but there you go. There you go. All right, so let's see with Antifa. First one, we've got Antifa. So you guys remember when they attacked the Texas ICE facility a couple years back? All right. Antifa. Whoa. Let me bring it up. See, this is why I need someone up here to remind me, man. All right. Let me get my camera off. There's too much going on. All right. So Antifa affiliated defendants sentenced in a 2025 Prairieland Detention Center attack. The leader, this man right here, gets 100 years. 8 people convicted in connection with the 2025 attack on an immigration detention facility in North Texas were sentenced Tuesday to a combined 450 years in federal prison, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. The sentences stem from the July 4th, 2025 attack on the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado, where prosecutors said members of a North Texas Antifa-affiliated cell carried out a coordinated assault on that included vandalism, explosives, gunfire that wounded a police officer. Federal agents said Benjamin Henil Song, identified by prosecutors as a leader of the group, received the longest sentence of 100 years in prison after being convicted of attempted murder of law enforcement related to the charges. Other sentences included Marcella Ruda, received 70 years, Cameron Arnold, Savannah Batten, Zachary Evans, Bradford Morris, and Elizabeth Soto received 50 years, and Daniel Rolando Sanchez Estrada, 30 years. The Justice Department said the sentences marked the first involving defendants affiliated with Antifa following an executive order issued by Donald Trump in September of 2025, which we covered. If you want to go back, that episode's up where they made the Antifa Act, designating the group as a domestic terrorist organization. What's up, Daniel Barry? How you doing, brother? So yeah, anyways, according to prosecutor members, the group arrived at the detention facility dressed in black clothing and face coverings intended to conceal their identities, authorities said. They brought firearms, body armor, military-style medical kits, and fireworks to the scene. This sounds worse than an event that you liberals cry about a lot. Like, what is it? Like something that happened in January, like maybe on the 6th or something? I feel like this is a little more put together better. But what do I know? Evidence presented during a 12-day trial showed participants allegedly launched fireworks at the facility, vandalized vehicles and a guard station, damaged surveillance equipment, and confronted responding officers. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about the rest of them. So yeah, at the end of the day, this dude, Chong Dong Song, or whatever his name was, 100-year peace, bro. Way to be a terrorist, homie. Way to be a freaking terrorist. Sentenced these cop attackers to long sentence, which should have, but Trump's took a paranoid other cop beater. Sounds like bias reporting. Let's see. Who did this article? Because this was just bro. Bias reporting, meaning this is from the Dallas Express. It's the local Dallas local newspaper. It could be, I guess, if you want to call it whatever, but they did what they did. They shot an officer at a detention center. And why are you trying, and how can you possibly defend that? I don't know. That's crazy to me. But hey, man, it's your life. America. Now here's a video. Now here's what happened in Minnesota. I've got a few things with Antifa. The DOJ, hold on, here it is. Boom. There you go.
We're going to cut into this because it appears that the DOJ is getting ready to start this press conference now on announcing charges on Antifa-linked groups in Minneapolis. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Today, I can disclose to you further actions by federal law enforcement in combating that violence. Last year, President Trump issued National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, which directed the Department of Justice to prioritize politically motivated violence. To accomplish that mission, the Deputy Attorney General stood up Joint Task Force Vanguard to enforce a national security strategy to investigate, prosecute, and disrupt those who engage in political violence and intimidation. Today, a federal indictment was unsealed, charging 15 defendants with conspiracy to impede or injure federal officers and other charges related to efforts of 2 Minneapolis-based Antifa groups that violently opposed the enforcement of federal law in our state. The defendants are members and associates of Direct Action Minnesota. They are charged with conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, solicitation to commit a crime of violence, interstate threats, interstate stalking, assault on a federal officer, and destruction of government property. Earlier this morning, agents of Homeland Security Investigations conducted a coordinated law enforcement operation culminating in the arrest of 12 of the 15 defendants. One defendant had already been in custody on other federal charges, 2 defendants remain fugitives at large. Today's charges and arrests reflect a broad federal effort to address organized, lawless behavior which seeks to disrupt the execution of federal law, endanger law enforcement, and importantly, endanger the very communities that these defendants falsely claim to be protecting. Be assured, the Department of Justice and my U.S. Attorney's Office has and will distinguish between lawful protest and criminal conduct. These defendants have been charged not for what they said, but for what they did. They all joined an agreement, a conspiracy, to interfere with lawful immigration enforcement operations. The conspiracy was not to interfere by their voice, but to do it by force. That's a crime, and it will not be tolerated in the United States. Direct Action Minnesota emphasizes their violent, militant approach to politics and are highly critical of nonviolent, peaceful protests. You see here a Facebook post from one of the defendants, Cameron Kennedy, writing, quote, "We need to become ungovernable." As the name suggests, Direct Action Minnesota is an organization dedicated to direct action against federal law and immigration enforcement. This action is not peaceful, it's obstructive, disruptive, and unlawful. The organization trains its members in the aggressive use of shields against law enforcement, surveillance, operational planning, and rapid mobilization against law enforcement actions. Though investigations are ongoing, what we know now is that Direct Action Minnesota is comprised of members of subgroups. For example, the Black Hat Workers Collective. The Black Hat Workers Collective is a Minneapolis-based Antifa affinity group which advocates, promotes, and utilizes militant tactics and violence. Here you can see that their Facebook cover page shows as a banner the burning down of the Minneapolis Police Department's 3rd precinct. One of the leaders of Direct Action Minnesota, defendant Kyle Wagner, identifies himself as Antifa, and he doesn't shy away from it.
My name is Kyle, I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. They fucked up, okay? Go watch my other videos, doesn't matter if you're not here and you're not caught up, you've missed the fuck.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet a complete AI creation platform.
All right, we're going to leave the audio down for a little bit. This announcement or this video that's being posted is a lot of profanity, so we're going to wait until this wraps.
I was wondering what was up with the sound, and what it was is that there was so many profanities they couldn't even play it, bro. I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is this no sound?
And on March 1st, 2026. On those days, Direct Action Minnesota members deployed what they called hard and soft blockades against federal law enforcement, as well as against Hennepin County Sheriff's deputies. Direct Action Minnesota shut down operations at the federal Whipple building a government building just north of the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport and the main hub for several federal agencies. Members of their hard blockade team used vehicles, RV trailers that they would overturn, check hedgehogs, and ice blocks that they would throw at law enforcement to obstruct roads used by law enforcement, impede the movement of law enforcement. Members of their soft blockade team used homemade shields constructed from plastic, wood, and metal to physically resist the efforts of law enforcement and to aggressively break through teams of officers on foot. Direct Action Minnesota members also engaged in what they called commuting tactics, which included identifying, following, surveilling, harassing, and confronting law enforcement officers. Conspiracy members even followed law enforcement officers from locations like the Whipple building, to the officers' homes. For example, as alleged in the indictment on May 4, 2026, defendant Isaac Sant followed federal officers from the Whipple building all the way to Hudson, Wisconsin, where St. Croix County deputies stopped him. Such stalking and other direct actions against law enforcement are criminal, they're un-American, and they'll be met with swift justice. That's why we're here today. To those who choose to threaten or harm federal officers, we will hold you accountable. We will defend federal officers. We will protect the public. We will enforce the law. I want to thank our partners at Homeland Security Investigations for their outstanding work on this case. And I now ask the Special Agent in charge of Homeland Security Investigations here in Minnesota, Michael McCarthy, to provide further illumination for us.
Thank you, U.S. Attorney Rosen, for your steadfast partnership. Good morning. My name is Michael McCarthy, and I am the Special Agent in charge for Homeland Security Investigations St. Paul. Today's announcement is a result of a thorough and months-long investigation into a deeply concerning trend.
Wow. I mean, retarded, you guys. Look, bro, it says Fox there. It's a local, like Fox 6. Fox News is its own entity, bro. This is just a news channel, Fox, from their local news source. This isn't Fox News. This has nothing to do with Fox News Media at all.
Coordinated violence targeting federal law enforcement officers and facilities. These acts were designed to create chaos, disrupt operations, and threaten the safety of our officers and our community. Every day, officers and agents kiss their loved ones goodbye, fully aware of the dangers they face as they risk their lives to protect their communities. Each and every one of us in the law enforcement community does so with the ultimate goal of making it home to our families each night. We are sons, daughters, mothers, and fathers. We swore an oath to protect and serve, and we place the public's well-being above our own safety without hesitation and often without recognition. Make no mistake, officers and agents do not have the luxury of deciding when they should and should not do their job. The law is the law. Over the past several months, we have seen organized groups deliberately plan and carry out criminal acts, including assaults, threats, destruction of government property, and efforts to obstruct federal officers. Much of the recent civil unrest in the metro area has been linked to anti-ICE demonstrations. Let me be clear. Peaceful protest is a protected right and a cornerstone of our democracy. We respect and defend that right. However, there's a clear line that cannot be crossed. When protest turns into rioting, violence, or criminal activity, it becomes unlawful and it will not be tolerated. Unfortunately, some groups have crossed that line. Working closely with the U.S. Attorney's Office, our investigation uncovered extensive planning, material support, and coordinated attacks against federal personnel and facilities. Our teams have worked tirelessly, conducting surveillance, reviewing camera footage, and analyzing large volumes of information to identify those responsible. I want to thank all the agents and staff whose dedication and professionalism made these indictments possible. Our message is clear. You may not agree with the laws. You may protest the laws, but you must follow the laws or face the consequences. It is not optional. We will enforce the law. Any attempt to undermine it through violence or intimidation will be met with decisive action. Our primary responsibility is to ensure the safety of our officers and the broader community. Today's arrests are an important milestone, but this is not the finish line. HSI and our partners remain committed to identifying, investigating, and bringing to justice anyone who promotes or engages in violence against law enforcement or our communities. Again, I thank the U.S. Attorney's Office for their partnership. Together,
Kenneth, where do you live, bro? You said Missouri. You said that your local news is a MAGA person. What do you have, some shit ass news or what, bro? You must live in some little ass town, homie. What? Like, really, bro? Look, the local news is representing MAGA? Where, dude? Are you fucking stupid, Kenneth? Like, what, dude? One of the reporters is literally a MAGA politician. What? Who? Are they not a reporter anymore? Or you can't be both. What are you talking about, dude? Like, every time I scroll past Fox News now, they have the headline, blah, 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 blah. They want, yeah, bro, leave the transgenders out of it. Leave our kids alone. If you don't like that, go fuck off, Aiden. Nobody cares, dude. I stand on that 1,000%. If you stand with that, go somewhere, bro. Just leave. No, I haven't heard of Mark Alford. Just leave, bro. For real, because that's ignorant shit. Just go. You're bogus. I don't even know what to say to you, dude. Who's Mark Alford, Kenneth? Clearly nobody cares, though. He is a MAGA politician and also works for Fox 4. Fox 4 what? Fox 4 what? Like, I should really give a damn who Mark Alford is. And if he's a MAGA, fuck MAGA and fuck Mark Alford anyways, bro. He's an American Republican politician and former TV's news anchor. Are you... He's a Republican former news anchor. So fucking what? The fuck? What is your point, homie? What the fuck is your point? Because he was a news anchor on your local Fox? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Yeah, no, Aiden, look, homie, we definitely agree on stuff. The thing I don't agree on, brother, is mixing men and women and what they do to our children. I don't care what a transgender person does. Now, if you watch the parade that just happened over the weekend or the last couple of days, where there was actual naked people walking around, riding their bikes around, shit flopping everywhere with little kids in the crowd, there's a problem there, bro. I wasn't even going to talk about that, but there's a problem there, homie. Yeah, bro. There's a big that's a different level, bro. There's levels to this shit. Nobody cares what you do behind closed doors, man. Yeah, look it up right now. Look it up right now while I'm live, bro. Just look it up, dude. And, you know, I don't care what y'all do behind closed doors. But when you start bringing your kids to parades and there's people walking around ass naked and I literally watched an interview where the mother said the kid was 3 years old. Like, oh, this is the newest member of the trans community. The kid was 3 years old, bro. 3 years old. Ain't nobody should be labeled that at 3 years old. They don't have a sexual preference at 3 years old. Dude. That's a big difference than somebody just putting on makeup and being whatever they do and just living their lives, bro. Come on, man. Come on. It's a big difference here. I don't see how anybody doesn't see that. That's crazy talk. Do you know how many trans people? I don't really care, bro. Not enough. Not very many, bro. Oh, yeah, dude. I would rather see 100 of your people die than our kids get poisoned by your people. And I can send you, hey, I can tell you, go watch RFB's video. Go watch Officer Tatum's. They have every clip. I'm not going to show it. But they did. Go watch it for yourself, bro. Go watch it for yourself and say that's what you support, dude. That's ridiculous. That's what you support? Yeah, I would say that you've got something wrong, bro. Oh, I got you. I was like, bro, come on, man. How are we supposed to make fucking pay? Because we need to come together, bro. We definitely need to come together. Oh, man. A1 steak. That's a horrible question. I'd rather have a thought daughter. I cannot see my son wear nail polish, bro. I can't. I just can't do it. Yeah, but either one, again, I wouldn't be mad of having a gay son if that's what God gave me. I would teach him the right way to live life. And if he, chooses to do what he does, that's on him. I get what you are saying. There is important issues than trans people in sports or wanting rights equals to others. It depends, bro. Everybody has their own issues. Everybody feels like there's some sort of agenda that's more important. Like you feel like your agenda that, you guys are being whatever is more important than my agenda is that you guys are promoting shit that I don't support. So who's right here? Think about that. Who's right? I mean, come on, man. I think common sense speaks for itself. I don't think anybody's right or wrong. I think that it should just be common sense, homie. Oh, dude, I don't. Now this homie's just trolling, bro. I ain't even reading your comments no more, homie. Sex these nuts. Unisex these nuts. How about that? Unisex. Come on, bro. Are you guys dumb? You guys got to be trolling at this point. Nobody's cool with that stuff. People's lives are more important than how a person chooses to live. What do you mean? You can live any way you want. Just like I could say whatever I want, but there's going to be repercussions to everything. You can do what you want, bro. Oh, see, here's another liberal thing. I bet if that ever happened, it was definitely a liberal. 1,000%. 1,000%. I know what the fuck unisex is, bro. Take your tranny ass in there and do your unisex thing then, bro. You want kids in the bath? You disgusting, bro. I'm about to block you, homie. I don't even like you now, bro. Like, oh, we need to have massive bathrooms for the women and men to share all together. Do you want litter boxes for it too, weirdo? What? What type of shit am I hearing right now? You guys are all retarded. I'm just being honest. Like, bro, I've never like I'm sitting here reading this going, you guys can't be really for real. I mean, I know God made stupid people, but man, you guys got to be trolling or something. I got to look at Kenneth. I remember you said, oh, this is your only shit, huh? So then I probably won't miss you when you're gone. Buddy, what I said, nothing controversial. I think most people left and right can agree with one stall, one person at a time restroom. Okay, one person at a time. You didn't say that at the beginning. I'll meet you halfway. Fine. Fine. But the first time you see some weird liberal pink-haired dude dressed as a woman jerking off in your bathroom like the person said here that Uncle Sam would do, what are you going to do then? Because that's actually happened. What you said was just a little fantasy by your liberal ass. But the truth is, it's already happened. I know what unisex they are, dude. It still opens up the Pandora box, dude. It still opens up the Pandora box for weird stuff to happen. It just does. It really does, bro. I don't know what to tell you. It absolutely does. Go on. Yeah, go take a piss on the street if you got to go bad enough. But, bro, bring some kids in there. Bro, what? So you're telling me, because yes, a unisex bathroom would be so a mother could take her baby boy, her son, to change his diaper, right? That's what a unisex bathroom should be. Not Johnny thinks he's a woman, so he could go in this room because he feels that way. What? Why do you assume a person is a liberal because they don't support? No, I don't like Republicans or MAGA, so shut the fuck up, bro. Because you're gay. That's why. You support gay agenda. That's why. That has nothing to do with MAGA, homie. At all. Nothing to do with MAGA. You want to make room for little kids to come in your bathroom and mothers and shit? You're weird, dude. You're weird. I don't know what to say, man. I just said I don't care what people do behind closed doors. So now you're asking for a special bathroom. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. Get a life. Who's really down for that? Like, really? There's such, like you said, a small percentage. There's like 1% of you guys. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you, Kenneth, on that. Let people do what they want, but dude, you FAFO. Come walking in. Look, come walking in. Some dude come walking in, doing some weird shit while I'm with my nephew taking him to the restroom, and watch what happens. That's what it leads to. We need to come together and not be fighting over this. This is petty shit. This is petty shit. And anybody that agrees that a dude is equal to a woman on a sports field should not be talking about sports anyways. I don't know what to tell you. You just shouldn't be talking about sports. You probably shouldn't even be talking about life because you know. But just so you know, it is not June no more. It's not your month. It's over. I don't really give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's 4th of July now, baby. It's America's birthday. I don't give a shit. I don't. You know how many fucks I did? I wish I did. I'm gonna put this on, see if it gets anything, if it's worth watching, or maybe I'll save it for. I'm getting bored. But I really wanted to watch this. I have drank coffee, so I'm up. But if the algorithm isn't moving, then I'm not wasting my time. That's a fact. Let's see what this is. I might just start it. If it doesn't start moving, then I'm gonna leave it be. I'm out of here. Let's see. This one's about the CIA. This one looks interesting as shit. This is something that we shouldn't have to argue about. There's no politics involved. My last topic had no politics involved and a lot of no politics, but I'm not going there because there's just not enough people and the message needs to reach more people than this before I do that type of content. Let's go. Very interested to see what they have to say. I watched some clips and it was wild.
The American people deserve a complete and truthful record. The victims and their families deserve acknowledgement, and this Congress has a constitutional obligation to ensure that full declassification is not delayed any longer. Project MKUltra was not a policy failure or an overzealous program that got out of hand. It was a deliberate, systematic governmental operation that subjected American citizens.
Ryan, control the chat, bro. What's up, by the way, Ryan? Everybody give Ryan some love. What's up, bro?
Prisoners, hospital patients, veterans, ordinary people to LSD, electroshock, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, psychological torture without their knowledge or consent. This went on for 20 years on American soil, funded by American taxpayer dollars and authorized by the very top of the U.S. intelligence apparatus. And this program, when it did end, the men who ran it did not cooperate with investigators. They did not come forward. They committed another crime. They destroyed evidence. The documents this task force has reviewed are unambiguous. In January 1973, the director of the CIA, Richard Helms, prepared to leave office. He personally ordered the destruction of MKUltra records. The CIA official document in writing states, over my stated objectives, the MKUltra files were destroyed by the order of DCI Mr. Helms shortly before his departure from office. A separate internal account confirms that Helms telephoned Dr. Gottlieb directly and instructed him to destroy, quote, all files pertaining to drug research and associated activities. Gottlieb compiled 4 people, spent an entire day burning down 152 files. Then Gottlieb had his personal papers destroyed by his secretary before he retired. The head of the CIA-owned records center protested the destruction in writing, but he was overruled. That is obstruction of justice. That is criminal destruction of federal records, and neither individuals were ever charged with a crime for it. Helms received a $2,000 fine for lying to Congress about an unrelated matter and collected his government pension until he died. Gottlieb retired in rural Virginia and wrote poetry. No one went to prison. No victim was ever formally compensated by the government for the harm that they caused. By 1975, the Church Committee and the Rockefeller Commission had already established through sworn testimony and the surviving 1963 Inspector General report that MKUltra existed and that the CIA had run a program of human experimentation on unwitting Americans. The scope and detail of what we know today is largely because of an accident. In 1977, an archivist diligently complying with a FOIA request discovered 7 boxes of MKUltra financial records that had been misfiled and escaped the bonfire. Those 7 boxes included the names of institutions, the name of subprojects, the researchers who participated, the specific operation that the CIA had funded, and without them, the vast majority of MKUltra would only be a rumor, just as Helms and Gottlieb intended. Those 7 boxes revealed that MKUltra comprised at least 149 subprojects, operated across more than 80 institutions, and involved 185 non-government researchers. They revealed that the CIA covertly contributed $375,000 to a hospital research wing, which was approved directly by DCI Alan Dulles, which Richard Helms concurrence, so the agency could use unwitting patients as experimental subjects in what their own documents called a hospital safe house. The CIA's Inspector General said in 1963, his classified report concluded that the program had exceeded the agency's legal chapter, and covert testing on unwitting subjects placed the rights and interests of U.S. citizens in jeopardy. The program ran for a decade that we know of, and they ignored their own watchdog. Let me be clear what I believe that we are dealing with here. Administering drugs to people without their knowledge or consent, subjecting humans to psychological torture, and using prisoners and hospital patients as non-consenting research subjects. These are crimes against humanity. The Central Intelligence Agency committed them, and then the director of the CIA was ordering the destruction of evidence. Today, we will hear from 2 witnesses who have spent years unraveling the cover-up that our government ordered. Stephen Kinzer documented the life and crimes of Sidney Gottlieb in his book, Prisoner of Chief, and Tom O'Neill spent over 20 years investigating what the CIA buried and what they obscured that, in my mind, constitute some of the worst notorious crimes against humanity in the 20th century. Their persistence in the research in this hearing is possible simply because they are patriots. The American people deserve the complete record. The victims and their families deserve acknowledgement, accountability, and justice. And this Congress has a constitutional obligation to make sure that the CIA never does this again. With that, I'm going to be opening up first questions, and I'll hold my questions to the end to Representative Burleson. But before I do pass it, I did want to just note a few weeks ago, we did receive reports. There's some back and forth regarding the CIA and ODNI pertaining to new MKUltra boxes that were discovered. Myself and Representative Burleson did go down to Langley. We did meet with the CIA, and the CIA is currently in the process of declassifying newly found documentation, although the documents, and I feel comfortable enough to share it here, pertain specifically to a forgery program that was being housed under MKUltra. So as soon as those files are released, we will be putting out notification with your help to also comb through some of the newly released documents, but I did want to give you a quick update. Without further ado, I would like to I would like to now recognize Representative Eric Burleson for his questions. Go ahead. Without objection, Representative Perry and Representative Higgins from Pennsylvania and Louisiana is waived on to the committee for the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. I need the opening statement. Yeah. And I'd like to now recognize Dr. Kinzer and the witnesses for the opening statements. I have to swear them in. Stephen Kinzer is a historian, journalist, and author of Poisoner-in-Chief, Sidney Gottlieb, and the CIA's Search for Mind Control. Tom O'Neill is an investigative journalist who authored Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s. And Elizabeth Genexi, did I say that right, ma'am? Genexi is an independent consultant and former senior program officer at the National Institute of Health. We look
Chad, do you guys think Charles Manson was hit with the MKUltra? I do personally. It's wild that they mentioned him right off rip. All those years we talked about it, and it was like, no. I wonder if they mentioned JFK's shooter, a whole bunch of people, bro. I wonder if they mentioned. I doubt it. This is our government, politicians. But hey, we'll see.
Forward to hearing what you have to say today on this important subject. Pursuant to Committee Rules 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may now take your seat. We appreciate you being here today. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your opening statements and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. However, if it does go over, we will not be gaveling you out. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is illuminated and members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you again will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow, and when the red light comes on, that means that your 5 minutes has expired, and we will ask you to please wrap it up. I would now like to recognize Stephen Kinzer for his opening statement.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to this task force for confronting the enormous issue of overclassification of government documents and the culture of secrecy that enables it. I'm especially gratified by your interest in MK Ultra, the project the CIA carried out through the 1950s in an attempt to find the secret of mind control. MK Ultra was one of the most secret government programs in American history. The chemist who directed it, Sidney Gottlieb, lived in total anonymity. My book, Poisoner in Chief, may be the most complete account of MK Ultra that exists.
What was it, bro? What did I miss? What'd I miss? Aiden, what was the ad, bro? I quickly skipped it. I was like, wait, caught up in what we were watching. What was the ad? Because sometimes, man, I'd be watching YouTube like, bro, this ad needs to stay up for everybody to see. Like, what is up with this? Like, we need to do breakdowns of YouTube ads one day. Just break down the crazy ass. Ew. That's because Ryan entered the chat, Aiden. I'm telling you, the algorithm smells Ryan coming. It's like feet, midgets, feet. All right, I'll just figure it out. Not really. They smelled Ryan coming and said, oh yeah, his feet fetish.
Exists in public, but I'm painfully aware that I have discovered only a small portion of what MK Ultra was and what Sidney Gottlieb did. In 1951, the CIA hired Gottlieb and directed him to launch what became MK Ultra. Gottlieb believed that in order to find a way to implant a new mind into someone's brain, you first had to find a way to destroy the mind that was in there already. In its search for ways to destroy a human mind and body, MK Ultra conducted the most extreme experiments on human beings that have ever been carried out by a US government agency.
This is crazy, bro. They like literally are admitting to exploiting our brains. If they did that back in the 60s, what do you think they're doing to us right now? Why do you think we're all fighting in the chat, even though we're all in the same boat? Why? Why are we all fighting with each other when we all have, look, dude, we're arguing over dollars, like $1 in gas. You know what I'm saying? We're all going through it. Like, bro, this is the type of shit our government.
By any standard, they qualify as medical torture. These experiments took place in prisons, clinics, and safe houses in the United States, in Europe, in Asia, and even in Latin America. Officers of MK Ultra were authorized to travel to foreign countries, preferably those under formal or informal US occupation, and ask the local CIA station to provide them with expendables, human beings who would not be missed if they disappeared. Gottlieb had what amounted to a license to kill issued by the US government. Neither the number of MK Ultra victims nor the number of those who were experimented to death is known. Gottlieb, as a result of this license to kill, might have been the most powerful unknown American of the 20th century.
License to kill. That is crazy. I just want to say, what's up, Reed? Welcome, brother. Happy 4th of July. If I don't see you by then, happy birthday, America. Reed, love you, brother.
Some information about MK Ultra spilled out during the 1970s, but senior CIA officers had intentionally let Gottlieb operate without supervision. So they were able to claim that they knew nothing about his excesses. This was a way for the CIA to deny its institutional role in MK Ultra and to portray it misleadingly as the product of one man's sadism or excessive zeal. Investigating MK Ultra is challenging because when Gottlieb and his mentor Richard Helms left the CIA in 1973, they illegally ordered that its records be destroyed. Soon afterwards, under DCI Stansfield Turner, a CIA analyst, as you pointed out, Madam Chairman, discovered a cache of MK Ultra documents hidden among financial records. Turner credited that analyst with doing a very diligent job of Sherlock Holmesing. That same diligence, I believe, could bring results today. One of the great mysteries of MK Ultra has to do with the death in 1953 of an MK Ultra scientist, Frank Olson, who had announced his intention to quit the project. His plunge from a New York hotel room was described in the press as the suicide of an Army scientist. He was not an Army scientist. He worked for the CIA, and evidence suggests that his death may not have been a suicide. So there could be hidden documents that could illuminate this case. I would also point out.
So they just talked about the unaliving of a scientist. What are we hearing now a lot? About a whole bunch of scientists going missing? Like, I never really bought that. Is that another psychological mind F for us? Are they telling us we shouldn't question things? Because I'm not going to keep going. I want to break this down more. I don't know. But we need to keep questioning this stuff. We need to stop. I don't even know what to say because we all need to stop fighting. Like, Aiden, you're too smart. Kenneth, you're too smart, bro. We're way too good to be arguing with each other. We're Mid-East. We're all in the Mid-East. Midwest, I mean. Sorry, guys. Bro, we shouldn't be fighting. Or even we definitely are allowed to have different opinions. We'll definitely exploit them. But we should all have one common goal. And like this video, and I'm not going to continue with it. It's late. There's nobody really watching. I want to watch it when there's people in the room. Kenny, did you used to live in Modesto? I don't know where Modesto even is, son. We'll watch a little bit more. I just want to watch this. Maybe I'll just watch it from the beginning again when I go, like next time I go live, because I definitely want to break this down more. Are you guys in? Hit one if you guys are watching this. You guys are watching? All right. I was wondering, am I the only freaking one watching this?
That in addition to searching for unknown documents, this committee could do a tremendous service by simply asking for the end of redactions on the documents that we now have. There are reams of documents about MK Ultra that have heavy sections redacted. In the 1970s, this was justified by the argument that it had only been 20 years since these terrible things had happened and revealing details might affect national security. Now 70 years have passed. That argument can no longer be valid. So I would urge this committee to try to fill out all the blank spaces in the documents that we have, because we know that is there. This task force could also consider trying to determine whether some new incarnation of MK Ultra exists today. When the main phase of MK Ultra drew to a close in the early 1960s, Sidney Gottlieb concluded that it had failed. That in fact, there is no such thing as mind control. Even if he was right, however, he may have been right only at that time. In the many decades since then, there have been enormous advances in cyber technology, in artificial intelligence, in neuroscience. Covert agencies may have access now to tools for mind control that Sidney Gottlieb could not even have imagined. It may well have been true in 1963 that mind control is a myth, or whether it's still true, certain. And that question of whether mind control might now be possible under our new circumstances is something that has presumably occurred to scientists who work for secret services, including our own. This task force has a chance to connect the past to the future. A renewed effort to find MK-Ultra documents from the 1950s and to fill out the redactions of those that have been released might shed new light on how the CIA operated during that period. It could also inform a new inquiry into whether any mind control projects are now underway inside the US security apparatus. That might help prevent the emergence of a 21st century MK-Ultra that could be even more destructive than the original. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kinzer. I now recognize Tom O'Neill for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, and members of the committee. Almost 50 years. Oh, sorry. Should I start over? Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, and members of the committee. It's a privilege to be here today. Almost 50 years ago, the last congressional hearings into MK-Ultra took place just a short walk from here in the Dirksen Senate office building. At those hearings, convened in August and September of 1977, representatives of the CIA told Congress and the American people that its 25-year effort to control human behavior had been a colossal failure. Because I believe Congress was never told the truth about what this program actually achieved. In fact, I believe the agency misled Congress in 1977 when it characterized MK-Ultra as a failure. My name is Tom O'Neill, and in 1999, I accepted a magazine assignment to write a story about murders committed by a group of hippies called the Manson family. For those unfamiliar with this horrific episode of American history, in the summer of 1969, 4 young people acting on the orders of a cult leader named Charles Manson went to the home of movie director Roman Polanski and murdered everyone they found there, including his 8.5-month pregnant wife, the actress Sharon Tate. The victims were complete strangers to their killers. The following night, Manson's followers murdered another couple in the same grisly fashion. At the time I accepted the assignment, I'd never heard of MK-Ultra, and I wouldn't for another 2 years after I'd missed countless deadlines, lost the assignment, and fallen down a nightmarish rabbit hole trying to answer the question I couldn't quite shake. How had Manson, a barely literate ex-con, acquired the ability to persuade ordinary young people to murder complete strangers simply because he had told them to? The pursuit of the answer to that question led me to Dr. Louis Julian West, known to his friends as Jolly. West was one of the most influential psychiatrists in America. During his career, he crossed paths with some of the most controversial events of the 20th century, including the Patty Hearst kidnapping case and the aftermath of the John F. Kennedy assassination investigation. In 1977, West was one of 7 academic researchers named in a front-page New York Times story alleging that the CIA had used American universities, hospitals, and prisons as secret laboratories for experiments involving LSD and other drugs on unwitting human subjects. West vigorously denied the allegations. He acknowledged that the agency had approached him, but insisted he had refused because he said LSD was too dangerous and unpredictable to be used on humans. He added that he limited all of his research with LSD to animals. The revelations in the Times led directly to the congressional hearings held later that year. West's denials, however, were effective. He was never investigated, and his name never came up at the hearings. I'll spare you the long and tedious story of how my Manson reporting led me to West, except to say that I eventually learned that in 1967, when Manson transformed into the cult leader we are familiar with today, he and his followers were receiving free medical care at a clinic in San Francisco, where West had established a base of operations for a research project he was conducting nearby. After becoming intrigued by the allegations against West, I learned that UCLA, his last academic home, had inherited his paper following his death in 1999. Nearly 2 months and more than 200 boxes later, I found the proverbial needle in a haystack: correspondence between West and Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the architect of MKUltra. The letters begin in 1953, just 2 months after CIA Director Allen Dulles authorized the program, and while West was stationed at the Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas, where he was chief psychiatrist at the base hospital. In his first letter to Gottlieb, West proposed conducting experiments on unwitting human subjects, including military personnel, prisoners, and psychiatric patients at the base hospital. He then outlined the experiments themselves in 6 more pages that could have been written by Joseph Mengele. Using LSD in combination with hypnosis, West proposed inducing confusion, amnesia, and specific mental disorders in people who would remember nothing of their interaction with him afterward. He sought to develop techniques to extract true information and implant false information in unwilling subjects, and to alter the attitudes and beliefs of, quote, previously loyal individuals. In other words, to completely switch their allegiance from one group or leader to another. But it was another sentence at the end of that letter that stopped me cold. These experiments, he wrote, must eventually be put to test in practical trials in the field. Gottlieb's response could hardly have been more enthusiastic. My good friend, he wrote, I had been wondering whether your apparent rapid and comprehensive grasp of our problems could possibly be real. You have indeed developed an admirably accurate picture of exactly what we are after. West replied that there was no more vital undertaking conceivable in these times. There was another document in West's papers that had even more significant implications. It was a 14-page report that West wrote in 1956, just 3 years after he contracted with the CIA. In the report, West described administering LSD and other drugs in conjunction with hypnosis on unwitting human subjects, and then he made a remarkable claim. He announced that he had learned how to replace true memories with false memories in people without their knowledge. In other words, he clarified, it has been found to be feasible to take the memory of a definite event in the life of an individual and, through hypnotic suggestion, bring about the subsequent conscious recall to the effect that this event never actually took place, but that a different fictional event actually did occur. If West's report was accurate, this was not the failure agency officials described in 1977, quite the opposite. It was, in fact, the central ambition of the MKUltra operation, the means of gaining the ability to seize the control of a person's perceptions, memories, and ultimately their behavior. But there was still one more discovery, and this time I found it in the National Security Archives at George Washington University, the official repository of the CIA's MKUltra records, which were released to Congress after the 1977 hearings. In those holdings was a different versions of West's 1956 report. The original paper had been replaced by a 4-page summary that did not exist in West's files and appears to have been written by someone else. His claims about replacing memories were gone. In their place was a theoretical discussion of LSD in dissociative states. The versions applied to Congress concluded that the effects of LSD and similar drugs on dissociative states had, and I'm quoting, never been studied. Never been studied. In the original report, West discusses observations from his own experiments, including detailed descriptions of using LSD to, as he wrote, speed the induction of the hypnotic state and deepen the trance in subjects. Those passages have been removed in the report turned over to Congress. The discrepancy could not have been more stark. Nearly 50 years ago, another congressional committee believed it had been given the truth about MKUltra. It had not. In conclusion, I respectfully submit that these records, some newly available and others that remained outside the government's disclosure for decades, warrant a thorough re-examination of what the program accomplished, what Congress was told, and what may still remain hidden. I'm happy to provide the documents I've referenced today, and I've provided many additional details in my written testimony.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I now recognize Elizabeth Genexi for her opening statement.
Over $1.5 million in weekly reward.
Chairman Luna and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a health research scientist with a master's and doctoral degrees in psychology from the George Washington University. I spent 22 years from 2003 to 2025 as a scientific program official at the National Institutes of Health, managing more than $132 million in health research grants and co-authoring 18 federal funding programs. I left the NIH in April of 2025. I'm here today because what is happening to NIH right now is not reform. It is the replacement of scientific judgment with political control. For 80 years, US federal investment in biomedical research produced outcomes that no private market would have funded. Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. NIH-funded research on blood pressure, cholesterol, and smoking drove a 56% decline in heart disease between 1950 and 1996. Cancer has been transformed. Treatments for breast, lung, prostate, and childhood cancers, along with immunotherapies that converted previously fatal diagnoses into manageable conditions, traced directly to NIH-funded research. HIV/AIDS were a death sentence in 1981. No pharmaceutical company saw a profitable market for treatments. NIH ran the trials that no one else would run. The result was antiretroviral therapy and pre-exposure prophylaxis. Global AIDS deaths have fallen 54% since 2010. Rare diseases that affect 30 million Americans get studied at the NIH because no market will fund that research. Every dollar that's appropriated to the National Institutes of Health generates $2.46 in economic output. NIH-supported work contributed to 354 of the 356 new drugs that the FDA approved between 2010 and 2019. Cutting the funding source of that pipeline does not slow it, it ends it. The proposed OMB federal financial assistance rule would give political appointees authority to terminate funded grants at any time without cause, including ongoing clinical trials with enrolled patients. This is not a hypothetical. NIH has already terminated or frozen thousands of grants, including hundreds of ongoing clinical trials since January 2025, concentrated in infectious disease, vaccine, and health disparities research. This proposed rule will make that authority permanent. The NIH director has eliminated the merit score thresholds that once protected peer review, and political appointees are right now overriding peer review outcomes to screen grants for alignment with administrative priorities. The proposed OMB rule will also severely restrict international research. We're managing an H5N1 bird flu outbreak that has more than 70 documented human cases. We recently concluded a hantavirus response that required CDC scientists working alongside Argentine counterparts.
For you to say wind turbines don't cause cancer, right? But for the government to say 5G doesn't cause cancer, there's your answer, bro. You're being lied to. Sorry, you're talking about MK Ultra. Yeah.
The current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo is now the third largest on record and is outpacing containment efforts. This rule will curtail exactly that kind of cooperation that we need. NIH lost 1,112 PhD trained workers from 2025 to early 26. More than half of the NIH institutes right now are operating without permanent scientific leadership. The majority of its advisory councils required by statute to provide independent oversight have lost more than half of their members. The fundamental choice before this Congress is between a system where scientists make scientific judgments through accountable processes and one where political appointees make those calls instead. That choice will determine whether the next breakthroughs in cancer, Alzheimer's, antibiotic resistance, and pandemic defense will happen here, somewhere else, or perhaps not at all. I urge this committee to support a joint resolution of disapproval to block the proposed OMB financial assistance rule. That authority to replace peer review with political approval has not been granted by Congress and
Dr.
should not
Janeski, your
be.
time's expired. I'll be now going to myself.
Thank you.
Aiden, I've been doing this for 15 plus years. I guarantee you I have more knowledge in my left testicle than you could ever mention to me with your liberal ass unisex fucking bathrooms, fucking wind turbines are fucking great, fucking shit. Whatever, bro. Come on, dude. You literally sound like CNN's talking points, but yet you talk about fucking mainstream media and fucking MK Ultra and getting your brain fucking being fucking manipulated, but yet everything you've said is nothing but manipulation. You're a fucking tranny that fucking loves wind turbines and fucking get the fuck out of here.
Very
Minutes of
much.
questioning. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, Tim, we should just have unisex bathrooms so all the men and women can share a bathroom, because that's just fair. What type of shit are you spewing, you guys? What is wrong with y'all? Wow.
My first question is for Mr. O'Neill. MK Naomi, the joint CIA Army program that ran parallel with MK Ultra at Fort Detrick, appears to have been run with deliberate minimal documentation. Army records on Special Operations Division have apparently been destroyed. In your investigation, what did you learn about MK Naomi, and do you believe its activities were even more serious than what we know about MK Ultra?
I think the part that's killing me the most is these hackers really don't give a rat's back end, right? They don't care. Take a look at one more ransom notice here. They tell them you're.
I'm sorry. I didn't learn anything about those operations. I kept my focus mostly on Dr. West and his work. I do know that the only reason I found the documents I found was because Dr. West accidentally left them in his papers, and he probably did that because he corresponded with Gottlieb under Gottlieb's assigned alias, which was Sherman Grifford, and he addressed all his mail to a post office box here under a false corporation.
Thank
So
you, Mr. I'm just going to real quick go to
Okay.
Dr. Kinzer. Are you aware of anything that exists with MK and Naomi in your research? And if you could please press the button.
My understanding of MK Naomi is that it was a joint project between the military and the CIA. And there's a big difference because the MK Ultra project was aimed at seizing control of the minds of individuals. The Army was interested in something different, which was trying to use biological agents in warfare against entire populations. So MK Naomi is the place where these two goals overlapped.
And that was the 1953 Frank Olson death. Was that in a way tied to that from some chatter that we had seen in
exactly what the motivation was behind the decision about Frank Olson, if there was such a decision?
Aiden, aren't you the one that said that you're trans? Aiden, aren't you trans, Aiden? Didn't you say that? I'm just wondering. Talk about weirdo. Hey, talk about mental health, bro. No. I'm saying talk about mental health. Talk about mental health, bro. You're trans, right? Yeah, let's talk about your mental health, bro. You skip around all that one. So are you a man or a woman? Which one are you, bro? You don't even know, so you can't even decide what you are, but you're questioning me? Get out of here, bro. Get out of here with that shit, dude. Take that bullshit somewhere else. I don't care what you think you are or what you call yourself, dude. That is disgusting. Get out of here, dude. For real. I don't care what you are, but you're damn not very smart. That's for sure. You literally stand. Wait, and you don't think 5G causes cancer? Are you fucking stupid? Wind turbines are good and 5G doesn't cause cancer. Get rid of this fool, Ryan. This dude don't even need. Go somewhere else, Aiden. Bye. Bye, Aiden. Am I what? Am I a real based man? Yes. What are you? You're a fucking weirdo. Fuck.
Is unknown.
My next question is also for you, sir. Operation Paperclip brought over 1,600 German scientists into the United States government after World War II, including individuals who had conducted human experimentation in concentration camps. The CIA and military were aware of their backgrounds and recruited them anyways. In your research, did you find direct documentation between Paperclip scientists and the development of MKUltra's experimental protocols, specifically the use of mescaline, hypnosis, and sensory deprivation, which were techniques also documented at Dachau?
Absolutely. Kurt Blome, who was the chief of biological weapons development for the Nazi government, came to work for the CIA. So did Walter Schreiber, who was the Surgeon General of the Nazi army. I can just tell a brief story. When I was researching my book, I found what I think might be the first secret CIA prison or black site. It's a nice chalet in Germany. And the guy who now owns it took me into the basement. He said these were the cells where the MKUltra officers, working side by side with Nazis, carried out those gruesome experiments, which were actually just continuations of the experiments that those Nazis had been conducting just a few years earlier, right down the road.
Just for timeline and clarification, these experiments were happening after the Nuremberg trials, correct? So the CIA would have known that.
Oh, so what they're saying is, after World War II, and we took all the Project Paperclip, and we got the Nazi scientists, we continued the experiments right here in America. Huh? How ironic. Why does Walt Disney have anything to do with this?
That these were crimes against humanity.
I looked for an episode in which the Nuremberg doctrines were posted on the wall in some MKUltra or CIA office, and I was never able to find any indication that those Nuremberg principles ever were even consulted, much less obeyed.
Thank you. My next question would be for either witness to comment, Dr. Kinzer or Mr. O'Neill. Both witnesses have written about the psychiatrist Louis Jolly West. Sidney Gottlieb, who ran MKUltra program for the CIA, hired West as a contractor to conduct research for Subproject 43, combining hypnotism, drugs, and sensory deprivation to create dissociative states, in which, to quote Mr. Kinzer in his book, Poisoner in Chief, the human mind could be pulled away from its moorings. Following the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, West psychiatrically examined Jack Ruby, then in prison for murdering the president accused of the assassination, Lee Harvey Oswald, the assassin accused of murdering President Kennedy, Lee Harvey Oswald. A report emerged from West's examination said that Ruby had suffered a acute psychotic break. Can you explain why Dr. West in particular was chosen to conduct an examination of Jack Ruby alone in his jail cell with no other psychologist present?
If you are caring for your parent, listen to this. You can receive $22,000 per year for the care you are.
Be happy to. West inserted himself into the case when Ruby was the day of the shooting, the day after the shooting. West approached the judge in the preliminary hearings and asked to be assigned to the case. He was refused by the judge. After Ruby was convicted at his first trial, an associate of West, Dr. Hubert Winston Smith, who was a psychiatrist and an attorney, took over Ruby's defense for his appeal. And he had already discussed appointing Ruby to the case, or excuse me, West to the case. And as you said, West examined Ruby alone at the jail cell and emerged to announce that in the preceding 48 hours, he had an acute psychotic break from which he would never recover. He had been declared competent to stand trial the first time by a panel of, I think, 8 psychiatrists. This psychotic break lasted until his death in 1967. 2 months after West examined him, Ruby testified for the first time and only time to the Warren Commission. And it was the first time he ever publicly was supposed to say what his reasons were for shooting Oswald. The testimony had to be halted because he was babbling incoherently. And as Arlen Specter, who was a counsel to the commission, wrote in his memoirs, he pulled him aside and said that they were cutting off the arms and legs of children in Albuquerque and El Paso. And he said he was making no sense whatsoever. West, in his letters to Gottlieb from 1953, discussed experiments where he would induce specific mental disorders in people without their awareness. A year before the Kennedy assassination, he publicly spoke in Oklahoma City and talked about his LSD experiments inducing psychiatric breaks and psychosis in people with the use of LSD, which of course later contradicted what he told the New York Times when he said he never used LSD in animal experimentation.
What an interesting connection. I'm out of time, but I'll be now recognizing Mr. Burleson from Missouri for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your diligent work on this. And hopefully we will hear back from the CIA on those boxes of documents that have so many questions about.
Wow. They're saying some stuff right here, y'all. Like, bro, I'm going to be honest. Ryan, Westfall, are you still in the chat, bro? This is like interesting to me. This is all stuff that we've been talking. Exactly. Good. This is insane. This is what we knew all along. I know the fact that they're telling us this. Are they waiting because like 4th of July weekend, nobody's paying attention to this stuff? Like, there's some truth to what we're hearing right now. I mean, you can't believe everything, but wow. Truth comes from researches done, not from people spewing nonsense like RFK. Bro, Westfall, handle that one, bro. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go because I really want to watch this more in depth, and it's just like not.
Dr. Kinzer and Mr. O'Neill, the CIA created MK Ultra in 1953, supposedly out of fear that the Soviet Union and China had developed mind control capabilities. Let me go back a little bit further. So one of my questions has to do with the event that happened in 1951 in August in France. There was a bakery that I guess the people that lived in that community, over 250, some say 300 people were poisoned from the bread. It was determined that that was LSD that was causing all of these people to hallucinate. Some people died. Is there any connection, Dr. Kinzer, to that event? And what
Westfall, what are you doing right now, bro? This is real interesting. What are you doing right now? Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up, bro? If you do, let me know. I'll send you a link to your messenger if you want to come up. Let me know.
Was that
Or anybody else that knows me that I could send them a link privately, let me know if you want to come up.
that's something that either inspired the MK Ultra program or the MK Naomi program, or is that something that we were involved in even that early on?
I would turn that question back to you. I don't think anybody really knows the full story of what happened at that time in France. That the United States could have been involved. That this could have been part of what was then called Operation Artichoke, the predecessor for MK Ultra. Seems to me not beyond the realm of possibility. There's a lot of overlap between the ergot enzyme that is the basis of LSD and certain rye and wheat funguses that can be used in breads. Was that something intentional? Was it something the Americans were involved in? I have my suspicions, but just based on my background as a journalist, I don't operate on suspicions. So I would love to see more investigation of that episode.
Clamad is a unique brand with human touch.
Success is to make people around me happy. The more we can use technology to lift weight out of their hands, the better we are compared to the competition.
This game, you're not ready for it.
My next question has to do with once the program began. I think one of the most shocking things that we've determined is the Operation Midnight Climax that occurred in the early 1950s, 60s, where the CIA had safe houses. And there was, I say, Dr. Kinzer, I mean, this is extremely disturbing behavior that was happening, where you had American citizens who were being lured into these brothels and then dosed with an hallucinogenic and then filmed during their sex acts. Was there anyone prosecuted for these crimes?
No, there have been no prosecutions for any crime related to MK Ultra, as far as I know.
Okay, so they just said exactly. So this is called the electric Kool-Aid. Well, there was the electric Kool-Aid acid test. And then these ones were like little raves. What they're talking about is they set up these little brothels. And they were like little raves. And they were see-through walls. So there was people behind the walls doing their studying, taking notes, recording everything that's going on. And they're dosing these people up and they don't even know it. And it had been going on for so long, and people were calling it out, and the government called us exactly what you called me, Aiden, like conspiracy theory or some shit. But this has all really been going on. I mean, they've been using us for so long, and it's just ironic. This is the same time they manipulated us with JFK, with the moon landing, with the Russian scare, with all the BS that they came with. Here we are, and this is the shit that they came up with.
To me, the remarkable aspect of that Operation Midnight Climax was that there wasn't even the pretense of scientific experimentation. The person watching behind the one-way mirror was a grossly overweight drug officer sitting on a portable toilet and drinking cocktails out of a pitcher. There was nobody there that was a scientist or somebody who understood sexual behavior or human psychology. So there was no science involved in it at all. I can add a little footnote. When I was researching Poisoner in Chief, I came across a document in which one of the officers involved in setting up that program, Operation Midnight Climax, said that Sidney Gottlieb himself used to fly from Washington out to inspect the project regularly and always asked that women be provided for him. So
that was my next question. Do you think that the agents were involved in the sexual encounters?
Well, and could that have actually been the reason? why the bordello was opened, there was no prospect of any serious scientific result out of that project, given the personnel who were overseeing it. So those CIA officers, particularly Gottlieb, involved in overseeing Operation Midnight Climax, certainly were able to take advantage of what it offered.
Thank you. My last question. First, I want to say thank you to Mr. O'Neill. The book Chaos, I checked it out from the Library of Congress and greatly appreciate your work there. I was intrigued by one of the statements that you made based on your research that the MKUltra program, they were actually successfully able to replace memories. And because of that, I'm wondering if, and Dr. Kinzer, you can chime in if you have any knowledge of this. Did the program continue, and do you think that the program in some aspect is still continuing today?
You're asking if the program continued after 1973 when it was halted, supposedly. I honestly, that's a question I'm asked at almost every appearance I do. Is it happening today? Did it continue? I don't know. I can't imagine that it didn't, though, because the technology that they worked to establish over 20, 25 years and spent more money on than any operation the CIA had ever conducted was successful. I imagine it's being used. I have no evidence of it being used, so it's a complete assumption.
I would just add that one of the letters to which Mr. O'Neill referred contains a quote from Mr. Gottlieb saying that these experiments were necessary, quote, in these times. I think it's important to put yourself back in that mindset where the United States felt that it was under such overwhelming threat that the loss of a few lives or a few hundred lives was a small price to pay. Commitment to a great cause is one of the most fundamental justifications for committing immoral acts. And patriotism is among the most noble of causes. It can be twisted and it can be used as an excuse to carry out research under the guise that this is simply research we're doing to protect ourselves against others. And I think that is a mindset that may still be active in some parts of our government.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Madam Chair. My time has expired. I yield back.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. I now recognize myself. Thank you to the witnesses for coming today to testify about MKUltra. Dr. Genexi, you said you worked for the NIH, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you left in 2025?
That is correct.
I noticed during your opening statement that you had nothing to say about the content of this hearing being about MKUltra. Your statement seemed to be based more on your issues with this administration's attempt to reform and rein in the NIH. Is that a fair assessment of your opening statement?
My opening statement was talking about the destruction of the NIH and cancellation of grants and political control of the NIH.
Would you deny that the NIH had involvement in the funding of the Wuhan lab?
I don't have any knowledge about any funding related to the Wuhan lab.
So are you denying that the NIH?
I'm basically
the
here to
Wuhan
talk
lab?
about what's happening right now at the NIH and how we really should be letting science be driven by scientists and not by politicians.
Well, do you,
Because that's how we fund cures and make health progress.
well, with all due respect, ma'am, do you find it ironic that for years we were told to trust the science, and then in the aftermath, we've all found out that most of what we were told during COVID was a complete lie and it wasn't scientific at all?
The number one thing that I think that we're doing to destroy trust in American science right now is canceling clinical trials. In the middle of those clinical trials, this does incredible harm to the patients who are receiving experimental treatments, and it really destroys the trust that we have in how do we recruit patients for future trials if they are knowing that their trials could just be simply canceled for political reasons.
I don't think anybody up here would deny that there's never been anything good that's come out of the NIH and that you guys have done some good work, but you just brought up trust. Do you think the NIH has a trust problem based on how they handled COVID?
No, I do not. I think that the NIH is beloved by the American people because we know about the advances in human health and cancer treatments and heart disease and diabetes and all of the health gains that the research has produced.
Well, I think you're wrong, ma'am. I think the public has a serious mistrust issue with the NIH. Do you deny that the NIH tried to cover up the origin of COVID?
I'm not here to testify about that. That's not my area of science. I have no knowledge of that.
Do you believe that the NIH supported masking and social distancing when there was really no science to support that?
What I'm more concerned about is what's happening right now to destroy the Biomedical Research Institute that has been the envy of the world. And right now, we're ceding our leadership in biomedical research to China. That's what's happening right now.
What about covering up harmful side effects of vaccines and the role that the NIH has played in that? What do you have to say about that, ma'am?
The U.S. history of human subjects protection has evolved greatly. Numerous research improprieties from the 50s to the 70s in the United States, including the Tuskegee syphilis study, forced Congress to establish formally federal
I'm not asking you about that.
mandated rules.
You know what I'm asking you about? I'm asking you about how NIH handled COVID. Obviously, this is supposed to be a hearing about MK Ultra, but when you gave your opening statement, and I don't even know why you were called to this hearing because you didn't offer anything about MK Ultra. But since you are here and you're going to defend NIH, I'm going to call you out on it. Do you see now what I'm talking about when you say that the NIH doesn't have integrity problems and trust issues? Did you hear the applause in this room? That should tell you right now that you're pretty tone deaf to what the public thinks about how the NIH handled COVID and the cover up, not only the funding of it, but the cover up involved in the aftermath. Can you acknowledge that?
I'm sorry, that's not my understanding.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge Ms. Bobert for the next round of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to two of our witnesses who are here to actually talk on our subject here today. Mr. Kinzer, in your book, Poisoner in Chief, you describe how Project MKUltra was authorized by CIA Director Allen Dulles in April of 1953 as an umbrella program for research into the covert use of biological and chemical materials for mind control and interrogation. What specific geopolitical and intelligence concerns, particularly regarding alleged Soviet and Chinese, quote, brainwashing and Korean War prisoners, drove this authorization? And how did Cindy Gottlieb's unique background and personality and worldwide view shape the program's direction and methods and ethical boundaries?
For fuck's sake, cut!
This is the first true AI production platform.
Let me start by answering your second question about Gottlieb. He was a very different person from all of the other senior CIA officers of that era. Most of them came from silver spoon backgrounds. They went to the same prep schools and the same Ivy League colleges and belonged to the same yacht clubs and worked for the same law firms and international banks. Sidney Gottlieb was the son of Orthodox Jewish refugees from Central Europe. He had a limp. He had a stutter. He went to Hebrew school. He was so different from all of the other officers. And upon reflection, I think this may not have been an accident. I think that people at the CIA understood that whoever had this job was going to be doing some awful, terrible things that would be very bloody, that they might become known, and it might be necessary to blame it all on somebody. And they didn't want to have to blame it all on one of their own. So Gottlieb actually became the person on whom everything was blamed. In fact, when he testified in secret here in Congress in the 1970s, he complained that there were documents on which various signatures had been redacted, but his alone had remained. So is a way of diverting attention away from the institutional responsibility of the CIA and trying to blame it on one crazy person. As for the international situation at the time, I think it's very important to understand this because there is a sort of a parallel to today. The CIA misinterpreted several key incidents in the world, including those to which you referred, the trial of the Cardinal Mindszenty, and then in Hungary, and then the return of Korean War prisoners. Neither of those episodes really had to do with mind control, but in the CIA, they were interpreted that way. And this gave the CIA a reason to pretend that its research was purely defensive. So I think when you consider the world situation and the sense in Washington that we're surrounded by enemies, that becomes a very dangerous environment. Conspiracy theories stem from the growth of the covert sphere. There's a great contradiction in American life that we pretend to uphold certain principles at home and abroad, but it's evident to many Americans that we actually operate in opposition to those principles. And we operate by secret and anti-democratic means. That contributes to suspicion of government. And the very existence of MK proves that some of the wildest fantasies about secret government research are actually close to reality. That makes the paranoid mindset seem ever more rational.
Thank you. And I'm going to have to cut off several of my questions now, but that was very intriguing. So I wanted you to continue. MK Ultra ultimately objects and involving more than 80 institutions, universities, hospitals, prisons, pharmaceutical companies, often funded through cutout foundations to conceal CIA sponsorship. Can you detail how these funding and operational security mechanisms worked in practice? And then just another subset, if I don't get back to asking a question, did the CIA or government or any of these entities ever say that what they were doing with MK Ultra and mind control were productive or for the betterment of humanity? Did they ever make those claims? Thank you.
As for your second question, I'm not aware, other than in private communications, that the CIA ever claimed that it had made great advances under MK Ultra, because it largely denied that MK Ultra ever existed. As for the foundations, these are, Sidney Gottlieb created a couple of bogus foundations. They're called cutouts in CIA slang. And these are foundations that appear to be independent, but actually are fully funded and controlled by the CIA. It was those foundations that approached hospitals and clinics and asked them to become involved in research, particularly into LSD. So many of the institutions where these experiments took place did not even realize that those foundations were actually covers for the CIA.
Thank you very much. And Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Mace from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Dr. Janexi, you work with the NIH, correct?
No, I am no longer affiliated with the NIH.
When did you leave the NIH?
April of last year.
April of last year. Did you ever speak with Anthony Fauci or any of your NIH colleagues when you were there about the NIH's role in funding the Wuhan Institute of Virology or the development of COVID-19 virus?
No.
Do you believe that the NIH or Dr. Fauci lied to the American people about COVID?
No.
Are you familiar with Dr. Fauci's statements to Congress about COVID?
No.
You didn't watch any of Dr. Fauci. You worked at the NIH and you didn't watch any of Dr. Fauci's.
No, I did not work at NIAID.
Okay. Do you think that, do you think the COVID shots harm American citizens?
No, I do not.
Do you think that the COVID shots cause turbo cancers?
No.
Have you read do you know if the NIH or NIAID track COVID shot injuries or cancers or anything harmful from them?
I am not aware of any harmful tracking, and this is not my area of expertise, no.
What is your area of expertise?
I'm a research psychologist, and I did not work at NIAID.
And you're here for what reason?
I am here to testify about what is happening to the NIH right now.
You're not here to testify about MK Ultra?
I am not an MK Ultra expert.
Why did the Dems send you here if you're not an MK Ultra expert?
But I am an expert in human subjects protection, which is related, and in the conduct of human subjects research.
Okay. But you don't know anything about MK Ultra, which is the purpose of this hearing. All right, so I have a couple questions for our witnesses who are here to talk about MK Ultra, and thank you, gentlemen, Dr. Kinzer and Mr. O'Neill. What are some of the worst abuses that you're aware of in the MK Ultra program?
I can start by just naming, I'll talk about one in particular that always sticks in my mind. In the federal prison in Lexington, Kentucky, a group of African-American inmates was segregated and fed what were described in the protocol as double, triple, and quadruple doses of LSD every day for 77 days.
Did they all survive?
We have no idea what happened to them.
Whoa. See, there's truth and lies to all this, you guys. I believe what he's telling us is true, but when they say, are they alive or not, and the results, and I just don't know, there's the lie. There's where we need to go look into it. Bro, this is just wild. Some of, like, what they're doing is they're giving us tidbit pieces of truth, and we just got to decipher. This is some wild stuff. And yes, you're lying about a lot of the stuff. I'm glad they brought up Fauci. I don't know. I mean, he got pardoned. I wonder why.
Stuck with me ever since I wrote that book. What happened to them? Did they ever find out what was given to them? Did they think they were going crazy? Did they? I think if the.
Do you think we're still experimenting on prisoners or people in prison today?
I don't have any information about that.
Okay.
I'm hoping there'll be another book about
Mr.
what's
O'Neill,
happening now.
what are some of the worst abuses in MK Ultra?
You know that feeling when the playlist is easy?
Hey, don't forget the good stuff.
The breeze shows up on time?
Oh, this looks so good.
But the picnic doesn't really start until the potato salad arrives. Yeah, we know that feeling. Reese's, proud sponsor of Good Times.
If you don't work in IT, keep scrolling. Okay, now that they're gone, how are we doing? How many
There were many. The Frank Olson case, which was referenced earlier, that was a murder. I don't believe that was a suicide. And the motivation was because he was going to be a whistleblower. He worked at the CIA. He worked in the development of biological weapons, and he was planning to go public and announced that the United States government was using biological weapons in the Korean War. And also he was going to share what he knew about MK Ultra experiments, including lethal experiments. And there's a documented case.
How many, gentlemen, how many people do you think died through the MK Ultra program or were murdered?
No idea.
If those who died largely were outside the United States, many people were experimented to death in that safe house in Germany that I visited. And people in the neighborhood told me they knew what was going on in that house, and that people who were experimented to death are now buried in what used to be forest plots that are now covered over.
Do you think
with
the German government knew what the US government was doing? Do you think there was a partnership there or knowledge?
Yes. There is a memo that was written by the German Secret Service to Konrad Adenauer, the Chancellor of Germany, telling him Americans are here capturing citizens, capturing people and conducting extreme experiments which are in violation of German law. And Adenauer decided to put that aside and not to investigate.
I have one more
further.
question because I have 15 seconds. Is this a massive cover-up by the US government?
It's certainly a cover-up of what happened in the past.
Mr. O'Neill?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Mace. I now recognize Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. To Dr. Kinzer and Mr. O'Neill, I want to focus on the information that we do have and things of that nature. Do we know of, can you name the locations, say the prisons, the hospitals, other institutions, and the cutouts as you described, either one of you folks described them, that would be familiar to us or the American people? Can you name?
Yeah, if I could begin just by saying, at the end of the 1977 hearings, Senator Ted Kennedy and Senator Daniel Inouye, who were the co-chairs, demanded that there be an investigation to find out who were the perpetrators, where were the experiments conducted, and most importantly, to locate victims, compensate them, notify them, because many didn't even know they'd been experimented on, and give them lifetime medical care. President Jimmy Carter and Attorney General Griffin Bell said the federal government will begin an investigation. That never happened. Instead, the CIA created something called the Victims Task Force to investigate itself. It was a two-man investigation to locate victims, and they only look for people who had been experimented on in the safe houses. They completely, because I interviewed both of them before they passed away, they completely avoided institutional experimental programs at the hospitals. And you're asking about the hospitals, the Oklahoma City Hospital, Lackland Air Force Base Hospital, the Lexington Addiction Center, which Dr. Kinzer referred to, the Holmesburg Prison, Vacaville Prison, universities all over the country, Yale, Ivy League universities. None of those records there was a criminal investigation was also supposed to start into Gottlieb's destruction of the records. That had been announced by the Justice Department. And I interviewed Griffin Bell and asked him what happened to all those investigations and what happened to all those efforts to locate victims. He said it just must have fallen through the cracks.
So it was the DOJ that was supposed to investigate?
DOJ, the Department of Justice, and they just kept passing it off and passing it off.
Do you know if the DOJ in their investigation visited the places that you've named?
No, absolutely not.
Wait, hold on a second. They didn't, or you don't know?
Oh, no. I asked the two men who did the investigation, and they said all we did was look into what happened at the safe houses in San Francisco and New York City in 1962.
So is it possible that information and documentation remains at the prisons, the treatment centers, the universities where these things were conducted? Is that possible?
Yeah, well, I found Dr. West's records at UCLA in his file. Hospital records are really hard to get because of HIPAA laws, and prison records, the Bureau of Prisons do have a lot. So yeah, it is possible there's still documents buried places.
What were the average ages, if you know, of the people that were experimented on? Were these children? Were these middle-aged? Were they?
Well, there were adolescent studies done in juvenile detention facilities and jails with kids who were 16, 17, 18 years old, and at institutional schools for wayward kids. The National Training School for Boys here in Washington, D.C. had them. So it ranged from, I think, adolescent, pre-adolescent, through any age.
If you could describe, either one of you, the number of potential victims, if you could hazard a guess.
There were 149 programs that we know of that were subcontracted outside of
149 separate programs.
So yeah, outside. And that's what we know of. Again, everything we know of is minuscule compared to what was really going on. So, I mean, that could have been into the tens of thousands. And I believe that's another reason that nothing was pursued, because if those people were compensated, it could have bankrupted.
Has there been any recent attempt to find, locate, identify victims of this?
Not that I know of.
I would just add that there's been considerable progress in this regard in Canada. There was MK Ultra research going on at a psychiatric hospital in Canada, and the Canadian government has made a real effort to try to find out who the victims were, and also to compensate them and to provide them with medical treatment. So if we're looking for an example of a place where it was done better, even though it was on a much smaller scale, Canada would be a place to look.
So other than embarrassment to the federal government, maybe agencies involved, and particular individuals who are probably likely deceased at this point, what is the reason for the mass redaction of the information that we do have? Has any reasoning been given?
Shame?
I'm sorry?
Shame?
That's what I'm saying, other than embarrassment, but I think it stands to reason that probably the individuals involved in conducting and authorizing this activity are probably all deceased.
Sure.
At this point. Is there any reason to believe otherwise?
I make those arguments in my FOIA requests, but it doesn't get me anywhere. I don't know about you, Dr. Kinzer.
Building. Mission accomplished.
All right, time's expired. I'll give.
Thank you, Representative Perry. I'm now going to go to a second line of questions. So I'll be recognizing myself, followed by, I believe, Representative Bubber and either of the representatives if they'd like to join in. I wanted to elaborate further, Dr. Kinzer, on what you had stated about potentially there being bodies, the locations, Germany, because I'm going to reach out to the German government after this to get the ball rolling on that, if that is indeed the case. Can you just elaborate further on what you were hearing from people in that area, what they were saying, and then also to potential locations of bodies?
First of all, the memo that Chancellor Adenauer received is on the record. You can find that memo warning that these operations are going on. I did speak to people who lived in that area, and they all understood. Some of them had cooperated with an investigation by a German magazine, Der Spiegel, that called that house the CIA torture center. And in that article, it said there were deaths, but the number is not known. So it was a secret to us, to the people in the neighborhood. If living in Cambodia, you would have known about it. So I think there is fruitful ground for research looking into what happened in Germany and seeing what can be found out about these hugely destructive and devastating projects that were essentially systematic torture going on in this house and who knows how many others.
Just to confirm too, when you found the initial transcript with the chancellor or correspondence, was there a response from the U.S. government to the Germans?
No, the U.S. government would possibly have advised Adenauer not to pursue it, but I don't think Adenauer would have even needed to be told that. He would see it, he would understand his close partnership with the United States made it impossible for him to criticize anything the U.S. was doing. Don't forget, this was not so long after the end of the Second World War. So no, there was no effort by the United States ever to reveal anything about what happened in Germany. And in fact, one of the FOIA requests that I made that was never fulfilled, and one that I would urge you to pursue, is what was Sidney Gottlieb doing during 2 years in Germany? He went to Germany and went to live there as a case officer. I was never able to find out what did he do during 2 years in Germany. There were huge numbers of MKUltra experiments going on in Germany, including a number that were fatal. That would be a very interesting catch of documents to find.
We will definitely be following up. My next question would be for either Dr. Kinzer or Mr. O'Neill. Declassified CIA records have revealed that officers deployed overseas have used USAID funding as an official cover, or USAID as an official cover for operational work that had nothing to do with the mission of USAID, i.e. humanitarian aid. medical relief, etc. In some cases, CIA officers operated under USAID cover, engaged in lethal activity in places such as Vietnam, running assassination missions during the war in country from 1965 to 1975. And since MKUltra seems to have found its origin in drug experiments conducted on prisoners overseas, and first by the SS in Nazi Germany and then by US intelligence in camps captured from the Germans, do you believe that USAID may have been used overseas to further influence or further the MKUltra, for example, on prisoners of war? Since part of USAID's mission was to administer drugs to the poor and needy populations, would the organization have abused its mandate by poisoning foreign populations or creating disassociated states for interrogation or torture?
I can't speak directly to AID, but it's certainly true that during this period, after the Second World War, the United States was using publicly announced and official U.S. government agencies to carry out covert action. We now know, for example, that 5% of all of the money appropriated for the Marshall Plan was diverted for covert activities. A number of U.S. agencies were used as cover by covert operatives, and that AID could have been one of them sounds very likely to me.
And the NIMH admitted to allowing itself to be used for covert funding of MKUltra experiments in the 1970s when the operation was disclosed.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Burchett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you all for being here. I remembered when all the talk about MKUltra broke, and then they were talking about lawsuits, and there were lawsuits, and the CIA and the federal government said that this didn't exist, and then they came back and said, well, it does exist, and then, but we're not doing it anymore. I guess my question to y'all first is, which lie do we believe? Because, thank you. Obviously, there was an open bar before this thing started, so thank y'all. But Dr. Kinzer? Hit your mic, brother. You're not on the mic. It's an old CIA trick. I'm just kidding.
I put myself in the place of one of those senior CIA officers, and I'm thinking to myself, like the ones back in the 1950s, well, other people must be doing this. We'd be falling behind if we don't do it. And nobody's looking over our shoulders. And that, I think, is your job. So I think there is a definite air of urgency and total secrecy. If any current research is going on, and if it's conducted in any comparable level of secrecy to the original MKUltra, it's very deeply secret.
But one thing you said, though, it's going to be hard for Congress to act when they're so dadgum compromised. Let's just be honest. I mean, y'all are in the business of twisting ears and telling us things that we've done, and that sways a lot of people up here. Somebody doesn't want to wreck a marriage or their business or lose this glamorous job that we have. And so I suspect that has a lot of play into it. Sorry to interrupt you. I apologize.
All I mean to say is that I think if there are such projects going on inside the U.S. government, there might be a sense that we can do this without any hostile supervision.
What are the possibilities that what we've learned in MKUltra, now that it has advanced so much to algorithms and the computer and getting to loners, that some of these loners could, through this just mass propagation of whatever you're doing, could cause someone to maybe take a shot at a president?
Coin Poker hosts monthly poker tournaments open to the community. No account verification required.
I know there's a lot of speculation out there about the Butler shooting, and I guess even the Charlie Kirk shooting. I just hate to speculate because I don't know. I have no firsthand knowledge whether those guys were programmed through radio waves or through their computer activity. So I would never hazard a guess, except to say what I've already said, that they developed means that we've never been told about many, many years ago, and I imagine they've evolved to be much more effective now. So
Let me
anything's
interrupt you
possible.
one more time, and I apologize again. But don't you think that they could cast this broad net through these algorithms and other things, and maybe they don't know the exact person it's going to affect, but they know what type of person it's going to affect, and they know it's going to happen, and that way they can't predict when it's going to happen, but they think it will happen, and then that way they can sort of wash their hands of this whole thing and say, we didn't have anything to do with it, but in effect they really did, because they put this out there and they continue to put it out there. To what other method you're talking about? Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. Ma'am, if you want to jump in.
She's with NIH.
Okay. Doctor, go ahead.
It sounds to me like you're describing something like the Martin Luther King assassination. The FBI didn't carry it out, but it created such a climate just denouncing King as the most dangerous man in America and putting out all this material about how he was helping communists that they must have thought it's going to filter down. Somebody will take action, and then we can say we didn't have anything to do with it.
And James Earl Ray was a third-rate thief. He made an incredible shot, 1 foot on a commode, 1 foot in a bathtub, leaning out of a window, basically. And the next day, or that afternoon, all the shrubbery was cut in front of the flop house he was staying in. There's a lot on that one that will never be discussed. I have some friends that were there, so I guess I'm on pretty close to firsthand knowledge. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm probably going to get audited when I walk out of the room. I know it. So thank you. Chair Lady, I yield back my 4 seconds.
Thank you, Rep. Burchett. I would like to now recognize Representative Boebert for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I would love to let you gentlemen just talk some here. But when we're bringing up operations like Naomi and MK Ultra, there's Operation Mockingbird that was going on at the same time as MK Ultra, and it really ties into what Congressman Burchett was talking about with radio waves, where we have these like a Venn diagram of individual people and the military casting a broader net. So you have the radio waves, computer activity, the Operation Mockingbird, the programming that is taking place. So what do you see in relation to what was happening then and what we are seeing now that could be types of the same kind of programs and even using direct energy weapons or the like? Mr. O'Neill, you can begin.
I would just like to say one thing. There was an objective outlined in the early proposals for MK Ultra to do experimentation to see whether they could do mass conversion, convert entire populations. I think that had something to do with the France incident that you were talking about earlier. Again, today it's all speculation, but back then, they were trying to use psychological means to see how you could influence people's thoughts. And Mockingbird played into that, which, if people don't know, that was where they had CIA assets or co-opted people in the media who would write basically propaganda and try to control the thoughts and beliefs of the population to what the CIA needed. And is it still going on today? I would be surprised if it wasn't.
Sure. I think we saw it even during COVID with all of the NIH funding that went to COVID and the Wuhan lab and then everything that came out of that, trying to make people believe in something that wasn't there. Dr. Kinzer, do you have anything on this?
I would say only that in the modern age, maybe radio waves and drugs are not necessary to control people's minds. We have such a great advertising, propaganda, press, social media collaboration that certain opinions are marginalized and real debate is frustrated because people are not given access to full amounts of information. So that's a way of controlling the minds of populations. It doesn't even require sophisticated electronic or psychopharmacological means.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is...
Anything else you'd like to add for our next 2 minutes here? Do we haven't, maybe you have answers to questions we haven't asked.
I would just like to reiterate something that I said in response to your earlier
Yes, sir.
question, and that is that there's a reason why conspiracy theories are so widespread in America. It has to do with the disassociation between what we say we are and do and what we really are and do. This has become more and more clear to more and more people. Therefore, they're suspicious of nefarious dealings by the U.S., and they're also suspicious of other things that aren't nefarious at all. But there's just this mentality that is created by the covert sphere. And that is what makes people realize that things that used to seem really far-fetched are not so far-fetched after all.
Yes, well, Congress, we create these agencies and we even provide their funding. We appropriate that funding, and then they come before us often and are too big to even answer simple questions that we have and be held to account. So it does cause for a lot of deceit, a lot of doubt in the American people, and certainly within us as members of Congress when these agencies refuse to answer to us, the branch of government that actually creates them and provides their funding. And then, of course, the American taxpayer whose money is being stolen to fund all of their programs and agencies. So I think that would be another reason how these conspiracy theories grow, because government has grown so big it won't answer to the people. Maybe they just think the people are too dumb to understand, but certainly we want to get answers to the people. And I appreciate you gentlemen for being here today. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Representative Boebert. Representative Burleson, do you have any further questions? Okay, I now recognize Representative Burleson for 5 minutes.
Mr. O'Neill, going back to Charles Manson and the Helter Skelter incident, can you explain how in the world someone who is an illiterate musician that seemed to be not exactly the brightest person somehow became a cult leader and was able to inspire all of these individuals to do crazy things?
Unfortunately, I spent 20 years trying to find out how that happened. And what I was able to prove was that from the moment Manson was released from federal prison in 1967, he violated his parole, went to the Bay Area without permission, and was immediately put under the supervision of a federal parole officer who basically gave him leniency as he gathered his group of followers, gave them drugs, dominated them, turned them into more or less subservient robots who would do anything he said. All that happened under the watchful eye of a parole officer named Roger Smith, who was also doing drug research at the same clinic that Jolly West had set up his operation to recruit subjects. All the way until 1969, when Manson finally ordered the murders that he was later convicted of, he had been arrested repeatedly for escalating crimes, beginning with petty thievery, stealing cars, and then rape, attempted murder, drug possession. Each time, not only wasn't he prosecuted, his parole wasn't violated. So the federal government, in some capacity, enabled him to do what he did and flourish until these crimes happened. And in my book, I make a case, and it's a theoretical case, that it was part of an operation called Chaos, also with the CIA, that we haven't talked about today because it really doesn't have anything to do with drug research, but it was created to neutralize what the government believed was a revolution that was happening in America in the 60s, beginning with the anti-war movement and then the black militancy movement and the Panthers. So it's kind of a big stew of a cauldron of possibilities, and Manson emerged from all that when I don't think he should have.
Yeah, it's fascinating that you have an individual, Jolly West, who was working with this parole officer. You think the parole officer was making the connection so that the drugs were then flowing through?
Well, the parole officer was at the same time he was supervising Manson's parole, running a research project called the Amphetamine Research Project out of that clinic, and that was studying amphetamines and violence and drugs and group behavior and gangs in the Bay Area. Again, I hate to speculate. I know it sounds like a cop-out, but when you see the tentacles that cross paths with Manson when he got to Los Angeles as well, I believe that he was he was manipulated and at the very least given freedom to do what he did while he was being observed.
And then the same individual, Jolly West, ends up in Oklahoma, correct? So that's where he operating out of Oklahoma during this time with Mr.
When he contracted with the CIA, he was at Lackland Air Force Base. He was the chief psychiatrist at the hospital, so he began his experiments there. A year after the letter that I quoted in my statement where he was describing what he wanted to do, a year later on July 3rd, 1954, a 3-year-old girl was abducted and found later in a gravel pit, murdered next to a car that had been abandoned. And the search party that found the little girl's body was approached by a man who was an airman at the base, and he asked them where he was and how he had gotten there. He was arrested for the murder and described by the military officers who had him in custody as being in a trance or dazed. He didn't have any drugs in his system. He didn't recognize his wife when she was brought to see him. And at his trial, where Jolly West was his advising psychiatrist who examined him, it emerged that he had actually been being treated at the hospital at Lackland in an experimental program to cure his chronic debilitating migraine headaches. And he was executed 4 years later.
And then years later, he ends up volunteering to handle the Jack Ruby.
West does, yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So just before we wrap up, is it in your expert opinion that Jack Ruby and Manson were assets of the intelligence agencies specifically pertaining to MKUltra? Were they MKUltra victims?
Yeah, theoretically, Manson, I've never been able to prove absolutely. Jack Ruby, I believe, this is something else. The Warren Commission investigation on the Warren Commission was Alan Dulles, the former CIA director, who authorized and ran MKUltra until he was fired by President Kennedy. The liaison to the committee for the CIA, who handled the information coming from the CIA back and forth to the Warren Commission, was Richard Helms, who was a direct supervisor of Jolly West. They knew who West was. They knew that what West was capable of and what they had paid him to do and what he had reported to them that he could do, including inducing mental disorders in people. That was never disclosed to the commission as far as anyone knows. So I believe that West was put in there to keep Jack Ruby from telling his story.
Wow. In closing, I just want to thank you all for being here today. And we will be following up, Dr. Kinzer, on your request to fully redact. I'll be following personally with the director of the CIA, the MKUltra files that we do have. Also, as I noted earlier, there will be more that will be declassified, specifically pertaining to newly found records that were located in what we were discussing earlier. I did also want to just state that for the record, in regards to what statements were made earlier regarding the German government, we will also be following up on that. If there are indeed people that were victims of this that have been buried, we would like to know who those people are and who their families are as well, in order to correct the historical wrongdoings of this government. Without further ado, I would like to state that all members have 5
Wow, that was a lot to take in. There was a lot I wanted to say, man. I didn't want to stop it because once I got into it, I was like really trying to pay attention to what they were saying. I was trying to talk to y'all in the chat because y'all had a lot of good stuff to say. And there was so many things that were brought up. I just didn't want to stop it. I was like really like, when you get kind of locked in, I was locked in, bro. it was hard for me to want to stop and say what I wanted to say and keep going. I didn't want to ruin it for you guys. So man, there was a lot to take in there. I think this is a lot like, first off, like every other committee hearing we see, will there be people that will pay for this? That includes, the Epstein hearings that we watched, any of it. There's so much I need to know now. I hear you, Damage. I wish you were here from the beginning. And I think I might go back and actually show this again, because this was really good. And I think it needs to be like examined. Yeah, no, dude, I woke up late. I didn't go live till late. So like not as many people got to see it. And that was an actual good one that I was sitting on. And there's just so many questions I have. Like, bro, they were lying about, dude, Project Mockingbird. Forever they told us that was a damn conspiracy as they bring it up in the hearing. Absolutely, that's being practiced today. How many videos? Hit one in the chat if y'all seen at least 5 videos of Project Mockingbird, which is hundreds of news people saying the same thing at the exact same time over and over and over and over and over. I know y'all, everybody here has heard it. There's no way that y'all have watched me and listened to me and not know what Project Mockingbird is. So they put that right in our face. Project Paperclip. They put it right in our face. Project, what was it? Midnight Get Some? What was it called? The Project Midnight Smash and Grab? Or what was it called, y'all? Where they were dosing them cats up and then watching them cucking out through the windows? Bro, that was always told it was a conspiracy. So like, yo, we need to take this topic and expand upon it, because I do believe if you take what they just said, there's truth to it, right? Just like when we listen to the Clintons' depositions or the Epstein things. There was a lot of truth that was being said, yet nothing was ever confirmed, because they don't ever tell you the fucking truth, right? They don't just tell us the truth. So, man, that was very interesting. Very interesting. It's true. We are being controlled. Rump is part of it. All AIs. Hey, man, I can't argue with Trump's connection to AI. I can't argue with that because, yes, he is. And to the dumb fuck in the chat that said it's a progressive thing to talk about data centers, you're stupid, dude. You're the dumbest human being in the world. Straight up. Progressives. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Are you the dumbest person or are you just trolling? Because that was a really stupid fucking thing, bro. Why? Because Trump and, what's that cunt's name from, what's that dickhead's name from Shark Tank? O'Leary? Kevin O'Leary? Really, dude? Get out of here, bro. The only people that run out, because I've showed videos of Bernie Sanders and AOC talking about data centers, and every damn righty dips out because they're talking. I think that's a psyop within itself. I think that's a full-blown psyop within itself. Let's use Puppet Bernie to preach how bad this is, to get everybody, to all the Republicans to go, oh, we want data centers because Bernie doesn't. It's like that much of psychological warfare we have going on right now. Like, seriously, it's that deep. It is that deep right now. That deep. Like, AOC said it's bad, so I like it. Like, bro, really? Y'all just don't think for yourself? Honestly, we aren't free. We are slaves to the country and can't do anything about it, being told how to do it. Ain't nobody telling me what to do, bro. But we are definitely, we're slave to the beast system. I can get down with that, but I ain't a slave to nobody, bro. Now, about the things they can do with this MK Ultra. If you don't think that they can right now look through my camera into my eyes and be able to control me in a way, they can. They've already said that in TED Talks almost 10 years ago. You know, if you don't think that they're taking every single bit of data that you type in the chat, that I say in my lives, and they're not storing that and using it for some type of way, bro, there's a reason why they're letting me get, do the things they're letting us do. There's a reason why this is being talked about, bro. I really, truly believe that. And like to blame Trump, that's like a dumbass fucking comment. Because if you remember, during the whole entire 2020 to 24 bullshit, you said one thing wrong. They said, oh, misinformation, take your shit down. That's not happening right now. That's not happening right now. They were lying, medical misinformation for 4 years on us. And you're blaming Trump? You're kidding me, right? Now, the AI stuff, the data centers, the digital fucking prisons that he's got us under. Yeah, I can get down with that, bro. I can get down with that. So then, I guess the answer to your question, I think I said it out loud. Both sides. Both sides. It's the government, it's the people controlling us. I don't even think left and right exists. I think it's all one fuck you to us. Now, of course, you've got people that are, psyoped to believe the left and right paradigm. And that's where you guys come in. I had people in the chat talking about, oh, we need co-ed bathrooms so that I could be like, what? Psyop. You're right. It's that way. They are watching us through our phones. They can do what they want. Trump is very cruel, inhumane. Okay, that was slick, but you're not that slick. Bye, Dick. Bye, Dick. Good luck, Joseph. Homo. Erectus. Bye, you rainbow fuck. Anyway. No, it's not one guy. Damage. That's the whole point. It's all of them, dude. It's all of them. They want to put it on the one person, but it's definitely it's a gang of different people for sure. For sure, both sides, and they take dude. The fact that in this thing, man, I'm getting sidetracked from what they brought up. Charlie Kirk, they brought up the Trump stuff, where all of that. Listen, all these things. Somebody said it was Alfonso that said when they brought up giving them guys in jail the LSD and then did experiments on them for 70-something days. That's real stuff. I was like, bro, it's these are things that they do. So what they like to do, like he said, well, it's easy to do experiments on people that are locked up, for example, because they have nobody to tell. And that's what they did with Philadelphia experiment, all of that shit where they would, take homeless people and do experiments on them. I believe the Sandman Nicholas kid who supposedly did Parkland, I believe he was a psyop. I believe he was a psyop. I believe they literally mind controlled him to go into that school. I don't think he did one pew-pew. I believe that was our government went in there and did it and totally put all the rap on that kid. They found him sitting at McDonald's lollygagging, bro. If you watch the videos, the kids were like, yeah, he was standing right by me and there was still boom-booms going off. Bro, that's MK Ultra. They find people that don't have moms, dads, that are easily influenced because they've got nothing to stand on. I could give you another story. Here in Ohio, Damage, you might remember this, the kid in Cincinnati. He was not very smart on the spectrum type cat. This was during the last 5 years. They set him up. He was also CIA set up. He had no friends. And this was back when there was a lot of mall shootings and a lot of school pew-pews and all that. What's up, Alien? What's good, bro? So they had these so they had this dude, and they convinced him to come through, and he was hanging out with damn agents, right? So they're hanging out with these agents, and the kid comes home that day and goes, "Hey, Dad, man, I was playing these video games, and it was VR, and he was learning how to go through and actually pew up a mall." So, long story short, his dad recognized what was going on. Thank God. They set the kid up to buy explosives. This is in Cincinnati, Ohio, bro. This is in Cincinnati, Ohio. They set homie up to buy explosives, and the dad exposed the CIA, and he never, look it up right now. They just set him up, bro. They send these motherfuckers to come in and do their dirty work, bro, and take the rap, just like they were saying about JFK, Martin Luther King, all of these people. It's absolutely crazy to me that here we are talking about these things. Charlie Kirk. What happened with Charlie Kirk? You know, Alfonso said, "I think I remember this." Yeah, bro. I know you remember this shit. Bro, this is a big deal. The files, that's all they can say, but they can't name one thing in them about you. Exactly. That's why it's like, look, bro, we need to be able to just decipher the truth in this shit. You know, like when they said, "Oh, there's no like scientific proof that the vaxes are gonna hurt you." Bullshit. We saw what Tulsi just dropped. We all know deep down inside our hearts that shit ain't right. You can lie to us all you want, but thank God for intuition. God blessed us, right? We got fucking intuition. Hey, Alien, you want to come up here and talk about a crazy topic with me, bro? It's not political at all, dude. It's about an Arby's manager doing some nasty stuff to a sandwich. Do you want to come up? But yeah, man, this MK Ultra stuff is just real wild, bro. Real wild. Ryan, are you able to? I would love to see Alien do it. Come on, Alien. I'm gonna send you a link to your damn Discord. I'm pressuring them. There's only 40 people in here. You can do it, dog. If not, then I'm going to go ahead and say that you're the one that was spreading the herpes around. You were spreading herpes. Son of a bee. Because you're the one, dog. You're my guy. Let's talk about this broad and what she did to this Arby's sandwich. It has nothing to do with politics. Unless you want to get into some of that. We can, son. I love you, dude. I love you, bro. You already know. You already know, bro. You already know. Y'all, if I do this story, y'all are gonna trip. I can't really do the damn. I can't really do this story about what happened in Ohio right now. I don't know if I should or not. I don't know. I don't know if I should or not. I'm gonna give it a minute and see what Alien does. And if he doesn't pop up, then yeah, I'll go to it maybe. Okay. Oh yes, we got him coming up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. In the meantime, are you able to listen? All right. So see if I do this, this will ruin my good mood. I'm gonna go ahead and see. I want to wait for him to pop up before I pull the story up because I really want to. I want to surprise you guys. I want to surprise you guys with the funny story. Come on, if you don't, I'm gonna go find out. Hey, I'm good. What, the Ohio thing? You want me to do the Ohio thing, bro? I might. Hey, look, y'all. If I do like a couple of bits, please don't get mad at me if I do them again tomorrow. You got to understand there's only 30, 40 people watching, and I want this to get seen by a lot of people because it's important. But I really love the people that are in here right now, and I'm all about rocking out. But let's get Alien in here. Let's try to talk about this Arby's lady, and we'll go from there. But the Ohio thing, this is what I will do while I'm waiting for Alien. Oh, there he is. What up?
Hey, I'm not sure where I need to click on. Can you see me?
You're in. Yeah, bro. I got you in.
Because like the only bit of myself I can see is like the tiniest thumbnail. So
yeah,
I don't want to click on it too much because then it will exit me out of it.
Yeah, don't pull a Ryan. Ryan always does that. His sausage fingers can't keep him on the stage. He always gets knocked off because he's got sausage link fingers. You know? All right, so look, let me see if the Arby's manager thing is in here or if I've got to put up the headliner. I do. All right, guys, you ready to get grossed out? Dude, this is perfect for Alien.
No, you're gonna fucking gross me out. You're gonna gross me out more than anybody.
Yep, you're a good one for that. This is fucked, y'all. This is gonna make you want to go eat fast food right afterwards, dude. And don't mind me if I go on a rant because I might go on a rant because just imagine. So here we go.
Dude, I eat fast food, dude.
Oh yeah, well don't eat at this particular Arby's. Is that fair?
I don't go to Arby's much, so I think we're safe. Arby's sounds scary.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Wait a second. I gotta be able to watch it. I don't know.
It's not a video, it's just an article. It's just an article.
Okay.
Not a video. I mean, there's a little video to it. There's like maybe a minute or two, but it's not a lot. So here we go. Is it up on the stage? Did I pull it up? No. All right, guys, here we go. Arby's manager accused of giving customer herpes after spitting in food, court records say. Look at this raggedy ass bitch, too, bro. Imagine that nasty bitch spitting in your. All right, let's see what they say here, and then I'll read.
Grainger offers professional grade products, easy ordering, and next day delivery, making them the go-to play for everyone keeping arenas game day ready. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Crime beat this afternoon. A fast food worker charged with a felony. Why? For allegedly spitting in a customer's food. 38-year-old Amanda Hendricks, the now former manager at the Arby's in Broken Bow, is seen on video spitting into a sandwich and giving it to a customer in the drive-thru. She was arrested on Sunday and booked into the McCurtain County Jail on a charge of poisoning food with intent to injure.
Can you, bro? All right. So there's the basis of the story. This nasty ass. What would you call her? What's a good word for her, bro?
Tweaker witch.
Tweaker bitch. Yeah.
Tweaker witch.
Bitch. Okay. So,
right.
anyways, an Arby's manager in Oklahoma, dude, she was the manager, bro. When I read this the first couple of times, I was picturing it just being like some disgruntled worker, and then I read it all clicked. This bitch was the manager, bro. So, anyways, an Arby's manager is accused of giving a customer herpes after spitting in her food. Amanda Hendricks was charged with felony poisoning with the intent to injure after a customer reported her food had been contaminated during a late-night visit on March 28th. Now, listen to how fucked this is, dude. Police began an investigation after receiving a report, an Arby's employee who claimed another worker had spit into a customer's meal. So the investigators went and surveilled it, right? According to the lawsuit, Hendricks was aware that she had active herpes outbreak when she spat into the customer's food.
There you
Police
go.
said the footage shows Hendricks handling the sandwich meat. Yeah, sandwich meat, your favorite, while working a slicer. Wow, she could work that meat. She allegedly lowered her head toward the meat because she was just drooling over a big fat piece of meat, and saliva can be seen falling from her mouth onto this woman's sandwich, bro. Are you kidding me? So on the night, this bitch ate her sandwich. I'm sorry, this lady ate her sandwich. She is not a bitch. Poor lady. She pulled out of the parking lot. Now, this is the funny part. So she bought 3 sandwiches. Her
You're the
husband
funny
got
part.
one, and
You're
her
the funny
mother-in-law
part,
got
but yeah.
one. Her mother got one, mother-in-law got one. Her husband, mother-in-law, and her. She ate hers before she got out of the parking lot, right? She gets home, like the next day, has a full-blown HSV-1 breakout, bro. Lesions all over her face, all over her lips. And the husband and the mom, completely fine.
Okay, so to clarify, it only took place on one sandwich, or it took place on 3
One
sandwiches?
sandwich. So
Okay.
she had a 33% chance of not catching the herpes. It landed on her. Now, the reason I'm sharing this, and now here's where the question comes in. No, this isn't in Ohio, bro. I skipped the Ohio part, damage, because it's really
Only Ohio.
Deep. It's really deep. It's about children, and I kind of wanted to spice it up a little, make it a little more funny or some shit. So, anyways, my question to you is, she's the new herpes hamburglar. Alfonso, that was funny. Alien. So here's my question. What type of punishment do we come up with for this broad? For real.
Oh my God, dude. Like, I don't even think we can get that inappropriate on here.
I mean, I think we can. We just got to be very, what type of punishment? Like, do we make...
Oh my God. I was all like, we were talking about, like, maybe I'm going to get grossed out by this story, but, I might add something to it here and there. It might gross everybody out more than expected. But I'm sure maggots should be involved in a punishment, that's for sure.
You said maggots?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Do you think a pillow, maybe? Like a pillow?
Pillow full of maggots?
A pillow full of maggots. Yeah. I think
Oh,
a pillow
God.
full of maggots would help. So was it intentionally done? Yes. I believe, first off,
So she admitted it.
Doesn't it say
she
spat in one of the sandwiches as she was cutting it. There's video of her doing it.
Oh, see, there you go,
Now,
folks. You
my
just don't admit it, right?
Yeah, she tried to blame it on the other workers because she was the manager.
But that shit's on camera.
But they got the camera. Yeah, they got the camera. Can't lie, bitch. They got you on camera drooling all over this poor woman's sandwich with your herped ass out face. I would say it's on purpose. And then here's the thing to answer your question, June Beehive. She's the manager. Who's going to tell her to go home? Think about it. She's the fucking manager.
I was the manager of fast food for like 4 years, and I didn't spit on nobody's sandwich, though. Didn't have herpes either.
Thank you, damn it. I was waiting for someone to say it in the chat. I think they should get a punishment that we can't even express. And that penalty could possibly go there, because that woman, for the rest of her life, I didn't even tell you, mother.
Oh, I got it, I think. What if she eats those sandwiches and nothing but those sandwiches for the rest of her fucking life?
Well, she's already got herpes. We need to get her she needs to suck on Magic Johnson's fucking old condom or something.
I mean, yeah, you do got a point. She would keep having outbreaks like all.
We gotta up it. We gotta
Yeah,
up
that's
it.
true.
Herpes. All right, you got the herpes. Now we gotta up it one. We gotta up it one. We gotta give her what's the next thing up? Like I said, go. You know what? All right, I can't. I'm gonna get myself in trouble if I say what I want to say right now, dude.
Exactly.
Let's
How the
just
hell
say
are we gonna?
this.
Exactly. How the hell are we gonna actually go about this? The
Magic.
way we would normally go about things.
Well, personally, we should just pillow her publicly. Serious, bro. Think about it, man. Think about if you went and grabbed a roast. Ew, dude, the roast beef. I'm just picturing now a designer poon roast beef sandwich, all bro, herpied up. No Arby's, bro. I'm done with Arby's. I just figured out that Arby's is not on my agenda, bro.
Oh no, but she should eat Arby's every day for the rest of her life with different STD each day.
That's fair.
On it. Yeah.
I still think she should get the 1980s Fauci special. Chad, if you know what I'm talking about,
I'm what
you know
you're
what I'm
meaning,
talking
to be
about.
honest with you.
Or if you watch the MK Ultra thing, maybe they should make her eat that freaking bread and set her in a cell for a while and see what happens. I bet that bread gets herpes. I mean, that's fucked. So, are you ready for another story? Are you is that
Sure,
too much?
yeah, I'm here, but yeah, well, either
Can
way,
you
whether
handle
the bread gets herpes or not, it will be well preserved. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, so do you want both of them are Ohio? Are you cool with one that's a little more it's a little more deep, but it's gonna piss you off, bro.
I'm always pissed off lately.
It's true
go ahead and do
crime.
that.
Let's get into it, bro. Let's get into it. I wasn't gonna do it, but I got you with me. So let's do it. First off, I got this story first. That leads up to it. It's just gonna start to piss us off, but again, we're on the topic of punishments, right? What should this guy's punishment? I don't think we could come up with a punishment for this guy. Honestly, I don't think there's a what's it called? There's not a fucked up enough punishment for this guy. All right. Again, sorry people that are listening. This is another bro. This is pretty deep. We all got to be, this is not political. This is absolutely life, not politics. So please, let's keep that shit out of this one. Here we go. So I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on. I'm pulling it up. I had to set up the damn headliner real fast. Mind you, this is kind of impromptu. I have more fun talking to people about these topics than my damn self sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
How many people are watching it?
About 40.
Mm.
Not a lot, but not enough that the people that are watching are real ones. That's how I look at it.
I can't even see.
It's no video, so it's it just depends. Bro, I had a really shitty topic when I started. It was bro, Trump's damn speech was so boring, I didn't even make it a quarter of the way through. It was just so it ruined kind of the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna lie. It was exactly boof like they reported. I thought for sure it was just some liberal bullshit, but it was really what it was. So, all right, can you see the headline?
Yeah.
Dad left his disabled son in a bathtub for nearly 2 months until his muscles were gone. Now, wait till you see this white trash, hills have eyes, wrong turn looking motherfucker. Get ready. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this fucking guy. Before I even read the argument.
Worst fucking nightmare you ever did fucking see. Holy shit.
So let me see what the chat says before I even read it. She needs a shit sandwich for lunch every day she's in prison. I hear you, Robert. He should get life in prison for doing that to his son. Hey, bro, I'm with you, Jennifer. Jennifer, I'm with you. Life. So let me see what he did. An Arizona father allegedly left his disabled adult son. This pissed me off so much, you guys, that like I'm not gonna lie, I had to read it to let you guys know because this should bring us together as like we are humane. This is evil. An Arizona father allegedly left his disabled adult son in a bathtub for 7 weeks, with cops saying the man smelled like rotting meat and was only skin and bones when they found him. Officers entered the residence and immediately noticed a strong, pungent odor. An arrest affidavit obtained by Law and Crime says that the home where Melvin Shemiskus, 52, allegedly kept his 31-year-old son in a fucking tub.
Go figure his name's Melvin.
I mean, I'm not going to keep reading it because I think we know the rest.
I mean, so what do you want to say about it? I mean, what do you want me to kind of talk about on it?
I think life in prison just isn't enough, Robert. That's the point. Life in prison just isn't enough.
Yeah, well, same thing should be done to him.
I think he should have to. I think that eye for an eye. We should stick him in a bathtub and leave him there.
Let's cover him with something like itchy or some insects or something as well. But
so it's just not some wild shit. So this is just the kickoff where I'm going, where I'm leading to. This was the precursor to Ohio. Orange 43 tastes fucking amazing, by the way. Jesus makes my heart break over the inhumane act he has done. Yeah, this totally, it should break our hearts, and that's why I'm showing it. Everybody was so, like, mad at each other earlier. It's just like, but the fact that these things are happening, we need to be able to, like, put some shit to the side and, like another thing, before I get into this, real fast, Aileen, did you watch any of that MK Ultra thing that I just showed?
No.
Dude, they talked about Manson in there a lot, dude.
Oh, cool. I mean, what?
Dude, yeah, bro, they talked about Manson in there a lot. They asked if he was, how he did it. Bro, do you want to say anything to the chat about his affiliation with the CIA and the LSD experiment? Do you know any of that?
I really don't know much about it. It's some kind of conspiracy that he is just kind of a guinea pig, government's guinea pig, and his whole life is just he's a government's guinea pig. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They brought him up like, dude, throughout the hour and a half hearing, they brought him up 8 times at least. They brought him up, bro. I thought of you right away because if you guys don't notice, he looks like Charlie's younger son, the more handsome version of Charlie. So he knows a lot about him. So I do too. So is that a Chevy conversion van? I don't know where you're going with that, but it looks like yeah. This thing right here, dude. What's that on his face? Is that like the stamp from the jail or something?
Yeah, I can't really tell, but that would be a good guess. Yeah.
I thought it was like a face tat at first, but imagine that guy staring over you for months as you're just like, Dad, please help me.
I know.
Dad, help me.
Dude, I just standing like face to face them in the fucking daylight at all. It's scary as fuck.
Evil, bro. I see evil.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
It's a goddamn demon. I just see a demon, yeah.
Alfonso said, Tim, the minute he walks onto the main line or PC, yeah, and the guards hand over the paperwork, all the inmates, oh, yeah, it's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. Yes, he does look like him. He does, man. He looks a lot like him. That's why I was like, wow. All right, so let's get into this Ohio stuff because I said I would. I'm not gonna tease you guys. Now it's very much like this story, but worse. I think. Or I guess I don't know how you could say worse, but it's definitely not less. That's for sure. Wait, nope, wrong one. Wrong one. Hold on. All right, hold on. I got to read. See, I didn't put a lot of these in my I didn't put a lot of this in my stuff because I didn't think I would get to it unless I had somebody on with me or it was really bumping.
Your title or your tags.
Yeah, I was just like, I effed up starting with Trump today. All right, here we go. This is bro. I got videos. I've got some stuff to go with this one. You can mute yourself while we're watching if you want, but I'm going to read the article and then go from there. So here's the next topic. Okay. So we got 16 children found in Ohio trapped. Oh, I don't got it pulled up. I need to pull it up. See, I hate this StreamYard. You got to do like 80 things just to get the article up. I like the old StreamYard where you just literally hit the link and it pops right up on the thing. You don't have to bring it up on the stage like it's a guest every time. Sorry, it's just an inside complaint that I have with StreamYard. All right. So here we go. 16 children found at Ohio home trapped in one room for 4 years. 4 years. This is a 10-hour-old story, bro. 10 hours old. All right, let's go. Police in Ohio have rescued 16 children from a home in a condition that a state lawmaker described as being beyond comprehension in a statement on Wednesday. The children are believed to belong to the same family and were discovered on Tuesday morning during a court-authorized search warrant executed at a residence in Hamden, a village in Vinton County, about 357, who the fuck use kilometers, south of Cleveland, as part of an ongoing investigation involving allegations of domestic abuse and child neglect, police said. This is the yard where I was watching interviews on the local news of the dollar store workers that saw them right before this happened. Like they showed up every day before closing. And the workers were like, dude, when these people came in, they smelled so bad that that the woman said that she will never, they gave them like that store gave them like deodorant, everything, and they just didn't use it. Hold on.
To 18 years old in age were rescued from third world conditions in Ohio. An unrelated search warrant led to the horrific discovery. Investigators walked into a truly sickening situation. 16 children spent most of their time in a room that was just 12 by 12 feet and covered in human waste. Had limited speech, some children couldn't speak at all. Authorities described the house as deplorable, with the Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson calling the situation pure evil. He said that if another 24 hours passed, some of the children may have died. More than half of them were transported to hospitals after they were rescued. A crime within the family, the abuse stemmed from the children's parents, Elizabeth and Gary Siders Jr., and grandparents, Christina and Gary Siders Sr. Neighbors said that they had no idea there were children in the house. All 4 adults are each charged with 16 counts of child endangerment. This truly horrific case of child abuse is still being investigated, but the children are now finally free from the situation. 16 children are...
All right, so... 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 All You guys got an idea of what went on. Now let's get into the local and let's get now dive a little bit deeper into this.
16 is a lot of kids. It's 16 is a lot.
15, dude. This is 16. 16.
Yeah, 16 is a lot of children. It says children, so they're like all minors. Holy crap.
No, well, that's what we're about to find out is, dude, wait till you see the people. Wait till you guys see the people that are behind this. The 4 people that are arrested. Remember how that other guy looked? Wait till you see these people. There is a common denominator, and it's evil.
It's tweaker
Evil as
demons.
shit.
Tweaker demons from hell.
Bro.
Tweaker demons from hell.
It's just get ready, bro. Here we go. All right. Here's the local news telling you a little deeper, and then I've got the press conference. This is the local news talking about it. The fucking kids were feral, bro. Like, bro. This is some shit I ain't never, like, bro, it's psycho shit.
That's just nasty. It's horrific, really is.
It's stupid this happened to Wellston and Vinton County. Vinton County, I mean, you don't know what's going on in this world anymore.
Shock, disbelief, and heartbreak. That's how neighbors in the small village of Hamden are describing what they've learned.
I've heard there were a lot of animals in the home as well, so I can just imagine what the kids lived in.
It all follows a horrible find at this small home. 16 children living in terrible conditions.
I come up down through all the time. I never seen a kid out here.
Neighbors coming down Omer Street to see this house for themselves, and they're asking the simple question, how was this able to happen?
Or did they know the kids were there? I mean, that's just where it kind of bothers me. If they knew the kids were there, they should have been removed, I think.
Tuesday night, people who live here say they're still struggling to make sense of what happened just down the street.
But it's not, I mean, it's not Vinton County per se. It's just where they chose to bring their chaos because I was told that they weren't from here.
Absolutely. I mean, I was born and raised in Columbus, and this here for down here is very sad and shocking because you wouldn't expect to hear it in a village of 200.
We're not used to seeing here in America. It really looked third world. Most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children.
This is not the time for you to argue your case. Count 5, count 7, count 12, count 17. Each of those felonies are the second degree.
The children were kept in a roughly 12 by 12 area. It seems like is where they've spent the most of the last 4 years.
Pure evil. Those were the words used to describe what was happening behind closed doors at a home in Vinton County.
4 suspects are facing serious charges now after 16 children were discovered in what authorities call a house of horrors. Sheriff's Deputy
Sorry, I had to stop it. Look at these 4 people. You see what I'm saying? These people look exactly like the type of people who would do this type of thing, just like the last guy, like evil, demonic, like there's something wrong with their eyes. Chat, let me know.
Right.
But when
I agree with you. I agree with you. The old guy is the scariest looking one.
The old guy is definitely the leader of it all, too. Bro, I got goosebumps when I watched other shit that I didn't pull up for you guys. I was getting goosebumps, dude.
Get this.
Like,
Get this. There's only 200 people in the village, and 16 of those kids are in the fucking room.
At one
or
house.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what damn village. First off, we don't use the word village in Ohio.
In the
Where
room.
the hell
They're
is the
just
word
trapped in
village
one
come
room.
from? Where does village come from? First off, and then the other one that was weird was they said some weird things that kilometers. They put it in kilometers. Like, I don't know how many kilometers that is from Cleveland. He said Columbus. Like, bro, like, where is it, Cleveland or Columbus? But whatever. It is what it is. I don't know where that part is in Ohio, but let's get back to it. I'm sorry. I just wanted to point out the type of people that we're dealing with here.
Now, after 16 children were discovered in what authorities call a house of horrors. Sheriff's deputies searched that home on Tuesday, finding kids covered in feces, urine, and filth, held in a 12 by 12 room for 4 years. Detectives say some of them were so ill they were close to dying.
We have team coverage of this unprecedented investigation rattling a small town and beyond tonight. Chief Investigator Lisa Rontola is digging into how the family kept these children hidden there for years. First, we begin with Annabelle Kinney, who talked with neighbors living doors down from this horrific scene.
This is the home where the 16 children were being kept. Neighbors that live just across the street say if they would have known what was happening, they would have jumped in to help.
It's disgusting, and I didn't sleep a whole lot last night, and I prayed a whole lot that that all them kids get better.
It looked like something out of a third world country. That's how Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson described the conditions inside the home where investigators say 16 children were being kept.
Just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country, and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids.
Wilson says 7 of the kids were sent to Columbus area hospitals on Tuesday. Josh Odell says he can see the backyard of the home where police say the kids were being kept and hidden.
We have the little girl ourselves, so it immediately alarmed me like there's some very bad people that was just right there.
He says in his 5 years of living there, he's never seen any children and wants more answers.
Did they give birth at the hospital to all these kids? Where's those records?
There's the questions for you. I think your name was Jennifer in the chat. Was it Jennifer? Yeah, Jennifer. There's your question for you. Let's see if we get an answer. Let's see if we can get an answer. But there's your question. That's a great question.
And something that struck me is that these people are not from around here.
Officials say the children were not enrolled in school. The Vinton County Sheriff says due to the children being isolated and some children being developmentally disabled, it has impacted the investigation.
It's one of the investigative challenges we have to face is that they are limited. They can't communicate.
Joseph Stewart is another neighbor that lives next door. He says he's seen the 4 people charged going to Dollar General every once in a while, but never any kids.
Kind of ashamed that they did stuff like that. And after I seen the pictures of the mugshot today, and they look pretty rough.
Odell says the guilt of not knowing is taking a toll on him.
I really hope they all get better. But I mean, it obviously is weight on my conscience that I wished I could have done something.
Stop buying generic Viagra and try this new $1 generic Viagra before it runs out. I just tried this $1 generic Viagra from Friday Plans, and it has changed.
Now, investigators say the suspects are the kids' grandmother, grandfather, and father and mother, and that they could have been living in a 12 by 12 room for years. Reporting live in Vinton County, Annabelle Kinney, ABC 6.
Okay. So did she just say that there was the grandma, grandpa, and mother and father in that house?
Yeah.
That's what we just heard, right?
Yeah.
So are we now assuming that chick pushed out all 16 kids? Or do you think maybe they combine their kids together?
Oh yeah, there might be some incest going on there.
It looked like it. Hey, I wanted to make this clear to everybody watching. Dude, I ain't never seen no shit like this in Ohio, bro. Never. Look, Ryan, I make fun of Ryan often, but even Ryan, dude, no. Ryan's way more insane than these people. I'm fucking with you, Ryan. Love you, bro. No, we never seen no shit like this in Ohio, bro. I didn't know the Hills Have Eyes existed in Ohio. I really didn't know. I'm just going to say that factually. I didn't know. And the fact that they're in Columbus, this is Columbus's local news that we're watching, by the way.
It's news.
Annabelle, thank you very much. Investigators say that Vinton County home first hit their radar out of a separate investigation. And that's why they say they executed their first search warrant, and then they found those abused kids.
ABC 6 on your side. Chief Investigator Lisa Rontola spent the afternoon at the courthouse tracking down those search warrants.
Jessica, Mike, this afternoon I spoke with 2 judges, 1 clerk, who tell me here at the courthouse this afternoon, one county judge did tell me he did find one search warrant for that home, which is sealed tonight. A probate judge confirmed he signed a second search warrant, also sealed. Now, a common pleas court judge has the case of a mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather who could face more than 100 years behind bars. Gary Siders Jr. and Sr. facing 17 counts, Elizabeth Siders and mom Christina facing 16.
These are serious allegations, and if you are unsure on what to do, I will enter a not guilty plea for you until you can consult with counsel.
Prosecutors describe the 4 as mother, grandmother, grandfather, and father, and accuse them of abusing more than.
Dude, so starting on the right.
I gotta
yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
So starting on the right, you got Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Oh God. Next up, I don't really know. We'll come back to him. You can have him.
Yeah, we'll get back.
Next up, we got like freaking Cruella de Vil. Yeah.
Bro, I was thinking the same thing.
And next up, oh man, I don't know. What's the worst you can come up with that guy?
He looks like the fucking bomber guy that sent all that shit to all the people's houses or something. Like one of them weird bomber guys.
Dude, he looks like a goddamn human rat.
He looks like the dude from Hills Have Eyes.
He looks like a human rat that's been infected with AIDS. Oh my.
So now here's the question: does this
Syphilis.
broad right here, Elizabeth, is she really pushed out that many kids? And is this goofball? The more I look at him, he kind of looks like Ryan.
Yeah, that's Ryan.
He kind of does. Ryan's got better hair. Ryan, you got better hair, bro.
At least you got that going for you.
Yeah. But it very could, put a helmet on that fucker, dude. It could be him. All right. Sorry, this is nothing to be joking about, but bro, I get too mad if I don't get a good little laugh in because we need to roast these fuckers. They're the scum of the earth. We pray for the children. It's all about the children, but fuck these people. Let's move on.
And a dozen children from 1 year old to 18 years old. The first victim.
There's another answer from 1 to 18. Is this bitch popping out a kid like every year?
Dude, that's what I kind of want to know. Are they all her?
Yeah, I need to know. We need to know. I see this press conference. I've got the full press conference. So if they don't tell us in this, we will find out.
It shows that they are 18 years old. Why is that a child endangerment charge?
Good question. The young person's mental capacity, she is, we believe, developmentally disabled.
They tell me the 18-year-old could not spell her own name. The others were also not enrolled in school. Did these children know how to read and write?
Yeah, again, we're working through that right now. Some of these children couldn't even speak.
Investigators say the family kept children hidden for years, avoiding being part of any medical or government records since 2008. How were you able to acquire the dates of birth? Were you able to get hospital records, or were some of these children born inside that home?
There's no evidence that any of the children were born inside that home, although that is something that they were initially investigating.
Get exclusive Mortal Kombat 2 wallpapers for your PC with Bing.
I want to address the chat real fast. Fungi said, this is happening more than you would even like to know. And I do know that. And that's why I'm reporting it. We need to keep an eye out. We need to watch our children, pay attention to what's going on. That's why that other guy was hurting so bad. He probably talked to that old guy, that lady, them two dudes, the chick and the mom. He probably went by that house hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times and didn't know. It was the dollar store people that all knew. Everybody in the town probably knew, and nobody said shit.
Well,
That's how I got out. Everybody knew.
Yeah.
Dude, you don't be in a small town like that and everybody not know what's going on, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But there's more. There's more.
Somebody else knew something. Sure.
For sure. The people at the dollar store they were giving them free stuff. Like I said, hygiene and stuff. And they knew because they would see the kids coming in. And I don't know if this will get mentioned in here, but the kids would have their faces covered with their hair. They were white, deathly white and skinny and couldn't talk. And there would only be one kid at a time. And they always came right as close. They didn't come in the middle of the day. They came 10 minutes before close. I don't know.
It's weird. So the kids actually got to leave the room. Some of them, apparently.
Some of them.
Yeah, there's a similar story from several years back where there's a man and a wife, and they had several kids, and they deprived them of everything, and they chained them to their beds, and they didn't ever let them leave the house. It's very similar. There's also another story where a bunch of teenage boys their whole life were kept by their dad or by their parents in like an apartment or something really small, and they like remade all these like movies, like with a home camera, locked inside. It's crazy.
Well, to answer your question, he said, "Hell no, I'd be calling the cops. That's so bad." Someone said, "If there's no record of them being born in a hospital, wouldn't it mean the record?" Look, I know plenty of moms who had children at home. You know, you can have children at home. So yeah, they probably were having these kids at home. And I can bring up another case.
You would expect that they would be having the kids at home, but they did say something about there's no record showing that the kids were given birth at home, which means, isn't that what they said? That's what I heard. So that would mean that they were born at a hospital.
No record of hospital birth.
I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood.
We'll have to keep watching, but I thought they said no record of hospital birth. You know what I'm saying?
That would make more sense, yeah.
So, you know, they were having, it reminds me of the Ariel Castro case where, you know, he kidnapped, you know, Amanda Berry and them girls, this also in Cleveland, held them in their house. Many babies were born in that house. Many were disposed of in that house. So again, whoever said this is happening more, yeah, this really is happening. And I knew the girl who went missing. So, you know, for me, you know, it hits home for me. It really does hit home. So let's continue. And I knew Amanda Berry. That's what I was talking about.
And investigators said today they are looking into more charges. Part of that investigation, they're trying to determine if any of these children, any of the victims, were sexually assaulted. As for that parallel investigation, investigators say that started about 4 to 6 weeks ago. But as of tonight, we have not found any other charges against these 4 victims other than child endangerment. Reporting live in Vinton County, I'm Chief Investigator Lisa Rontola.
Lisa, thank you very much. There are still so many questions about all of this tonight. We are trying to get answers about all these things. We have requested any 911 calls that led to this investigation, any previous law enforcement runs to that home, and any prior involvement with Children's Services.
The age range of the kids there's a lot of specific hurdles involved in this crime. We will get you that information as soon as we can. We just want to let you know that, also to touch back on that, the community is safe. They're just as safe as the day before you learned that this had happened. And we're still working on it, and we're going to do the best we can to make sure you guys are informed. So, thank you.
Okay, I'm Andy Wilson, Ohio's Attorney General. I want to open up by saying, like I did yesterday, like I do every time I talk about a criminal case that's just been charged, that under our American criminal justice system, everybody who is charged is cloaked in the presumption of innocent, and they remain innocent unless and until they are taken into court and proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That being said, I'm coming to this press conference directly from the Sheriff's Office, where I had the opportunity again to sit down with Sheriff's Office detectives and with some of our BCI agents. And I was briefed, updated on the status of the investigation and the case. And I actually had the opportunity today to look at some of the evidence of the case. I was out at the scene with our agents and the detectives yesterday, so I saw the location, I saw the condition that it was in. Some of the evidence, yesterday when I saw the location, the kids were already gone. They were being treated at the hospital. The evidence I got to see today was some evidence where the initial discovery of the children was captured or documented. And again, I've done these types of cases for a long time, and I've been in incredibly poverty-stricken areas in the inner city. I've been in poverty-stricken areas in rural Ohio, and I've just never seen anything like I saw today with respect to those kids. As we sat and we talked about it, the team kind of talked about it, it really looked third world. It's the type of thing that we're not used to seeing here in America, where our children are really our most precious resource, and we have an obligation as parents, guardians, and custodians to love our kids, to care for our kids, to ensure that they are safe, that they are well fed, that they have safe conditions to live in. That's what we expect here in America. And again, what I saw today, the evidence, what I've seen up to this point in this case is just almost beyond comprehension that this stuff can happen in our country, and that it can happen in a house at the hands of people who are in charge of taking care of kids. In looking at the evidence, I can tell you without hesitation that a lot of credit has to go to local law enforcement, to Ohio BCI. I have the superintendent of BCI, Bruce Pijanowski, with me here today. And I have the on-scene supervisor, Jim Mulford, who really, it was his team that put this case together and worked with local sheriffs, deputies, and sheriff detectives in putting this investigation together. And they took it to the prosecutor's office to get the warrant, or at least have the warrant approved. And the reason I say that is because, again, a lot of credit goes to the men and women of this investigative team, because I'm telling you, in what I've seen up to this point, I think if they would have waited another 24 hours, there was a very high probability that we'd be dealing with a death or multiple deaths of these children. I'm not going to go specifically into the medical conditions of the kids, other to say that is, since the discovery of this situation, as you heard the prosecutor say yesterday, our number one concern has been the physical well-being of those children. Several of the children were, all of the children were examined and treated. Several of the children, I believe 7 of them, were taken to Columbus hospitals. And as I told you yesterday, I think at least 2 of them were care flighted. Those children, again, continue. We continue to treat and make sure that they are okay. Their physical well-being is our number one concern, but we also have to be concerned with their mental and emotional well-being as well. And I can tell you on behalf of the investigative team, on behalf of the prosecutor and the sheriff's office, that is the number one priority, is make sure that these kids are taken care of physically, mentally, and emotionally. And part of that, as you heard prosecutor say, is making sure that they are placed, that custody of these children is removed from the people who did this to them, and that these kids are placed in safe, loving environments where, again, it's going to take a lot of work to address the emotional harm and some of the issues that are going to result from this. But we need to make sure that those kids are surrounded and loved and supported by people who truly care for them. And we talked to the investigative team this morning, and it appears from the evidence in this case that these kids have been in a position where people they should have been able to trust to take care of them have failed them, not only failed them, but harmed them. And it's now up to us to stand up for those kids. And you saw that yesterday from the detectives, the agents who went in and removed the kids from this physical location. But now it's on the system, and working with Prosecutor Archer and talking with him through the case, he understands fully that one of the best ways that you can help these kids, one of the best ways that you can address their long-term emotional and mental needs is by holding accountable the people who harm them. And talking to him about the evidence, talking to him about his plan for the case, I am confident that he's dedicated to seeing that justice is done for these kids, and that the community, again, remains safe for everybody. We have offered the help of the Ohio Attorney General's office any way we can. We have our Special Prosecutions Division. I have Jimmy Lowe, who's the Deputy Attorney General for Law Enforcement. He's been down with us all morning. We've offered up prosecutors from our Special Prosecution Division to assist, and I believe we're gonna partner in helping with that case. But our role is one of support and leveraging our resources. I want to thank Governor Mike DeWine. I talked to Governor DeWine a couple times yesterday. I talked to Kara Wendy, who is the director of the Department of Children and Youth, ensuring that the needs of these kids, the placement of these kids, because as you can imagine, placing 16 kids in a county of this size taxes the resources. I have assurances from the governor and from the Department of Children and Youth, the governor's staff, that they will provide whatever we need, whatever resources we need to support these kids and help protect these kids. The other thing I want to say is this, as the prosecutor said, this is isolated to an interfamilial event. The citizens of this community don't have to worry about their kids being part of this, or somebody out there in addition to this that may be doing harm to their kids. But if anybody out there has information about this family and about these kids, if they call the Ohio Attorney General's office, and we'll have that number here available after this press conference. They call the Ohio Attorney General's office to our tip line. We certainly will get that to BCI, and we will want to talk to you as the investigation moves forward. So with that, I certainly appreciate the good work of everybody involved in this case. And Steve, I think at this point, I'm going to turn it over to a few questions.
Attorney General Wilson, I'll start real quick because I think it would be helpful for others to know. You said yesterday that this family had been traveling and has been here for I don't know how long of a period of time. Can you talk about how long they've been in Vinton County, and then can you share any information about where they had been prior to perhaps help other families in other parts of the country that may see this and wonder, wait, the Siders were living here and I'm worried about what might have happened in my hometown. How long have they been here? Where do they come from?
Sure. We know that they have ties to Gallia County. There was some talk that they may have been down in Pike County. There was some talk that possibly in Jackson County. There's some talk that they were up in Wisconsin for a little bit. And it appears that they've been back here in Vinton County for about 4 years.
Was Elizabeth the mother of all of these children? And how were you guys tipped off by this?
I'm not going to answer that because it's an ongoing investigation.
Attorney General, can you said the
the main question we all wanted to know is, did she push out all 16 of those kids? And he said, I'm not going to answer that question. Chat, please let me know what you guys think in the chat. Alien, y'all, you're not even up here no more. Let me know what you think in the chat, y'all. Do you think she did? I mean, what are the variables? Do you think they picked up kids along the way from Wisconsin? I mean, this is wild.
Conditions were third world like. Can you describe some of the conditions?
Whew. It's almost indescribable. The sheriff is on the scene as well. I probably ought to have him come up, but boy,
I've seen livestock live.
Yeah.
Mostly kept better.
So you've got to come up there.
As I was saying, most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children. It was extremely high presence, I'm sure, of bacterial and human feces. It was just a disgusting scene.
Can I ask both of you, what did you feel like walking through there? Not necessarily what it looked like with the description, but what was going through your mind?
So it was disgusting, even where the kids weren't. I would think it's typical. Most law enforcement have experience with homes in a similar fashion. A large number of people, though, the children were kept in a roughly 12 by 12 area. It seems like it's where they've spent the most of the last 4 years, and that's what it looks like. In a weird way, you're hit with two emotions. There is joy when we realize that we're about to change 16 lives for the better, but you're also it's hard.
Were there any signs of sexual abuse towards the children, and did they ever go?
That's still part of the ongoing investigation.
Yeah,
When
did
the system
become not necessary?
Yeah. So I'll answer. That's part of the ongoing investigation. We can't answer that. I will tell you this. There.
That was my second question that I wanted to know. What type of abuse that these kids got? Because I believe if they arrest, I believe the grandparents were probably some sick ass too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it really hasn't given you much detail, which
You're not telling us anything, guys, which means there's a cover up, which means, what has me is that you're telling me Child Services hasn't been there before, because it said that they're on a follow-up visit. How did they not notice? How did this slip through the cracks, dude?
If it's a follow-up visit, dude, yeah, for sure. Because, how you keep all those 16 kids quiet?
In a 12 by 12 room, the smell was smell
and the smell alone.
out.
Dude, you could smell if you're that social worker or whoever walking towards the house, you could smell it before you even get to the door.
Dude, when I had Marley, I could smell his litter box if he pooped one too many times. Just for a day. They said it was poop covered all over the room. Bro, this is
Yeah,
why?
That's why I don't understand. Like I was saying, if they've already visited there, then how did they not smell it before they even got to the door?
That's where, could it be the damn cover up or whatever, dude? You know what I'm saying? Could it be? You get what I'm saying? Did they know and they let this shit slide and didn't realize how bad it actually was? Hey, Gary, go fuck yourself, dude. I'll play the fucking video when I want, dude. You don't like it, go fuck off, dude. Play the damn video. Go fuck yourself, dude. Who the fuck? Bro, this ain't your show. I don't see the Gary fucking show up here.
The kids are in custody. And they probably aren't. Well, what? 4 of them went to what? 4 of them or 8 of them? No, 8 of them went to hospital, right? One of them got life flighted.
That was probably the one they were saying was within 24 hours of not making it. Sorry, Gary, but I want to go over all the facts with the people that just tuned in and keep this. Make this. This is like a breakdown, bro. I'm not here to just play videos like some fucking DJ on YouTube. Okay. You couldn't whoop this, bro. Shut up! You throw these nuts in your mouth in Missouri, bro.
Yeah, fucking Gary's gonna. I tell you one thing, Gary's gonna be breaking his phone tonight.
Missouri. You're like the third fucking Missouri person that's come in here with fucking extra fucking chromosome in their brain.
There isn't much evidence that kids live there. We've talked to some of the neighbors. We've talked to some of the people from the neighborhood. These people have been here for about 4 years, and we've talked to some people who live in the neighborhood who said, I had no idea kids were even there. And talking about, somebody asked about to describe the conditions, adding on to what the sheriff said. I didn't actually go into the room where the kids were. I just looked through the.
I paused that for you, Gary. Hey Ryan, I picture it like this: you treat your babies better than they treated those kids, huh? Their grow room, the room's bigger. They got better food. They got more love, bro. That's sad, bro. It's sad. It's sad.
Door. That was yesterday. I can still smell. I can't get the smell. I cannot get the smell off of me or away from me right now. We were just talking about that a little while ago. And then we were talking as a group about some of the evidence we looked at today where they actually discovered the kids and found the kids. And it's not that different than those old commercials you see of like kids in Africa, like just where they were covered in bugs and squatting and had that like distant look in their eyes. It's terrible. I mean, it is absolutely terrible. And again, we got to make sure the kids are safe. We got to make sure they're placed in good, solid therapeutic placements. And we have to hold accountable the people who are willing to do this to their own family.
Were the kids enrolled in school? Were the kids enrolled in school?
No.
Are there any warning signs that investigators are now looking at, considering that this was happening in our community for such a long time and went unnoticed? What is being done about that looking ahead?
Yeah, well, obviously we'll look at every single case and look at lessons you can learn or how you can do it better so conditions don't repeat themselves. So we're certainly looking at that. Again, the evidence shows that these folks were pretty good at hiding these kids. And I think you're going to see that part of the reason they were hiding these kids is they knew that these kids were neglected. They knew that if anybody actually knew what was going on, these kids probably would have been removed and they would have lost the kids. So they were pretty adept at keeping these kids out of sight and out of the eyes, out of investigators' eyes. But we have an obligation, and again, that's one of the things I talked to Carol Winty about yesterday. We all have an obligation to go.
Most of the tactics these criminals are using nowadays are on par, if not more mature than the vast majority of definitely mid-market and small businesses. One of the first things
back and look at these situations and look at areas where we can make improvements. And having worked with Governor DeWine for a long time, I know that's exactly what he does in every single case. So we'll go back and look at the full case, the full investigation. Really, right now, I told the investigative team this morning, even though this all blew up yesterday, we're really just at the beginning of all of this. We're dealing with making sure the kids are safe, making sure that the kids get placed, gathering the evidence, doing the search warrants, taking in the property, doing all of the casework type of stuff we have to do. I'm certain that down the road we'll look broader at those type of issues as well.
When did the system or any mandatory order become aware of this, or was this done directly by law enforcement and it came to the sheriff's department first, or how did you guys learn about it?
Yeah, all I can tell you on that part is there was an investigation, a parallel investigation going on for something else that led law enforcement to that house on the search warrant, and they went into the house on the search warrant and discovered this.
Why were the conditions deemed?
Are they hospitalized?
So as of this morning, some were basically examined and released last night. Some were admitted to Columbus hospitals last night. I know that there was one that was in ICU, that was in critical condition, was intubated at one point, and I don't know who all's been released and who hasn't, other than the 7 were stayed overnight.
Would the children be isolated like this when you rescued them? Were they able to talk and communicate communicate?
That's one of the challenges we're facing during the, yes, sorry. That's one of the challenges we're facing. That's why there's kind of contributes to a lack of information. It's one of the investigative challenges we have to face is that they are limited. They can communicate, but it's extremely limited and some not at all at the moment.
Are any of these children, like, are they found on Amber Alerts, missing kids platforms or anything like that?
Why were the conditions deemed unsafe for officers to go in?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
So as they were doing the search warrant yesterday and moving property, they literally were about to fall through the floor.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Was there any indication that the kids were involved in public life or education prior to moving to Vinton County?
Not at this time, no.
How long was this investigation going on? Were there any complaints that were made to local child welfare authorities?
Well, again, I'm talking about the part of the investigation that got us to the search warrant. And that was an ongoing cooperative investigation that had gone on. Again, something unrelated. It wasn't about the welfare of these 16 kids. At that point, we didn't know that there was going to be 16 kids there. We weren't, again, when they talk to people, people were like, no, I haven't seen any kids. I haven't seen any kids there. So some of that is out there with respect to the parallel investigation. That was going on, I don't know, it was a joint effort between Vinton County and BCI, maybe a month, 6 weeks, but that was not related to the conditions of the house or the welfare. Literally, they were coming to the culmination of that other investigation, which led them to do a search warrant at that house.
Are there birth certificates for the children? Are there birth certificates for the children? Anything on record?
We're still part of the investigation.
That's still part of that. That's something we're working on.
How exactly are the four defendants related to each other? I don't want to make an assumption here.
Yeah, I think tell me that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Grandma, grandpa, father, and mother at this point. That's what we know.
So is it fair to say that what led you to find those kids was a parallel ongoing investigation at that time?
I think so.
Yes, that's a correct statement. Absolutely.
Can we expect more charges?
Okay, so okay, so first off, they already were investigating this the whole time. So they knew about it. Something was going on because they just said it was a parallel investigation, meaning this is already being looked into. I wonder how long they were investigating this before they actually decided to do something. That's a great question. So this is almost over, and then we
Charges for these people?
Yeah, obviously it's an ongoing investigation, and there could be more charges as we continue to uncover evidence.
Do you know if they'll have any more protection in jail? Any type of protection?
Currently, at the regional jail, they are aware of their crimes and or the allegation of their crimes, and appropriately are treating them as any other inmate accused of those crimes are while in population.
This about becoming a teacher. Now is your chance to the program Teachers of Tomorrow, where you can become a certified teacher through an alternative teaching.
This small town is still trying to process the details that investigators have laid out in this case. Now, we did speak with a local store employee who says that she served the ciders the night before they were arrested. More than a
This is the lady I was talking about, Alien. This is the lady right here. This is her. I believe.
day after 16 children were removed
No,
from
it's
a
a black
home in the
lady.
small village of Hamden. People are still coming to Omer Street trying to understand how something like this could have happened.
It's absolutely heartbreaking, especially since I've got a 20-year-old and a 14-year-old daughter, and I've heard that some of these kids never saw the light of day.
The shock comes after these 4 people were charged with 17 counts of child endangerment. The Vinton County Sheriff described the conditions inside the home as horrific.
It was mind blown once I saw the mugshot. Like, oh, I
Yep,
spoke
there
to
she
them.
is.
I just
That
seen
was
them
the
on
one.
Monday. They were my last customers on Monday. It's sad. It's crazy. It's a sad situation.
Employees at the Hamden Dollar General say the Siders were regular customers, stopping in almost every night just before closing, buying water, vegetable oil, and sometimes sugar, often accompanied by just one of the children.
Oh, I noticed that he would keep her really close to her, and she was not allowed to speak to nobody. I noticed that. And when she came in with the kids were all very thin, very, very thin, ghost white, didn't have no weight on their body, and they had their hair over their face, like to block out, the outside world to not see them.
Ariel Gutierrez says store employees tried to help, offering the family clothes and hygiene products. But she says they never saw those items put to use. Investigators have described the conditions inside the home as unforgettable. The Ohio Attorney General saying the smell inside the home is something he can't forget. Gutierrez says that same odor was noticeable every time the family walked into the store.
The smell to me, honestly.
See? Did you hear what they just said, bro? Come on.
Yeah, they're nothing but smelling really freaking strong. They smell really strong.
Right, dude.
Like 1,000 dead people.
Yeah, bro. I think way more people knew. I think that it's a shame that nobody spoke up.
Or at least nobody, okay, for at least maybe nobody knew that there's 16 kids involved, but you could obviously tell that there was a child abuse and child endangerment going on.
Yeah. Oh, well, like the lady said, she said multiple times they would bring in a different kid. They all looked malnourished. They all smelled. They tried to give them, hygiene stuff and clothes and stuff like that. The Dollar General did. Clearly, it's a small little village, so everybody knows everybody. It's probably like the Dollar General that Walking works at, where he's in there all day just pumping people in and out. They know what's going on, bro. So then it boils down to, do we like who do we hold, other than the damn authorities? Don't you think like the people at the Dollar General, it's not their fault. They didn't do it. But man, these people need to speak up. And that's why I'm showing this, that's why I cover these topics. It's like, look, dude, if you see something out of place and you notice it, don't be that one to turn your head, man. Stand up. If you see a child that you can protect, like save that child. Like, don't turn your head. It's weak. Like, we're here to protect children. We're not here. They depend on us. Just like all 16 of those kids looked at those 4 people for help and never got it. They trusted those people, bro. For sure. The authors of the rules make it bad for us. Dude, listen, we all need to stand up. We all need to keep our head on a swivel. Like, I know this, for example, like I know that Alien, he works in retail, right? If he had a customer that came in on the regular, I'm going to ask you, I'm not going to speak for you, Alien. If you had a customer that came in on the regular, mother, and you saw like what we imagined that she saw, right? What would you do?
Yeah, I would definitely, if I didn't report it, I would come close to reporting it.
I mean, would you be able to sleep at night?
I mean, imagine how bad that smells. Like, it would fucking smell up the whole store for days afterwards.
That's what she said. So these people knew. Just like, what about the mailman? You don't think the mailman walked by the house and smelled it? What about the neighbors?
I was saying earlier, you could smell it before you get to the front door.
That's what I'm saying. Like I think Alfonso said it very well.
It's definitely people just like you said, they looked the other way. They didn't report it, and nobody knew there were 16 kids involved necessarily, but it's obvious there's kids being abused and neglected.
Yeah,
because they're bringing them out in public, and they're filthy and they smell like 1,000 dead people. So it's obvious. But
think
it's like this small town bullshit of like, oh, we gotta keep it hush hush, it's their business or something, but we'll just talk behind their back. I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know either. Like, I think it was by God's grace that that woman brought the child to the Dollar General and that they were to get raided the next day, because maybe that was what God chose. Like, I don't know, man. Like, that wasn't that. I think everything happens for a reason, and those kids weren't supposed to end that way. So then it goes to, there was what, 8 kids that were brought to the hospital. One's in what, critical condition, and 7 of them are staying overnight. Is that how you got it? You were right. What Alfonso said is, hold your thought. He said, imagine if a rat were to take a shit and die in a room. Imagine the smell of just one rat. 12 kids in a 12 by 12. A 12 by 12 is like a jail cell, dude.
Nah, I mean, like, how do you keep them alive? Like, okay, I don't even want to get into it barely, but like, imagine they're eating, if they eat, in their fucking waste, and it's gonna smell like multiple porta potties.
Yeah, dude, it's
so like they
to
have to
me,
feed them to keep them alive. That's, they have to feed them at some point.
Well, dude, they said they were buying vegetable oil, sugar, and what was the other ingredient? They were buying it every day. Vegetable oil, sugar, and something else. I forget what the other ingredient. Chad, if you remember what it was, go ahead and tell me. I don't remember what they
It's a
said the other
memory,
ingredient
it's a
was.
memory quiz.
But, that was the things they were buying. So, like, they had to eat something, just enough to keep them alive. I do believe that if the mother was the mother of all those children, that they would have said so. I do.
It's definitely a house of torture.
Yeah.
It's
So
definitely hell on earth.
That's what I was, going through. That's why, hey, chat, just so you guys know, I wanted to save this for more, to put this so more people got to see this. But like, House of Horrors is a good way to put it, man. And it's just like, again, I can't stress it enough that there's people that knew about this and did nothing. I know I keep going in circles. I'm not trying to go in circles, but I want to drill it into everybody's head, bro, that snitching on something like this isn't snitching, dude. This isn't, dude, you call the fucking cops right away.
This is just doing your part in society.
Yeah.
This is just doing your part as a fucking human being and having a fucking sense of decency in the heart. But that's what we're talking about, I guess.
Absolutely, Kai. They're gonna have a lot of we're gonna have to do a lot of, look, if you guys are, religious or not, say a prayer for them, man, because they're gonna have a long road ahead of them. But this is one thing I can say. They're like, this sounds so cliche and stupid, but it is what it is. They're right now in a better place. Right now, today, they're finally going to get the love they deserve.
I agree. As much struggle as they're going to have in the future, it's going to be nothing compared to what they've already been through. So it's actually all upward from here. Couldn't get any worse. Couldn't get any fucking worse.
Yeah, man, and hopefully that they get put into the right. It takes one to pay. Look. It hopefully they all get put into good places where they can just get that. And hopefully there's. I'm gonna definitely do a follow up on this story because I want to know more answers. I really do. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I lost all thought. I wonder if some of these kids are missing. They were all related, but they were being very wish-washy. Kai. They were being very wish-washy on whether they were all from the same mom, like who was doing what and what they weren't saying. And that, as a thinker, made me go, well, maybe some of those kids are somebody else's kids too, and they don't want to say because they haven't told the other parents. You get what I'm saying?
Investigate. They got to finish investigating.
They got to find who's the moms, because that dude probably had multiple kids. How did he get stuck with them, dude? I mean, look, I'm trying to answer these questions with you guys. I presented it. They're not giving us answers, and Ailey and I are just trying to figure out
hypothetical questions we're all putting in the air here. But my thoughts are like, I just wanted to say like, those kids like finally get to start living for the first time in their life, you know.
I can't laugh at that Alfonso. Don't make me laugh at that, bro. Come on. Yeah, dude. No, it's the first time you heard about this because it literally just happened. That was my local news. You know, I hope that, you know, I just hope that they're not products of incest. Because they didn't rule that out, bro. They didn't. They asked.
So they've been kept in this room for 4 years. But what happened before that? Because what? One of them's 18 or something? Is that what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, where the hell were they before that? There's a lot of more information. There's half the story's missing, you know, or more.
What are you thinking, Chad, over here? Yeah, that's a high possibility. Little 10-year-olds robbing the big leagues, in the big leagues. I mean, not, you know, to talk about, you know, little 10-year-olds, I seen a story. I did it my last show. I think you remember, Alien. 2 kids were in Boston, or 11-year-old and a 10-year-old. A brother and a sister had a lemonade stand set up in Boston. And this 6'5" black dude pulls a gun out on them and fucking robs them for their money, bro.
Oh my God.
On video with that. Like, bro, what type of world? Like, where are the men at? Where are the real men at, bro? Where are they all mostly really little, like any day? It was 1 through 18. So the 16 children, they range in ages of 1 year old to 18 years old. Yeah, man, it's crazy these days, but here's the crazy part. This isn't, bro, this shit has been going on since mankind, bro. I've been listening to radio from like the 90s. You know that, Alien. I love listening to Art Bell. And there's stories like this back in the freaking 80s and 90s, man. This has always been going on. The difference is people like me, because I do believe I'm doing God's work reporting this. I'm actually telling you guys what's going on. I'm doing the research and finding these stories to let you guys know. I don't think social media was, you know, because it wasn't around. They, you know, it was like we went through the MK Ultra thing. They're not going to tell you this stuff. They need it to be political. They want us to be divided. How dare we have a topic that we could all come together on, and we don't have to bitch at each other about the left and the right and the middle and the fucking up and down and middle. This is something that we all can agree on because we all want the best for our babies, bro. And if we can't have that agreement, then you know what? You're worse than a liberal or a politician in my book. That's the worst trait you could possibly have, is to abuse a child, bro. I can't think of anything worse. You know? No joke. I walked off some snitch off party tonight. Just some motherfucker. Yeah, I hear you. Reed, you get what I'm saying. A real man ain't gonna sit there and watch this shit happen, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Man is man and woman is woman. And what's sad is that woman that worked at the dollar store, for example, women are built with motherly instincts. How did she not know? And help these kids out sooner. I just don't get it.
Well,
Not
I mean,
blaming her.
what she did was she gave them contributions, but like that doesn't solve the problem. Maybe she wasn't thinking fully how bad it must be.
I mean, yeah, I mean, maybe she just, maybe she didn't understand,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but listen to me, man. If any child comes walking and a mom and a child come walking into a room, into my store, and I can't forget the smell of it, dude. How many times are you coming into that store before you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Right.
and so those kids get taken out of school, or if they were ever never in school, then
They were
what?
never in school.
So like, no one ever
They
knew
were
they
never in school.
existed. Like, so there's got to be some sort of paper from when they were born, unless they were never born in a hospital, right?
Yep. They never went to school and they never were born in a hospital.
Well, did they say that they were not born in a
Yes.
hospital? Okay.
Yes. They said that, and they also said there's no birth certificates, which means they weren't born in a hospital, and they said that they never went to school.
Yeah.
So
So there was nobody going, hey, that person we used to know, that kid that used to be around is missing now. There's nobody doing that because they never really knew they existed.
Can I give you a theory I had to those that were watching this from the beginning? All right, the guy that got popped, the dad, the dude who produced the kids, whatever that fucking thing is, right? Remember the guy who kept saying he felt bad? I wish I would. I felt bad, and he kept saying that over and over and over and over. I kind of got the vibe from him that he might have known the dad, and then he might have known something. That was, I didn't want to stop the video. I didn't want to throw that out there, but there was a guy I really truly believe knew a lot because he said he felt bad like 60 times. And the way he was saying it was like, damn, I can't believe, did he associate with their drugs? Like, did he get weed from the guy? You get what I'm saying? Like, there's got to be some sort of connection between him and that guy that were being interviewed because he knew a lot and wasn't saying shit.
Well, I will say that when they went to the dollar store or whatever, Dollar General or whatever it was, it sounds like it was at the last minute. It sounds like they were trying to avoid being seen for sure because they went right when they were closing every time at night when it was dark.
Yeah. I mean, that should be your first sign. And that was, okay, you guys, when this story popped, that was the first clip I saw. I saw 16 children, blah, 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 blah. And it was that lady talking with a quick little excerpt. I'm like, whoa, I got to go deeper into this. I've got way more stuff, but I'm not going to drown you guys with it right now. I've got more stuff. Maybe like tomorrow we'll get.
How did they end up getting caught?
So they said that there was a parallel investigation going on. That is a good question because we were wondering the same thing. Like, how did they? It seemed like to me people already knew. So I don't know if somebody from the dollar store was the one that pulled the trigger and called because they were the last ones to see him. I don't know. I don't know, but clearly they were on the radar. Now there's shit being like there's got to be like people being fired for this, and then we could leave it with this. But it said that they were already being watched by child services. So how did they not know? I've talked to people that have had worse happen, like that literally don't even do nothing and lose their kids for less, for nothing. And just because of an angry, boyfriend, wife, that one kid to break the rules they've been brainwashed in is a hero. The one kid to break the rules. Yes, me too. I hear you, Kaylee. Oh, your name is Kaylee. Now I finally seen it. Is that it, Kaylee? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it's Kalie.
many questions, that I have. I wish I was in the media for that one, dude. It's 3:56. Do you want to stay until 4:20, or do you want to end it sooner?
I was gonna go, but yeah, I was gonna go.
Well, I might stay until like 4:20 or something, just because I don't know how long much, like, I don't know. I'm kind of inspired to want to go live tomorrow because I have so much more stuff that I didn't even get through that, like, I needed, I wanted to get off, but like even this topic here needs to get examined more, But I've got a hearing of just of families that have been affected by like illegal people that have come in our country and done whatever, and it's just like, dude, it's just their testimonies, and I've got like, dude, I think it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I very much want to give them their. It is parents. Hold on. Parents of children who are unalived by illegal immigrants testify before Congress. I feel like that's another topic that I kind of want to go down, and then I definitely will keep this topic alive. This will not go away. I promise. I promise. This will not go away. Kind of update. We will know because I need to know. And I wanted to, did you notice the chick that kept trying to ask questions and they just never let her get up? She's like, but what about, like, speak up, lady? You couldn't get no questions off, dude.
I heard him say I couldn't hear you at one point.
What's that?
I heard him say I couldn't hear you or couldn't hear what your question was.
She was like, excuse me. Like, speak up, woman. You want an answer, speak up. I hope you cover this as it unfolds. I'm definitely interested. Likewise, I cover I also want to cover, find out what happened with this dad, the story prior. Leaving his child in a bathtub for 10 weeks. I just don't believe that. I think 10 weeks is what they told him. And then 4 years. I don't know if I believe 4 years. How do they know 4 years? There's just so many, we can't trust these people. Their timelines we can't trust them. So we got to pretty much use our own, intuition to figure out what's going on, because we are never going to get the truth right away. Yes, Haley. So I did a story right before right before this one, and I'll pop it back up. So you can see it. This dude right here left his kid in the bathtub until it rotted away and he was still alive when they found him. This was also from today, 13 hours ago. Dad left his disabled son in a bathtub for 2 months until his muscles were gone. They said when they came in, it smelled like flesh in the home. So there's one more thing that I could show on this real fast, which is here's the interview of the cop that went in and that went in. Here's the first
That face
responder.
is gonna give us all nightmares.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I mean, really.
Damage is asking what I miss.
Damage. I'm just kind of giving them a summary of what we saw at the beginning. I was just letting her know that this isn't just one isolated case, that this keeps going. She asked about the guy in the bathtub, so I just wanted to show her what the guy looked like and how disgusting this was. And I'm going to go now to the police, or the first responder that responded to the last topic with the 16 children. And this is what he had to say. This is what he had to say. Might as well cap you guys up. Or, that sounds so bad. Might as well let y'all get the full scoop. I have a few more, but we'll save them. But you know, I want to, like, what's the word, bro? I want like some closure before the show's over. A little bit.
Promethean is getting edgy on us there.
It's freaking.
When I first initially got there to be a driver for the EMS,
It's Flint.
one of
Stop
the
edging in the
squads,
chat, Flint.
there was just a line of cars, a line of BCI, the sheriff office, Vinton County EMA. There was just a whole slew of cars, and it was kind of a cluster because that's a small road to go through. And when we got there, I got out of the truck. I told the other firefighter with me to take the truck back to the station. They'll drop me off. I started walking up to the scene, and they start screaming at me. We need a driver. So I get into the squad. Sure enough, we have a load of children in the back that were clearly and not in the greatest shape. They were very quiet. Other than that, we turned around, ran lights and sirens to the hospital for a quick turnaround because we may have to transport more children. And all I can think of is this is a big scene for our tiny community. Hampton doesn't have that many people. Vinton County and the whole spec of it doesn't have a lot of resources. So we contacted Jackson County, and they got more squads there, first responders. And they arrived pretty quickly as well. And I mean, it was a situation we're not used to dealing with. You know, I work for Jackson County EMS too, part-time. And when we go into houses, there's a few that we know about that are kind of these kind of conditions, but not so much that you see that number of children that are in that situation. If they were, you report that. This one just kind of caught us out of surprise, really, because we didn't really expect. This house didn't even look like anyone was living in it. So that was kind of challenging.
Can you describe at all what the children inside the back of that car looked like, and just sights, smells, everything that you encounter when you had those kids in the back seat?
Well, if anyone has been into a house that has these kind of conditions, you can smell, you can see the cockroaches and stuff like that, bugs just in general. And the conditions, you know, bugs get on the children and stuff, and they scratch and they bite and all that stuff. So their condition wasn't the greatest. As far as the smell, it's just a certain kind of smell. If you've ever been into a house that had those kind of conditions, it's not very pleasant. You know, typically I wear a mask if I endure those kind of conditions, just a face mask, to kind of help cover that up, because it's awful.
Potent?
Yes. It sticks with you, and it sticks on your clothes, and you can smell it for hours afterwards until you can go change.
Do you know at all roughly the age range of the kids who were in the back seat? Because you said there were 4 that you had.
I know that 2 of them were small. I don't know age range, but I knew they were all pretty young kids that we dealt with.
Like elementary school age?
Yes.
And I mean, I see that you're married. I don't know if you have children.
Did he say that they were all elementary age? Like,
That's
what did he just say right there, dude?
that's what I thought I heard. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I thought I heard.
I'm wondering if the 18-year-olds got, like, they were better off. I'm confused. I'm very confused. To the person in the chat that said, yeah, no hospital. Yeah, Kaylee, dude, there's so much that questions like, I'm getting annoyed because I get like, I like to get to the bottom of things, and this some I'm gonna be thinking about this one. All right, let's finish this guy.
But just, how did it make you feel to see children, in such a state, and being that person to get them help that they needed?
Well, that's just what we do. Seeing children like that, and I think Sheriff Ryan Kane kind of touched on that. Our livestock around here live in better conditions. So.
And I'd like to go back to that moment when you were driving and you kind of looked over your shoulder and they were in the back. Bring us to that moment. What you remember? Is there an image that day? Did you see the child's eyes? Did they look at you? Did they touch you? Did they smile at you? Is there some haunting memory you have of providing care to these kids?
Mainly I was focused on driving, getting down to the hospital. Our closest hospital is from Hamden, probably about 20 minutes. I knew it was just quiet. That's what it was. And blank expressions. Of course, they were scared. They've never endured anything like that before. They didn't know where they were going, that kind of situation.
Did they have any questions for you as you were?
They didn't speak to me. I try to have limited contact unless I was asked to help. Mainly I was focused on driving, getting down to the hospital. Our closest hospital is from Hamden, probably about 20 minutes. I knew it was just quiet. That's what it was. And blank expressions. Of course, they were scared. They've never endured anything like that. Driving, getting down to the hospital, our closest hospital.
The child's eyes, did they look at you? Did they touch you? Did they smile at you? Is there some haunting memory you have of providing care to these kids?
Is it repeating?
Mainly
Or
I
is
was
this
focused
me?
on
Is it repeating? Or
I'm
is it just me?
rewinding it because somebody in the chat asked if he called them livestock, and I was just checking to see if he called them livestock because the smiles this guy's giving me.
No, this
He's
guy's
pretty
creeping you
fucking-
out by creeping you out by
Yeah.
himself. He's
this
from the
fucking
small
guy's-
town. Maybe maybe they're all in on it. For
I
shits
don't know,
knows.
but he's
Who knows?
acting too jolly for seeing such a horrific scene. I don't know, man. So him calling them livestock or them saying
No.
that wouldn't
No,
surprise me.
he said the livestock in our town live in better conditions than those kids.
Oh, there you go. Thank you for clearing that up. Thank you.
driving, getting down to the hospital. Our closest hospital is from Hamden, probably about 20 minutes. I knew it was just quiet. That's what it was. Blank expressions. Of course, they were scared. They've never endured anything like that before. They didn't know where they were going, that kind of situation.
Did they have any questions for you as you were?
They didn't speak to me. I try to have limited contact unless I was asked to help with the children. So when we arrived down at the ER, I helped unload the children to the hospital.
You said this sort of stuff doesn't really happen here. Do you think it'll ever happen again, or is this a once in a career emergency?
Well, you just don't know. You really don't know what's going on behind someone's door. I mean, clearly that house, nobody had any indication that there were that many children in that house. So are you supposed to go knocking door to door and ask people? You really can't. So
I got what I need. Do you have what you need?
I think so. Only thing that my team is asking for, we see that Gary Jr. has a pretrial on the 9th for an indecency charge of some kind. I think that's a separate case number.
Yes, that is separate.
We have it, so can you print that off as well? So I have
Oh,
it.
we don't handle that. That's in county court.
That's in
So,
county?
yeah,
Okay.
but I can take you over there.
Okay,
Every time
so
you rip a slab pack, Arena Club makes you an
bro, first off, the sicko, his name is Gary, the dad, the one who is hiding all the kids' name is Gary, and he got in trouble for indecency exposure already on another charge. I wonder if that's what sparked the investigation. I don't know. I wonder if that's what made them. I don't know. This looks like a nonchalant FBI investigation interview. He seems nervous. He seemed not nervous at all. I thought he seemed the total opposite. I felt he seemed very nonchalant and very not really engaged. He didn't seem like the lady who was being interviewed at the dollar store. She was engaged, had emotion. This guy seemed like a goofball, dude. He
No,
didn't seem all the
you
way
expect
right.
it. You expect it to be like something that they would say that they've never seen something like so horrific before, but this guy just kind of acts like, oh, it's just another event. It doesn't stick out. It's not significant to him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it just seemed like I know that sounds weird, but it just seemed like he didn't really have two shits to give personally. And not that he didn't care, but he didn't seem as as pissed as we did. You know? Like like, bro, if I was on the scene, I would be traumatized. That's kind of more how I meant. Like, I would have been traumatized to do that interview. I'm a man too, dude. I'm not a pussy. You know,
I'm about to start smoking.
I am right now. I'm getting my thumbnail put up so that I can start to smoke. You think this is a good thumbnail, guys? Chat, is this a good thumbnail? Or should I do the one with the four people?
Yeah, the 4 people.
All right. Because, that is just like that girl's TikTok didn't even cover what we saw, bro. Like what she said, that TikTok that we watched was just like a small version of what the hell we just saw. I'm like lightweight. I'm not even bullshitting you guys. Please don't think I'm being drama here. I'm not. Lightweight traumatized from this story, dude. Because it's happened right in my town. And look at the screen. Look at this. Look at the perfect thumbnail, you guys. This is evil right here. Woo! Let's smoke one, bro. After all that, who smokes in the chat? Let's blaze one out. Let's close it up. Let's smoke one for 420 Midwest 420. I know it's not your West Coast or your Central, but it's definitely Midwest. I know Prometheus is ready to bang one up. Wow, what the fuck? Smoke one.
blow bang one up.
Bang one up? What the fuck does that even mean, dude? I know. Hey, damage. Let's go, brother. Let's go. But yeah, those are the 4 stooges. Those people we will be keeping an eye on. That is for sure. I can't even begin to tell you how much more. I can tell you how little I want to. Okay, so they all have the same last names. Did they go there? No, these people, so they clearly made it clear that the mom, that's the grandpa, the grandma, and they're married, mom and dad. They didn't say who was the parents of who. So they didn't say if that was the mom's parents or the son's parents, the
And
dad's.
how long ago did this happen?
This the story is 13 hours old. They found him
Okay,
on
so
Wednesday. They
so
found,
we'll get more information as time goes on for sure.
yeah. I mean, dude, I'm only turning off my camera because I want to smoke one and I don't want to be on camera so I don't get restrictions. But I do want to. Yeah, I'm just gonna go off camera. Yeah, it's 4:16, man. I'm about to do a hash burger. Either hash burger or rainbow BLTS. Rainbow belts. It's like Skittles crossed with something else. I'm not sure exactly.
I seen some rainbow melts and I seen some hash burger too, but I didn't get either one.
The hash burger is straight GMO. It's fire, but it's like I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. It wasn't my favorite. It has a great taste, but I bought too much of it. I wish I would have gotten more of a different. I bought too many of the same kind, and I fucked up. But they were only $30. So what was I supposed to do? They were $90 for 30. What would you do?
Mm-hmm.
You know? All right, I got some shit called Zootopia, which is like another type of Skittles.
Yeah.
What you smoking on, bro?
Gelato 41. I mean, I got a bunch of different shit, but the shit I'm loading right now, I sent you a message. I don't know if I could really talk about it on here, but it's
It's like use codes. Use codes.
huh?
Use code. Use the best coding you can. The names I don't care.
Oh, I mean, I'll let you fucking say it and think what you want to think. This shit smells like a pig pen, and it's called Scissor Queen.
So it smells like what? Salmon and fucking pink hair dye.
It smells like a pig pen, dude. It smells like straight up pigs, like pigs.
Salmon and pink hair dye.
Now you're making me
Oh,
think it smells like salmon and pink hair dye. The more I sniff it.
oh, dude, I have never. Is your kitty still good, Tim? Oh man, nah, he's good. He's in my heart. Yeah, he's
He's in a better place.
yeah, he's in heaven. He left me 3 days after Christmas. So dearly in my heart, though. Think about him every day. As a matter of fact, this dab's for you, Marmars, because you'd be bitching at me right now for me to feed you, and I'd say, "Hold on."
Yeah, where's the freaking broth? I've been waiting all night.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. And you know it's weird because he shows up. I be getting whiffs of him every so often. I put on a T-shirt.
Oh, damn.
That was black the other day, and it had his hair all over it, and it I didn't even want to wipe it off. I didn't want to wear it. I didn't even know how to act. I felt like a little bitch. I ain't even gonna lie. I was like, damn, man. Damn. So I didn't even wear it. I just put it back where it was, and I'm like, that's all the Marley I got. Like, really, it's like fucking weird. I'll mail you some booms. Oh, dude, holler at me. I would love some booms, bro. I would love some booms right now. I'm not on camera, right?
I gotta check. No, not on
All
camera.
right, good. I'm ripping a dab right now. Like, I definitely don't want to be like firing it up. You know, not ready for that one yet.
No, I got a fucking, I got a bowl of that freaking, the kike shit. That's the word I didn't want to say. And
Dude, I said kike earlier, and somebody's like, "I can't believe you're so anti blah blah blah." I'm like, "Shut the fuck up."
it's
Go
the
ahead.
it's the ultimate freaking butch strain, dude. It smells like a pigsty, and it's called Scissor Queen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Dude, you gotta understand, he lives in Oregon, so he goes. You know, it's probably a Portland strain. I'm gonna assume. I'm just joking, by the way. I actually love his setup. He's got it. I really do like Oregon as much as I talk shit about it. I don't have that much against it as I make it sound like I do.
Anyway, I'm smoking a joint of some shit called Baja Blasteroid, and then I'm smoking that bowl of that shit, other shit.
Well, I'll just say this. What was it called again?
A Scissor Queen.
Not the Scissor Queen one. You think I'm gonna forget that one, dude? I'm gonna call you Scissor Queen for the.
No, you won't forget that one. First thing I thought of was before I even bought it, I was like, Tim's onto something about a lot of things. I came to a lot of epiphanies today, and I was like, this dude knows what he's talking about some things, and one of them being the names of the strains in Oregon.
I do. I know about your shit for some weird reason.
You said all the names of the strains are homosexual, and then
They are. They are. That's like the zestiest one you came up with so far.
that one's just pure straight freaking butch, dude.
But at least it's some scissoring, you know.
Yeah.
I could go. It could be worse. Ammonia smell like any ammonia smelling buds are major goods. Yeah, I love. Look. I've come to conclusion the best terps, the best taste is definitely sativa. Straight up. But you can get that, and that's, you know what? Let me see if I got it up here. Did I erase it before the show? Because I was looking into the terpene myrcene, because I've been talking about it a lot. But, I brought it up with you, Alien. And I started
Many
looking
times,
into
yeah. Now I freaking look for it.
Yes, dude. Well, guess what I learned about it? I learned that the reason it gets you, it binds to your DNA and it protects your DNA. And it's actually here. You know what? I'll look it up. I'll show you guys. It actually helps prevent cancer, dude. It's also in essential oils and other stuff. I'm not even lying. I was like, wow, I learned like
Oh, there's Ryan. I don't know where.
he popping in?
He just came in the chat all of a sudden.
Oh, I thought he wanted to come up. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the cancer one real fast. I don't want to mess up my prevents cancer. I say this because it's you can get a here it is. Here it is, guys. Let me see what the right one. This one looks good. All right. So myrcene is a terpene found in cannabis, but it's also found in other things. And here, I'll show you. It's also found in like hops. I got to go back to that and put it up. Remind me to put my thumbnail back up, though. Please. Okay, so here's the mirror scene, and I was just like looking into it, and this is like what makes you get the psychoactive part of the cannabis.
The Promethean guy is Keith, huh?
Yeah, yep. It's Flint, bro. You got it. So, myrcene, a natural compound showing anti-cancer activity in the HELA cells. And if you go down, it shows that the myrcene, it's in essential oils. It's also extracted from a variety of plants and spices.
Yeah, because you
And
can get terps out of plants and fruit and stuff.
yeah, hops, cannabis, lemongrass, and verbena also has myrcene in it. So, but yeah, it interacts with your DNA and it disassociates and basically pushes off the cancer. Now, I'm not going to read it because I would sound stupid if I did, unless you want to laugh, right? But here's the stuff that it does. And then it makes me go, I wonder if that's what Rick Stevens figured out, and that's how he came up with RSO. So, there's there's definitely medical aspects to cannabis, bro, all day.
No, yeah, though it started with fucking medical, dude, because the whole talk was that it cures cancer and shit, and they legalized it first medically because of that.
Yeah. Well, but see, and you're right, but a lot of people use that they think that it's a crutch. It's like almost like, yeah, I've got this, wink, 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 but they really don't understand that it really, truly is medicinal. Like, I have anxiety. I couldn't imagine not smoking.
Mm-hmm.
Or you know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't imagine. I'm prescribed it. Like, that's the one thing. And people are like, oh, it's bad to depend. No, not really. I mean, it's just lightweight chill, bro. She said I took a screenshot. There is a lot of science about terps. That's cool. You do readings? That shit creeps me out. Yeah, he did readings, and I kicked him off the damn server for it. Not off the server, but out of the call. I said, if you bring one of those effing cards out, bro, I'm booting you. He did. I remember a lady that wanted RSO in a suppository and keep it frozen. Dude, you would get the only RSO that you got to boof.
Keith's the guy that says the weirdest shit in the chat, like always.
I love Keith though. Hey, look, he's a real one because
Dude, he sounds like he's going to the fucking loony bin. Like 1 second he sounds like he's going to the loony bin, and the next second it's like, oh, he makes a lot of sense.
He does make sense. I think he has to go to the loony bin because when we make sense, people think we're crazy. It is what it is. Now, when you say things like sticking a damn RSO suppository in your ass,
That's what I'm saying. He's back to going to the loony bin.
Their little pee-pee twitched for was probably Ryan because he would love some RSO right now. Flint water, yeah, dude. He's like the Simpsons, dog. He's got immunity. He's got immunity, bro. He's funny, bro. I like it.
Yeah, dude, he's been drinking that Flint water so long that nothing can stop him. Nothing can kill him anymore.
Yeah, bro.
He's unbreakable.
He's fucking savage, dude. He's a savage. It's all right. And I'm sure. Make my own RSO and it's amazing. Damn, dude. You need to talk to Ryan. We could do a video of him like, no, that would be bad. I was gonna say, man, we could like see how many suppositories Ryan could take at one time or something. Like Ryan, how many RSO suppositories do you think you could boof at once before you get sick?
Ryan's response, been there, done that.
Brian's like, there's not enough. I don't know. There's not enough. There's not enough suppositories to actually figure it out.
Yeah,
It's
we
like
already
finding
tried.
out
We tried for weeks. We ran out of suppositories.
we doing some suppositorying today. He said, how many licks does it take to get it to the center of a Tootsie Pop? I don't know. The same amount of licks as the same amount of suppositories Ryan can take in his ass before he gets. Buy some dry ice. Yeah. And what do you do with that dry ice after you get it, my friend? No, don't say it in the chat. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Damage, man. We need to hook up one day, bro. His poor toilet. His poor toilet. Yeah, his toilet. His poor colon. I wonder if there's a medicinal. I'm not gonna type it in. Like, is there medicinal? Is there any medicinal fucking validity to shoving RSO in your ass? Like, I don't think so, bro. What's clean, dude? Keep the suppository. Yeah, you gotta freeze it, right? Obviously. That's how you males have your period every month. You take the same little suppository, you put some tomato juice in it, you freeze it, and there you go. You had your period, bro. Oh, your toilet? You can put anything in your ass to get the effect, so just enters the bloodstream faster. Oh. Huh.
You would know, Keith.
Well, that wasn't Keith, that was Damage.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Keith would respond with, well, because see, Keith used to go to festivals with me, so I know Keith gets down. Can I ask you a question, honestly, Keith? Have you ever had a roller skate boofed? Have you ever boofed a roller skate? Not one time you weren't at a festival and you're like, you know what? I feel like keistering this E thing. She just requested it and I gave it to her. Oh, you did it for somebody else? Yo. Oh shit. Damage said, I have not. Ryan, have you? Please say no. Please say no. I know Alien hasn't. I got faith in Alien that he has not boofed anything.
Nope.
Brian, I don't have that much faith in. I have a feeling he's boofed like 2 midgets, like 2 midgets, half of Israel,
Oh my God.
and like the whole entire O block in Chicago. Fucking, he's got it all, dude.
Oh my God.
You wish? You want all of O block? Oh man, Brian just said I wish. Did you just see that? I hope people that are like come back and rewatch this and stay to the end.
Stay in my bowels, King Von. Stay in my bowels.
To those that stayed to the end, Ryan just said he wishes that could happen to his keister. Brand new roller skates and a brand new key.
Oh God.
Jeez, dude, you're funny as hell, bro. That's funny as that's fucking hilarious.
I remember the freaking meat puppet with this guy. Oh yeah.
Ah, where are you from, Kaylee? My voice is so high right now, dude, because I gotta yell. And it's like, where are you from, kid? Bro, I heard it. I'm like, bro, I have to do that. If not, my voice starts to sound like Ryan. I don't want to come in here like, hey, I can't do that right now. I have to talk higher. It's fucking crazy. Where are you from? Canada. That's what's up. You know, Tom McDonald. I don't know. What else is in Canada again? There's some good chronic in Canada, that's for sure. You know, I'm starting to like Canada a little more. I just, you know, I feel the same way about Canada as I do about California. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's good about it, but if it went away tomorrow, I wouldn't be sad. I'm joking. It's a joke. I don't want you guys to go away. I just joking. I was just joking. Well, welcome, Canada. Welcome. Aileen, where are you from again? Didn't I tell them already you're from Oregon?
That's Oregon.
Dude, when people say that, I get cringe, and I'm not even from there. I cringe out. I'm like, why? Why did you just say that? Could you not have just done it right once?
Your best buddy Ryan loves to say that.
Oh, yeah, Ryan freaking Oregon. Is that how he says it?
Yeah, he always says it that way. Oregon.
Ryan's like, hey guys, we're going to go to Oregon today. Who else said that? David said it like that.
Oh, that's right. You're in Oregon.
Oregon.
Ever tell you got hit by a car?
I got hit by a car today. I miss David. He left us. He couldn't handle me telling him this. I'll tell you, I don't know if we talked about this, but me and him got into a debate, lightweight. It's not even a debate, but it was over nukes, and he kept bringing up the big red scare. And I'm just like, bro, I don't really care. Like, fuck your nukes and fuck all that. And he's like, he posted a picture of like Hiroshima, and I posted a picture of the moon landing. And I was like, yeah, okay, like, you know, and he got so mad, like, we went to the moon. We went to the moon. And I'm just like, no, we didn't. And he kept like trying to give me these examples, like trying to turn my opinion. He's like, imagine a slingshot, just slinging the rocket this way, and then it goes that way. I'm just like, man, bro, I don't have to believe that shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to believe that shit. I just don't have to. Like, I don't know. He got so mad that he got off the call and haven't talked to the guy since, dude. I was just trolling him about the nukes, dude. I don't know. I was just trolling him about the nukes, but once he started pushing the damn, what's it called? Going to the moon, I'm like, bro, you're brainwashed. Talk about MK Ultra. Them poor people back in the day, bro, they grew up in a different realm. Prom. Wait, what does that say? Prom. I read that as you. Oh, okay. My texting is off. My eyes are horrible. I want to move to the States and get some land. Hey, man. I hear you. I'd say come to Ohio, but after the story we just watched, definitely I'm not going to recommend that today because ain't nobody coming here after that fucking story. I want to get some land. Go
Stay
get
the
some
fuck
of my
out of
F
the.
family, dude.
Stay the fuck out of the small villages. That's for sure.
Yeah. Especially, don't. Clearly, dude, look, they said Cleveland, but it sounded like they were in a village outside of Columbus to me. If they went to Columbus hospitals, dude, they're in Columbus, and I saw it break on Columbus News.
They still have villages in the States. What?
Well, there is village. There's like Berlin. See, I'm more used to townships.
Yeah.
And like I don't like, but I do know there's like Slavic village. There's like Murray Hill, which is like the Jewish village. So yeah, there is. It has. what is it? If Damage, you're still in here, I think it has to be like a certain amount of people when it's like a village to like a township. From a township to a city, etc., etc.
If it's a small amount of people, it's a village, not a town.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I felt like the people knew about this that 16 children, because you're in a little damn village. You know about everything going on everywhere. You know when Johnny and Gary go do some dirt, everybody knows. You're not hiding from nobody. Cleveland is the city where I come from, so run, run. Thank you, brother. Cleveland is the city where we come from. Keith knows what's good. Hey, bro, Keith, you need to come chill with us, bro. I done sent you invites plenty of times. You need to come chill with us sometime. Yeah, that is effed. You know, it is effed. But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this. This is something I learned today. And I learned this every time. I had a lot of people pissed off at the beginning because it was politics. And it was why I really don't like doing YouTube anymore. But then when I got into these type of topics, it brought my viewers down. But the real ones stayed. And it makes me, first off, nobody's fighting in the chat. Right? Everybody gets along. That's why I fucking like, bro, we need, and that's what I wanted to end this on, is that we got to remember that we're human beings. And this moment, like right here, where we just witnessed that nasty shit, and like, bro, no matter what happens, like, we're all humans fucking first. And honestly, it shouldn't matter what your affiliation is to a party or whatever when it comes down to humanity stuff at all. And I noticed that everybody gets it. Not everybody, but a lot of people respected that. The last few streams I've done, when I've got down to these type of topics, that's why I stopped the politics right in the middle and went to this, because I was like, I'm not trying to divide y'all, bro. And I'm not trying to see y'all fight. I want to get the message out. You know, I really do. I want to let y'all see what's going on, that a lot of people aren't willing to go down that rabbit hole because it's dark. You know, and unfortunately, I've gone down it so many times that they fall in my lap, you know? So I hear about these every day. And I made a point that I would try to do something like this every day, every show if I can, just to make people aware. That's what, like we said it last show, and I'm gonna say it today, man. We started this whole channel for this reason. It was for the kids. It was to protect the children. That was why we started this. And that was it. Me and Ryan. Yeah, I dropped in a lot when you turned to politics. Definitely always fighting, but I know. That's what I mean. It's just two different vibes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm down with watching everybody debate. That's life. You know, but this is where we all come together and we all want answers. We're never going to get the true answers for the politics, but we're all going to be able to, we're at least seeing what's going on. I try to show it through a different lens, give y'all a different opinion. There's not many people out there that do that. Like, bro, I watch every type of YouTube show to see what's good. And there's always a deficiency in all of it, always a deficiency. Yeah, I like your old content, but you're doing good, Tim. See, the thing is, it's hard to do the old stuff when you got all this new stuff, because they really don't. The old stuff gets you nowhere, and I get it, and I want to go back to that, and I'm trying to do that. But you guys see what it is. You guys see what they do to me when I do that, right? I remember you, Ryan, and Keeks and the others. I can't remember right now. Yeah, we're all still around, bro. Alien, walking. We're all still around. The guy with the English accent, yeah, he's not around no more. That's Ryan's boyfriend.
Yeah. Ryan has two boyfriends, dude. Ryan's got the homeless guy, and then Ryan's got CDP.
He loves them foreigners, doesn't he? He loves them people
Oh,
that
yeah.
talk. He loves them foreigners.
He's gonna go live in
Ryan likes
homeless.
them
He's
some.
gonna go live in homeless's warehouse.
Boy, is it him and homeless are gonna be homeless together?
I ain't homeless. I'm in the warehouse in a trailer. This is my trailer. It's at a warehouse. I make things. You know what they mean, brother. I'm not gonna explain it. I make things in a warehouse.
Ah, that's funny though, bro. What is wrong with us? I don't know. We were just thinking about, your love for naughty dreadlocks, bamboo clot.
Bomber clock.
You bamboo clot, rasta bamboo clot. Punta. I don't even know what that means, I don't think. But hopefully it's like not that bad. Yeah, I'm just effing around, man. I just did a nice dab. I'm just effing around before I unalive this stream. Like fucking put this bitch to bed.
This stream's about to get the pew pew. This stream's gonna get the pew pew.
This stream down like fucking. Like, dude, that's how corny this shit is, bro. That's why it's hard for me to do my old stuff. And when I talk like this, bro, YouTube is just like, you gotta say pew pew now. Bro, I can't, man. It just really F's up the day, dude. I've been a little more feisty lately because I've just
Not
had to
smoking
let
enough
my
weed.
Nah, it's just that, dude, this stuff hits real hard, bro. Like when you do stories about like a father who leaves their son in a bathtub who's disabled for, dude, that.
No, I know you're focusing on shit that pisses you off. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Well, how do you not? How do you not? That shit is real, bro. So that's why I like to get a good laugh in at the end and end it on a good note. Because if
Hey,
I
yeah,
ended it with
there's some crazy shit that goes on in your state, buddy. I was watching this History Channel fucking show last night, and some shit happened in, I don't know, maybe it was Columbus. I don't really know. Don't quote me on that, but it was definitely Ohio, and it was in like an art museum, and somehow a bomb went off, bunch of bombs went off and blew up this fucking thinking man statue outside this art museum. And they just left it, like they took it down, but then they put it back up without its like legs.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
I
talking
did
about?
it. I don't know, bro. I don't know, but it's probably another. So wait, say that one more time. What the fuck?
I was
was
watching
it?
a History Channel show, and they were talking about some art museum. Outside the front of it was this giant statue of the thinking man, and it was like in the air, like it's like hung way up high, and some bombs went off in the middle of the night and blew the thing up.
Oh yeah, I remember
And
that.
they took it
I
down,
remember
and they
that.
ended up putting it back up, and it's missing like it's part of its legs and its feet.
I remember the thinking man. He had like
And
his hand
I
on
think
his
it still
chin or
might be there. I
something.
was gonna ask you if it's still there or not, like missing its feet and part of its legs.
I don't know if it's still there. I'll look it up. Let me see, because I remember when they blew it up.
Because I don't know how old that History Channel episode was.
I'll look it up because
Well, yeah,
I
in the
remember.
show, in the episode, they said they put it back up and it was broken. They left it broken.
So Augustine Rodman's The Thinking Man, located at the Cleveland Museum of Art, in University Circle was put in 1916. It was an outdoor sculpture, 900-pound bronze. I remember this. I totally remember this shit. Here it is. It's the Atlas guy, dude. I'm trying to find where they blew it up. The death and life of the statue. What? The death and life of the statue of the thinking. How the thinker was reborn in Cleveland. I'm not going down the rabbit hole of this fucking guy, am I?
No, I just want to know if it's still up. That's all I wanted to know. But we know it's in Cleveland.
Yeah. Yep, it was a metal pipe bomb attached to a 10-foot military-style fuse. Blew it up, dude. The beloved statue outside the Cleveland Museum of Art was rocked by an explosion caused by a metal pipe bomb attached to a 10-foot military-style fuse.
Yeah, I think that they didn't solve who did it, but they guessed that it was like a activist group.
I mean, what could possibly piss you off? My question is, what in the world could possibly piss you off about this statue? Like all the things, like, dude, I can see you going and blowing up the first responders because they fucking missed some shit. Like, I can see anything. Remind me to go back to this. I
But
gotta
the
show
thinking
you
man.
guys what the fuck we're talking about.
I
gotta
don't
pull
know the
this
reason
up.
behind it.
Here you guys go. This is what we're talking about here. Like, can somebody please point out to me what in the god
You
tarnation?
went quiet there, buddy.
I went quiet? Am I good? Am I still quiet? Am I still quiet or what?
I cannot hear you if you're talking.
You can't hear me? Fuck, did my mic just go out or what? Is that better?
No, I hear you, yeah.
Okay, cool. I just learned something new today. Okay, so here's the thinking man statue. Can chat, please, somebody in the chat explain to me what would cause you to pipe bomb this thing? Someone explain it to me. I need to understand. Look, what's up with this guy? Oh, I thought this was part of the guy. I thought I got thrown off. I thought that guy was part of the story. I'm like, whoa, dude.
Dude, that's the internet for you, man. It's so far out there.
Fucking next thing you know, I see fucking Morgan Freeman drinking a fucking cup of milk. Like, what just
You got
happened?
milk? Hey, you got milk?
So what are we looking at here? And why are we gonna blow this up again? Go what?
Yeah, there it is. They
How
put it
dare
back
you.
up. They put it back up with its missing legs or missing feet or whatever.
Look at the one leg. You see how it's blown? See it? Look. You see the middle picture?
Yeah, it's just
Gone.
hanging there.
It's like, dude.
The
So,
shrapnel.
what could possibly? Let me see what anybody in the chat says. I can't find anything. Like, how dare you be a free thinker? Is that what it is? Like, I don't understand. I'm trying to figure. No, today is.
No, that's why,
like,
dude. The show it was on was like it's called Mysteries at the Museum, so it's a mystery who did it and why.
Somebody needs to form a posse and hunt those assholes down. Look, dude, we're doing some Blues Clues today, buddy. Today, if you didn't notice, I truly love true crime stuff. So, like, I have no problem like finding something or a story, and I love finding something and trying to get to the bottom of it. So, like, I might like do that, like find something. If you guys got something, like you got something, the end of shows or whatever, I'll do that shit because I have fun doing that. Like I truly do it. I love getting everybody involved. It would have to be a nihilism stream of thought. Hey, we can do it. We need to know what was going through that guy's head. Oh man. I thought you were saying the statue said, like, what's he thinking about? I was like, that's the deepest question anyone's ever asked. What is the thinking man thinking about?
Well, now he's thinking even fucking deeper. Like, why would they blow me up? Why the fuck would they get rid of my legs? Why am my feet?
Well, yeah, like, what the fuck? He's sitting there thinking, like, well, I'm stuck in Cleveland right now. I'm in a museum. I wonder what type of liberal is gonna blow my legs up today.
He's got a lot to think about, dude. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe his
he
bitch
predicted
left.
this shit. Maybe he
He
predicted.
lost his girlfriend. She cheated on him with somebody from the village. His dog pissed all over the place. He lost his clothes.
I mean, I think he's so smart that he predicted they were going to blow off his fucking feet. Now he's thinking about what the hell he's going to do about it.
Maybe he was just waiting. And he was like, you know what? I know you're going to do it. So I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to think about what my next move is. He's thinking, why is he constipated? And if I sit in this position any longer, I am going to lose feelings in my leg.
And why the fuck can I not move from this position? I'm completely fucking paralyzed. I'm not even in the hospital with family around me. I'm just in a fucking coma here, and I can still think. People are watching me, and now I don't have goddamn feet.
Exactly. Keith said, fucking somebody who hates knowledge or of self or just plain understanding of the self. Yeah, that's what I get out of it. It's like, how dare you think and be a free thinker? That's kind of how I looked at it. Like, hey, do-woo, be nice, bro. Be nice. Don't talk to. Be nice, bro. I respect the shit out of that statue. Honestly, Tim, you know I'm esoteric and all. I know you. I get it, and I get the resemblance. I think you saw. I got it. That's why I said it. I hear you. Somebody took the time to make that art for a reason, you know. And when people destroy things like that, it's like, you know, it's really. It's like some petty ass, like lightweight terrorist shit, you know? I don't know why you're not. Somebody said like that your feet stink. Kaylee, someone said your feet stink. And I said, be nice. Like, we don't talk about feet here, you know, unless Ryan's here. Ryan's on, he'll talk about feet. But
midget feet all day for that guy.
Yeah, he likes yeah. He likes a nice little midget that wears Jordans.
He's the let's put it this way, he's the Tarantino of midget feet.
Yeah, dude. He buys his midgets Jordans and shit and fucking with pink tongue, with the pink Jordan on the tongue. And he chases him around the house and they make that loud little squeaking noise on the kitchen floor when they're when he's chasing him, trying to get him back. That's some funny shit, dude. She said, LOL, well, I'm 5 feet. Dude, you're like a Nephilim to fucking Ryan. You're like a damn giant to Ryan, dude. You're like fucking Brittany Griner in Ryan's eyes. Ryan's like, what did I do to deserve this today? You didn't bring your ass up here, so you know how it goes. It's like, what the fuck, man? What did I do? We love you, bro. We love you. I love you, man. I love you. I wonder if 3'11" is really because he's a Mason. Because, you know, 3 times 11 is 33. I think he's a Masonic midget lover. Huh. Have you ever thought of that, Alien? Go. Have you ever thought of that one?
He's definitely a
Right.
Freemason. He's definitely a Freemason, that's for sure.
The Empress feet. Yeah, dude, bro. I won't even do it. I won't even do it. I was gonna say, like, for real, right? No, I can't do it because it's not a joking matter yet. It's only a day old. I can't start roasting the mom of those 16 kids that Ryan possibly massaged her feet. You know, I can't. That's fucked up to say. Fucking dabbing with Danny. How was that, Ryan? Did you guys have fun? Did you guys have fun? What am I smoking? I packed up some of that this shit called Meltdown. And it's Josh D OG crossed with Platinum OG, and it's a sativa. And that's what I've been smoking on today. Too much fun, guys. Yeah, man, I had to get a good little laugh in, before we end this bad boy, because when I end them on a bad note, I get pissed off. I swear to you, dude. I carry it like it carries off into like after the show. So, but that being said, y'all, I had a really good night, and I hope we learned something today. I'm gonna definitely keep you guys, definitely ornery tonight for sure. For sure. Definitely I'll keep you guys updated on all this. Let's see, if I don't go live tomorrow, which there's a possibility that I will. Have a happy 4th of July to everybody. Stay safe.
Yeah, before.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Hey, brother, hit me up on Discord. We could swap out Addie's addresses. We can figure out what's good, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you're ever my way, hey, if I don't speak to you before you go to Texas, dude, have fun there. Be safe, man. For sure, dude. Enjoy Austin, man, and try to catch some comedy while you're there if you can. Because I heard that's where the good comedy's at. Didn't you hear that, Alien, or am I tripping?
I don't know about. I've never heard that.
You didn't know, like, Joe Rogan's headquarters and we're all like Kill Tony and
Okay.
all that stuff is all filmed in Austin, Texas.
Okay. Yeah.
Joe Rogan owns like he has his own studio, and then he has his own club. That's where everybody does their shit. Good night, Kaylee. It was good to talk to you. It's Rogan's house now. You do have tickets? Yes. Yes. Good job, dude. I'm glad, dude. I'm freaking glad to know that. Good night, everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Later.
Happy 4th, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Alien man, I appreciate you kicking it with the brother.
You're welcome.
You have a happy 4th. I'm gonna go head over to my Discord.
Can you still hear
for a
me?
minute. Yeah, I can still hear you.
Oh yeah, happy 4th, everyone. I'll catch you later.
Cool. Hey, I'm heading to my Discord if you want to burn one more time. I'm heading over there right now. Y'all be good.
I'm out.
God bless you guys. Peace out. Oh, wait. See, you didn't remind me. I almost left with the thinking man up. See what I'm saying? I want them damn people up. The damn thinking man's got to be up. Or not up. Tomorrow's show, the quest to find out what is really going on in the thinking man's head. Starring Prometheus. All right, y'all. I'm only gonna hold this here for a minute. You guys are like, this dude's never gonna end. No, what happens is if I just end it right away, right? It'll hold like an old one. So I'm kind of letting it sit there for a minute. Everybody that stuck around, man, hope you guys enjoyed it. You know, I had fun. Wasn't as many people tonight, but the real ones stuck around. And that's really all that matters, to be honest. Ryan, Alienated, Prometheus, Keith, Flint, Kaylee, thank you for coming through. Damage, much love to you, brother. Again to you too, Damage, my fine American. Hey, have a blessed 4th of July with you and your family. If I don't speak with you, man. If I missed anybody in the chat or anybody that's listening, that's just not chatting, but you're chilling and listening, y'all have a blessed 4th of July. If you're not American, you have a blessed weekend. Stay safe. Look out for the kids. Look out for your loved ones. Lesson of the day, don't turn your head on something. If you've got a suspicion that something's not right, roll with it. Don't turn your head, because there's just a chance that you're right and you could possibly save somebody. And like the more and more I've covered this, the more and more I've realized that like that guy said, hours can matter. You know, we're dealing with 1-year-olds, man. I can't even fathom it. So y'all just stay blessed. I love y'all. Peace out. Happy 4th. Down.